One of the absolute best jams you could dance to. ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Cómo están? Little electronic technological errors occurring in the background, but we're here. Aquí estamos. Switching things up just a little bit with the background. Let me know what y'all think. Let me know what y'all think. Aquí mejor, less. I don't even know. Well, I hope you're all are doing well. Let's get right to it. I was gonna stream a little bit earlier. I swear I was, even before the technical issues. But I didn't want to make you sit through the entirety of rad libs talking to libs about whether or not they're part of the left or not. It's weird stuff, man. It's weird stuff. It's entertaining as hell. I'm not gonna lie. I rather watch, um, you know, and I said this before. I would recommend before the weird stuff came out, the accusations, the legal cases against him for allegedly leaking uh, consensually recorded but leaked unconsensually adult content. Destiny, I would say, hey, tap into his stuff to just know what liberals are pushing. And ever since that whole issue, um, I've been forced to listen to Hutch, who is, look, I'm sure he's got an ego. We all do. But if he was honest, he'd admit that he is the watered down version of Destiny. I mean, that's just what it is. I wouldn't call him an orbiter. I don't know his online history like that. And I never really saw him around Destiny, right? But he is another gamer with no political background, no political experience, no organizing experience, no activist experience, who suddenly decided to talk about politics. Um, that's the reality of it. That's the reality of it. So, with that in mind, he is not as articulate, not as well read as even a liberal like Destiny, right? So, it's a little bit more boring, but I have to admit, I have a good time when he obsessively attacks people on the left or who he perceives to be on the left and calls them tankies and communists. And it's just like the Vanguard, who all voted for Holocaust Harris. It's Hassan Piker, who literally, has conversations with Democratic Party consultants, who was literally invited to the DNC and strategically only got himself kicked out the last day by platforming compradors who wanted to cozy up to the party that was committing a genocide against their people. So it's just humorous that individuals like Hutch and Destiny give credence and give legitimacy to opportunists like Hassan Piker, like the Vanguard. There's a couple more. I would say Sean the Black is also one of them. I mean, when you're dancing for iDubbbz in Hassan Piker's home, I man, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. When you're dancing for iDubbbz, it's a wrap. It's done. I don't care what you do or what you say for the rest of your life. You dance for iDubbbz. And I understand the connotation, the racial connotations of saying that. I'm not I'm not saying anything other than what he literally did. He literally danced for somebody who was a major pillar in the alt-right pipeline and in the reactionary radicalization of young men, specifically white men, online in the YouTube space, who rebranded himself because he couldn't hang with the more rugged, more gritty, more unfiltered white supremacists. That's the only reason why iDubbbz did a brand change, is because he couldn't hang with the people that he came up with the people that the type of community that he nurtured, right? So he couldn't hang. He really couldn't. That's all it is. And it's so frustrating that he gets glorified by online liberals, radlibs. Anywho, so Hutch, what he's doing right now, I don't know if I don't want to put my conspiracy hat on and say that hey, he's uh he's doing it on purpose. There's some type of ploy going on to where liberals agree to uplift radlibs as the left, as communists, as socialists, despite these radlibs not doing anything that aligns with socialism, communism, or even anarchism. You could say that I'm online too much. You could say that I'm overthinking it, but it really does feel like damn, like these motherfuckers are almost in. It seems like in cahoots into promoting each other as legitimate figures, and that is weird to me, man. That is weird. It doesn't really make sense if you know the basic stuff. You would understand that Hassan Piker is an opportunist. He is a counterinsurgent propagandist. He was literally, he was quite literally. Let me see here. He was quite literally pushing the same BS line that Vosh, the pedo, was pushing years ago for. Let me see here. Let me pop out the deculturation live chat. How we doing over there? Volume check. Oh, can I turn it? Yeah, I could turn it up more. How's that? How's that? 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. All right, how's that? How's that? Awesome. That's why I got to keep all the chats up here. All right. Cool. I appreciate that. Always let me know if there's any issues. Sometimes I have to switch things up around over here for other projects that I'm working on. And so I may forget to put things back as they were. All right. ¿Dónde andamos? Read mic alerts. Okay, we're good. Nah. All right. Let's get to it. Well, let's start off with the Ilhan Omar attack. So let me pull this up. Just to wrap up, we're going to spend most of the time looking over the Vanguard and Pisco, El Vendido, looking over their conversation. It is a cute conversation. I don't know how else to put it. It is adorable. It is when you see a child trying to walk and pretend that it's running, it's that type of entertainment for me. And am I being condescending? Hell yeah, bro. These individuals are making a whole lot of money misleading people. A whole lot of money. Shout out to Pisco, who brings up the shining path, alleging that his family fled because of the shining path. Or it was weird. Like I felt like he was just throwing that in there to try to evade any accusations of him being a tanky. It's like, bro, don't worry. Like, don't believe him, bro. The way that these communities police themselves is hilarious. If you think the left on left violence is bad in terms of actual socialists versus communists versus anarchists, man, you'd be surprised. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm telling you, there's some issues going on here. I want to make sure I got this right before I forget. That'll work. Like I said, the setup changed just a little bit. Anywho, it's entertaining. I enjoy it. But we're going to focus on this for a second. And look, I don't believe that we're seeing, everybody's obsessed with this idea that we're seeing the collapse, of capitalism and the end of the U.S. empire. I don't see it. I really don't. I understand in the sense of nope, no, 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 no. Is it? Is it? I'll switch it up if it is. I didn't think it was. But I don't watch those foods enough to know. I'll switch it up right now, Linstack. What my main concern was that the background was gonna be too bright in general. I'm just mad you can't see the figures. Like, you know, money well wasted. That's what I'm concerned about. But also, you can't hate on the fact that these colors run. But as you know, I am a staunch bigot, so I will switch up the colors just to make sure. Ooh, Linstack, you just reminded me. Ah, man, it's in Spanish though. I don't know if y'all can hang. I need to curate a at the very least a Spanglish audience a little bit more. But there was this let me see if I can find it right now. Is it no, it's Bazooka Mexico. I put on Dr. Baugh to this. I'm not gonna co-sign everything they're saying. But let me see if I can find it. Let's go to transcript. Is it this one? I don't want to hear la verdad no quiero escuchar un argentino. A ver. Okay, here you go. This is for Bad Empanada, el Latino de Latinos, the Rachel Dolezal of Latinos himself.
País, en Argentina hay buena gente, pero ¿cómo quieren que no les llamen mesero si se le ve tomando órdenes hasta su presidente?
And look, Shy Bomb, let's see, Mexico, Cuba, oil. Yeah, Mexico president says her country has paused oil shipments to Cuba. Make no fucking mistake. Shy Bomb might be saying that, oh, Pemex, they have sovereignty. Fuck out of here. The Trump US told him to jump, and she jumped. So meseros todos cabrones. A mesero's a waiter. And he's calling Milei a waiter.
Hasta su presidente. Maradona era de izquierda.
He's talking about Maradona, the soccer player, was a leftist.
Maradona era de izquierda. Sí, defensor de Venezuela y Hugo Chávez.
A defender of Venezuela and Hugo Chávez.
De Bolivia y Evo Morales. Sí,
and
sí,
Bolivia
sí.
with Evo Morales.
Maradona era de izquierda, defensor de Venezuela y Hugo Chávez, de Bolivia y Evo Morales, llevaba el Che Guevara en sus tatuajes.
Literally had a tattoo of Che. Hold on. Why am I butchering his name? Look at this. This cabrón. Míralo el güey. Shit, bro. This motherfucker was kicking it with Fidel, bro.
Decía que Fidel era su segundo padre, comandante, y si estuviera vivo, sería enemigo de Milei, de Israel, y odiaría a Chile Parque.
Basically said, hey, if he was still alive, he'd be an enemy of Milei, of Israel, the Zionist entity, and this MC over here. Chili Parker. And look, not to brag, not to make any claims out here. Pero el cabrón, you know, like, just to be clear, el cabrón is tijuanero, ¿no? Con los puros cholos ahí. Look, I'm just saying. When the cholos dropped into the scene, bro, los cholos squinkles. God damn, bro. All the family geared the fuck up. I was like, thank God we've been to, you know, I've been to a couple of the games. Not the biggest soccer fan, but I watch mainly any sport I watch live. It's entertaining. I won't go to the Dodger Stadium, ya saben. But I can't hate on the fucking Cholo Squinkle gear and shit like that. Like the Cholo, the colors. I'm biased, puro tijuanero. I'm biased. But it's nice to see that on stage. All right. Before I get copy strike for this, I'm sure there was another line though that reminded me. A ver si, what does he say? Colores or ganador. Color. Algo del pelo, güey. Algo del pelo. A ver. It was maybe hombre. Okay, so this food does some transphobic bars, I'm assuming, over here. Yeah, of course he does. And for the English speakers, he mentions Michael Jackson. So he does some straight up transphobic bars on here. That's wild, bro. Yeah, there's some not so nice words. Oh, so he yeah, I'm not gonna find the one that yeah, they're all gonna be his bars here. I can't remember the line that he says. I know he mentioned something about his hair, que se peina el pelo ganador, maybe. A ver. Sorry, yeah, I got distracted. Off the bat. O contra, algo así. I'll find it right now. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, aquí. So sometimes you're not gonna get the best, you know, pro-trans defense, especially in a rap battle. But this flip I enjoyed. I'm not gonna lie. He says like, "Who the fuck are you to judge trans people?" Right? Because understand that throughout his Chili Parker was saying some transphobic shit. Why? Like you're in a rap battle. Why are you going? It's so pandering. It's such Joe Rogan fucking comedian shit, right? So transphobic bars after your comments on lighting, faux confirmed. That's fucking hilarious. I understand why they use the lighting now. I don't watch these foods, understand? So, but it makes sense in terms of like what white picks up, because when I had the red wall, I like the colors I had better, but no resaltan igual. It doesn't. it's weird. I think I might have to add like a layer of because the paint that I got is um it's matte, so I might have to add a gloss to it to pick up the other colors. Because I missed the anywho. Yeah, so in the deculturation live chat, yes. So Chile Parker basically does a boring ass line about why is it that we call men who get breast implants women, and we never called Michael Jackson white, like shit like that. Like what rally are you at, bro? It's so pandering. I didn't know that this was a thing in like Latin and Spanish battle rap. I didn't know that it was like that. Because it's homophobia, transphobia, all that stuff, sexism is always present for sure. But the way I always saw it was directed at the individual that you're battling in an attempt to try to demasculate them. I've never seen it to like try and get like just like for your like transphobic ideology, like you're just trying to spread that shit. It's not even directed at your opponent. It's like directed at the trans community, the gay community, the queer community. Like, all right. It's amazing. Thank you so much for the super chat.
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Appreciate y'all. Super chats and super stickers are turned on. Any support is appreciated. More importantly, don't be scared, homies. Get busy in the chat. Hit the like button. It's free. All right, let's wrap this up over here because this is froze on me a little bit. Let me see. Of course it would. There we go. Let's listen to this.
Escuchamos, pero no juzgamos. Si una morra quiere ser vato, date. Si un vato quiere ser morra, date.
Basically saying, look, if somebody wants to transition, go for it. Who gives a fuck? Do it. Again, you're not going to get the best defense here. You're not. But I'm glad that it's at least being fucking challenged and addressing the stupidity of concerning yourself, of being a bigot enough, of having enough hatred to attack somebody's autonomy and what they do with their body. That part I never understood. And especially from these small government reactionaries.
¿Quién chingados eres tú para juzgarlos? No hay debate. Si te respetamos a ti que te autopercibes ganador y pierdes todos tus combates.
Just to wrap this up, it basically says, look, who are you to judge the trans community? We should respect them the same way that we respect you when you call yourself a winner, a champion, and you've lost every one of your battles. Obviously, it's better in Spanish, and even then, I would argue it's not. I have my criticisms of, generally speaking, Spanish rap, hip hop. I think it is easier than English, because you have the masculine and feminine wording that makes everything kind of flow a little bit better. But again, this is an interesting battle. Shout out Los Cholos Quinkles right there. You already know. Tijuanero, Puro Baja Califas, bias. It is what it is. I can't help it. All right. Oh, he does a bar about that. Read. He's got blue hair and pronouns, yet still hating on trans people. Shake my head. Yeah, no, he's again, these characters never make any sense. But yeah, check it out if you're into that. It just happened. When was this? Yeah, just a couple days ago. It was kind of a big deal. I don't follow it like that, but it still managed to get into my algorithm, which I'm not upset at. All right, let's get back to this main thing. Oh yeah, I mean that's all pandering to transphobic communities. I mean anywhere where you get a large gathering of men and cis men, and it's about bravado and it's about proving yourself and it's about putting down another man, another individual. Yeah, you're gonna get the transphobia, you're gonna get the homophobia, you're gonna get all that, the queerphobia, all in one. But that is funny. I didn't think about the lighting at all. Um, I'm definitely gonna go drink some beers after this just to make sure everything's good, and maybe hit like a couple. No, just kidding. I was gonna say strip clubs and whatnot, just to compensate. And maybe head over to Argentina, perhaps. All right, all right. Let's get to it. Playtime's over, a little bit more serious and unfortunate. You're gonna like I've mentioned before. When the economy starts going to the gutter, you see more of the xenophobia rise. The idea that that it's kind of went away, the Islamophobia, because the war on terror died down. All that shit is it's sad. And when you see somebody like Mamdani, who was a big figure and the celebration of identity politics, and look, even in a lot of ways, Ilhan Omar, and allegedly it was her daughter pushing her to be more vocal about Palestine and opposing the Democratic Party's funding, excusing, arming, protection of, and prolonging of the genocide of Palestinians. Um, Supposedly it was her daughter that really got on her, and that there was like some issues there. Again, these are all rumors. It's sad that even has to be a thing in order to um, get a politician, especially with her background, if we're talking about identity politics, to speak up against genocide. But she did, again, not to the extent that even Rashida Tlaib, who I have my criticisms against because of the uncommitted movement, because of her unwillingness to name individuals. She like essentially threw a subliminal at Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez about defensive versus aggressive weapons, like shit like that. Name names. Put that shit out there when you're talking about a genocide and combating its funding protection by the Democratic Party. It's that simple. But whatever criticisms we have of her politics, she's being attacked not because of her politics. She's not being attacked because she's a communist. She's not being attacked because she's a socialist. She's not being attacked because she's a Muslimist or whatever the fuck they're, fundamentalist, whatever the fuck they say. That's not why she's being attacked. She's being attacked because she's a black Muslim woman. And in that order, right? Don't let this white feminism shit confuse you. It's in that order. Maybe you could switch. All right, let's watch this. Because when I saw this yesterday, I was kind of not just disturbed, but like blown away, but how pathetic the security was. Basically, no security with the type of atmospheres that we're looking at, with the type of political targeting that Ilhan Omar has been facing now for years. Again, not because she's some extremist, not because she's a radical, simply because of her identity. That's it. That's it. Yeah, Islamophobia is always gonna be part of this because we're a fucking Christian nation. Don't let the Sam Cedars, don't let the rad libs, don't let the liberals of the world fucking convince you that the US is not a Christian nation. Fuck yes, it is. Yes, it is. Guess all right. So we don't like fucking bow to the cross covered in red, white, and blue. It's still there. It's still part of the culture. It's still part of the framework, right? Who founded the settlements here? Who founded the invading, fucking squatting settlements here? There wasn't Muslims. It wasn't Jewish people. Hell, it wasn't even Catholics over here. It was fucking Protestants, extremists, true fucking extremists, true fundamentalists. It was Christian Protestants. You're not gonna fucking strip that shit just because the so-called framers of the Constitution, just because they were, they're just like Zionists, bro. They were just like the Zionist founders. They were like, yeah, we're gonna use this for convenience. The Zionist ones were more opportunists with Judaism, but it was still kind of like, yeah, we know the masses need this fucking Puritan shit, yes. But financially speaking, we can't let the churches overpower us. So we're going to put limits on them to make sure that we don't end up with a pope. That was their concern. Especially when you consider how much land the Catholic Church owned. They're like, nah, we can't have that. We can't have the Christian Puritan version of that here. That's why they stomped that shit out from the beginning. Not because they wanted to prevent this becoming a Christian nation. It was. They didn't have to worry about that shit. They knew what it was going to be.
ICE could not be reformed. It could not be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he's sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. No, we will continue.
No.
I actually did not care for this angle.
We will continue this. I'm not going to get away with it.
I don't understand how, and immediately the reactionaries were like, this is staged, this is that. How, bro? Look at her. You think she's gonna win a fucking Oscar out here? You think she's got that skill? You don't fake shit like this. Hear her voice.
We will continue this. I'm not going to get away with it.
She's trying to be nice. She understands the security guards doing her, their job and whatnot.
No, we will continue. No. We will continue this.
But you see her, she's like, you know what it is? And the reason why, it kind of moved me a little bit, again, not because I'm over here glorifying politicians.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Let me find another angle for this. This one's a better angle.
Abolishment.
Thank you so much for the super chat. And Walker, the most unprotected person in America is the black woman, Malcolm X. You all know that I'm more than sympathetic to Dr. Tommy Curry's work, and I always do my best to highlight the targeting of black boys and men. That it is, uniquely done, but it's hard to argue with that. I've always found that statement powerful. That quote by Malcolm X, and even being somebody who values Dr. Tommy Curry's work and in general black male studies, honestly, whatever red pill connotation or corruption or just co-optation that space has seen, the actual work itself is so valuable. And even though I've always gone through, in public school, always went to predominantly brown institutions, I was so aware of the targeting of black students and the neglect that specifically black boys were facing in the classroom, right? But I think generally speaking, in terms of man, it's a difficult conversation, and it's one that I'm not necessarily trying to overstep. I've done it before. And I appreciate y'all putting up with me. But I think superficially looking at it, that quote is 100% accurate and perfectly placed. And then when you start pulling back the layers and you start seeing how, the way I would put it is that the state knows how to target Black women and Black men most effectively, right? And they do so differently. So that's what I will say. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. Oh man, y'all are making me laugh. Let's watch it again.
Of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God.
So, look, I understand that there's individuals desperate to believe in conspiracy theories in order to feel comfortable and at peace, and they think they have it all figured out because there always has to be a shadowy figure in the background controlling everything. I get it. Like, I love cartoons also. I love anime. Like, come on. Like, that's just dope. Like, I want there to be a villain of the week. Preferably, I like a overarching villain. I want the build up, right? I think that's why the MCU did it the best in this first run. It built up to the big bad, Thanos, right? And I think that's why the second after the Infinity Saga or whatever collapsed, like everything after that went to shit because they didn't know how to build up that villain again, right? So, what is this, Richard? Yeah, don't make this about race. Okay. I love this, the breakdown by Richard. Let's watch it with Richard's breakdown. Hold on. Let me right here. Richard says, she looked at him. Hold on. She looked at him. Kind of nodded her head. And then he gets up. All right, let's see the head nod. Richard. Just for you. I like to get into the mind of these individuals. I like to, sometimes you have to whisper under your breath, like, can you believe they did it? And then they're like, what? I'm like, huh? And I like stirring the pot.
Or face impeachment.
Where's the nod, Richard?
Resign or face impeachment. Must resign or face impeachment.
And for those of you being like, oh, well, she went after him. Fight or flight. And there's freeze in there as well. But we all know and we all understand fight or flight. You are revealing yourself for being some weak ass foos, to say the least, to put it mildly. You're admitting that you would run. Ilhan Omar, again, regardless of the politics, and we have plenty of disagreements, grew up in an environment that most of you would not be able to survive. Let's make that shit very clear. If we're talking about lived experience, if we want to glorify that shit, cool. That's another conversation. I'm talking about actually having to go through an upbringing in an environment that most of you would not have survived. Most of us in general would not have survived, much less have the fortitude, again, regardless of her criticism of her politics, to be in the position that she's in today. Let's just be honest about that. We can be haters, we can be petty all day, but we have to give respect and do where it is. That's just the reality. Most of us would not have made it there. Most of us would have been content to get out where she came from. It's that simple. So when confronted with an attacker, the fact that she was ready to square up, that she was loaded the fuck up, that she not froze, not flight, she didn't take flight, but went to fight, makes perfect fucking sense based on her background, based on her lived experience, based on where she came from, based on what she's been through. It makes perfect goddamn sense that she was ready to square up. What else would you fucking expect from somebody that has gone through more than you ever have? If that makes you uncomfortable, hey, feel fortunate. I don't understand these fucking hipsters that want to pretend that they struggled. I don't understand these white multimillionaires that want to pretend they know what the struggle is like. It's weird because if you know the struggle, the last thing you want to do is claim it. You're just fucking grateful that you got out of it. It's that simple. It makes perfect sense that Ilhan Omar squared the fuck up and was ready to combat a white supremacist. Because I promise you, it's not the first time, even before her political career, that she's had to confront somebody who attacked her in one sense or another, who was violent towards her in one sense or another. And that's not even talking about whatever internal struggles within, her community that she faced as a black woman, as a black Muslim woman. You think we all fucking play nice with each other in our communities? Fuck no. You think she ever had to step up to a misogynist within her own community? Of course. So this idea that, it's suspicious because she was willing to face danger. Yeah, no fucking shit. You're not talking about some fucking draft dodger like Trump. You're not talking about somebody. Draft dodging is actually a badass fucking thing to do if you're working class or just in general. But we all know that Trump did it in the worst fucking gross way imaginable, right? Draft dodgers deserve some respect. Let's be honest. I think that's fucking badass. One of my favorite videos I've seen recently is these individuals from Ukraine that escaped Ukraine, and they were celebrating. They're like, "Fuck that! We're not gonna get forced conscription. We're out of here. We're not gonna give our lives for some fucking white supremacist, Western backed death machine." And I thought that shit was beautiful. It made me very emotional. I was like, damn, I cannot imagine the relief of saying, yeah, I'm not going to engage in your fucking war. And I'm going to prioritize my life, my well-being, and fuck the stigma. So my apologies for phrasing it that way. But Trump is another conversation, right? But you're not talking about somebody who's pampered, who grew up fucking wealthy, who grew up comfortable, right? This is somebody that's gone through the shit. So I was not surprised at the least when she squared the fuck up. She had that shit loaded, bro. I was gonna say she went a little Justin Gaethje with it and kind of lacked on the defense, right? She didn't have the. This is what he comes for, not the politics, the fucking breakdown of her stance. But in all honesty, fuck the fucking security. Now more than ever. Security should be on point for her well-being. And they failed. And, I think she's very fortunate. Who knows what the substance is? My speculation was, and I'm gonna be honest with you, my initial speculation was that it was gonna be something related to pork. Because you have to understand these white supremacists, they're Christian white supremacists, right? And so for them, it's like, oh, Muslims don't like pork. Oh, these fucking bastards like Grant Plattner, who went back and back again to be a machine gunner in this invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. And don't forget his time in, I believe it was like, he said he was in the Horn of Africa or somewhere in Africa as well. So he could have been targeting Muslims in 3 different fucking regions. But these bastards would dip their bullets in pork blood. So that was my initial assumption, that it was pork related. It didn't look red, so I didn't think it was gonna be blood itself, but that it was pork related. Because that's what they fucking do. They find that shit amusing. They think, oh, you're tainted. Like, there's just delusional fucking shit, demonstrating that they are more extremists and fundamentalists than the people that they perceived, right? So that was my assumption, that this was some like Grand Platinum thing where it's like these fools would dip, fucking weird ass, like, I try to be respectful. I'm a bad atheist, but I try to be respectful of everyone's faith and belief. But it's magic based shit. Oh, the blood of whatever. It was like, yo, bro, you have Jewish people sacrificing lambs. You have fucking Christians dipping their bullets in the blood of pork. Like, bro, what are we doing here? At least fucking like witches and shamans are fucking upfront about their shit. These people want you to take them fucking serious. So that was my first assumption, that it had something to be, related to pork. Yeah. Yeah, it was very ableist, what Trump was saying after bragging about getting. There's actually this book, bro, that I just found out about. Man, Vietnam, man, I definitely don't, but we in general don't study Vietnam enough. But apparently that the US government was using, and we all know that IQ thing is racist fucking bullshit, but pseudoscience. But they were targeting individuals with low IQs, or in this case, how would you word it? Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Because the IQ shit is bullshit. So I haven't read the book, so I don't know across the board how they went about it. But these were individuals that were applying to join the army. Anywho, they were recruiting individuals that weren't mentally equipped to go to war, and essentially like throwing them out to the fodder. Yeah, but disabled, so like mentally disabled specifically. From what I understand, the context of this book, which I'm excited to check out, and they were using them to just test shit out. That is the American government through and through. Through and through. And the more you learn about Vietnam, the more just, I think, perfectly encapsulates America. The more you learn about it. But I got to read the book to find out exactly what their criteria were. Was it McNamara's Morons? I don't know if that was the book, but that's a fucking wild ass title, I'm not gonna lie. And I hate the fact that I love the name McNamara. I don't know, something about it. It works for me. And I spelled it wrong. So let's see if it's this one. Oh, this one, McNamara's Folly. It's the use of low IQ troops in the Vietnam War, plus the indication of unfit men. Induction, criminals and misfits. I knew about the criminal aspect, and I knew like the misfits shit because of motorcycle gangs really blew up after the Vietnam. No. That is way wrong. I think the motorcycle club started after World War II. There was a big pickup in gang activity following Vietnam. I'm talking specifically about white people. And but you really saw the implosion or explosion of white militias because they didn't give a fuck about your criminal record and all that stuff. But yeah, just one more fucking book to add to the pile. But if you look at her, she charges at the danger. Might slow it down. And look, there's a lot of criticism about the people around not stepping up. I'm specifically focused on the security. Look how slow he is to move. Look all that fucking time and space. Look at all that time and fucking space. Stands up. As soon as he stands up, somebody should be running towards him already. As soon as he stands up, somebody should be running towards him already. If not, full on fucking tackling him down already. This is unacceptable. This is ridiculous. And whoever her team is, they might be compromised. They need to be fired. Look, still nothing. Still nothing. Oh, it slowed down. Bro, he should already at least be in fucking frame here. And look at the little fucking jaw. It's so fucking... God damn. Horrible. Again, I don't like to... I'm trying my best not to like overstep and get too comfortable. So I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. Not going to say what I'm going to say. Mainly because I'd be watching too much fucking Diallo. I'd be watching too much fucking Diallo and yeah, so just gonna keep my mouth shut about that opinion there. All right, because my first thought was like, bro, like, have the fucking nation around. I don't, you know what else, you know? That's where my head went. And then I heard about like 20 different rants that Diallo has gone on. And I'm like, all right, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe don't have the nation around you. I don't know if people assume that like I didn't like Diallo just because I had criticisms about him and how he works with others. But I'm like, bro, like, no. Fucking but his, and the reason why I really enjoy his show, and I kind of miss when he had the actual studio set up, because sometimes the technological issues would fucking like, I don't know, like it would just make, I'm like, all right, cool, like I don't know what I'm doing either. Mind you, he's like at least 2 decades older than me, so I don't know why I'm comparing.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem? Thank
you so much for the super chat of technology. But it would just make me feel better. I'm like, all right, cool. Somebody's equally lost as I am. And it was awesome to know that it was like actually like on the radio. I thought that was dope. But I'm a big fan. I just don't really get active in his chat because that's like because motherfucker can rant. Can go. So that's something that I literally just put down. Like I put down my phone and I'm like working on something, or I'm driving. I'm not really engaged with the chat, but I think one of the best on the mics for sure. But he has definitely completely fed my anti-religious ways. Harutsu, trash security, white guy too. That's why it looks staged. I'm surprised Omar doesn't have a better team. Diallo's legit. Yeah, Diallo's legit and fucking hilarious. Oh, I'm being generous. No. Hold on. I'm being generous, Maggie. I'm being generous to 2 decades. I'm being generous. He looks great for his age. He looks great. Don't get me wrong. I think he's vegan though, right? Like that's 10 points or 10 years already to, reduce. Oh no, man, when I tell you, I don't really normally do this. I would rewatch I would rewatch Earn Your Liberation. Like, bro, like for breakfast, fucking listening to that shit because they're over on the East Coast. And then like later in the week, I'd be like, fuck, I can't wait for another one.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Major Laser, thanks for the super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, man. To this day, Earn Your Liberation is, and I'm biased, whatever. To this day, I still don't think it's been beat in terms of like education and entertainment value. When Dr. Ball and Diallo would talk past each other, it was like, I was gonna say too much, but fuck it, I'll say it's like home. It felt like home. It felt like home, you know. When you're like, and especially because you're just listening in, so you're like, I know why you're talking past each other. But whereas before, it's like I would not be able to speak up. I literally could not speak up, so I'd just be like, fuck it, enjoy the chaos. And I mean it when I say I wish, you know, that they had signed some like nasty ass fucking 360 contract to where they had to continue the show. It would have been bad, right? I exploited it for sure. But for our entertainment, you know? But yeah. Yeah, it has not, it's, to me, it's number one. Earn Your Liberation is the best thing we've had on YouTube. I don't care. I'll argue with anyone. It unmatched, unbeaten. It had all the like the chaos that a lot of these like debate bro like panels used to have, except with people that actually know what they're talking about, which is like would make it completely different from all these other white debate shows. But I think the best part were definitely the personalities. But yeah, Earn Your Liberation. You know, there's this thing called Pride FC, and it was a Japanese MMA promotion, which was amazing, essentially run by the Yakuza, whatever, it's all good. And but eventually it folded and the UFC bought it and whatnot. Just ruined everything that made Pride awesome. The showmanship, anyways, the Japanese crowd, them little fascists fucking make perfect spectators for MMA because you can hear every hit, you can hear the corners. It's amazing. Anywho, so when Pride essentially folded, when Bankrupt got bought by the UFC, absorbed into the UFC, all of like hardcore Pride fans would always say Pride never die. And that's how I feel about Earn Your Liberation. It's like, you know, keeping that shit alive, keeping it alive. So it's like, Earn Your Liberation, never die over here. All right. Yes, you're Prodigy lawyer. Yep, these white debate bros avoid the hell out of leftists. Yes, yeah, and when they do debate leftists, they pick and choose the whitest, most unbearable ones. Yeah, wait, the Yakuza own Pride. I'm gonna be polite, but did the Yakuza own a Japanese fight organization where dudes were roided the fuck out? Oh, and mind you, the Yakuza had a whole ass section for themselves. So Pride had to make sure that when they sat the Yakuza, they would sit them in specific respectful orders, but also to not cause any internal conflict to where like people that shouldn't be, that were beefing. Did the Yakuza own Pride? I mean, not legally. Not legally. I'm sorry, that's cute as fuck. That is the cutest thing ever. Oh man. Yeah, you know, I should have done this story later because I'm too fucking excited to be streaming and happy to be here with y'all to take this as serious as it should be. Trump and JD Vance have been targeting the Somalian community in Minnesota for quite some time now, specifically with Minneapolis. And there's this fucking idiot that was saying that it's because of fucking, let me see if I can pull it up. After this, watching this Hutch be deranged about leftists, I'm like, you know what? I don't hate enough. I really don't hate enough, and I should stop being so trying to be the bigger person. Fuck that shit, bro. You think white people ever think about being the bigger person? Fuck no, they don't. All right, where we at? I want to say that. That would do it. No, it's going to be, who was the individual that lost in Minnesota? I believe he lost in Minnesota. Democrat challenger. Chat, what's his name? Younger guy. He was alongside Mamdani. Y'all remember his name? Jesus. What's his name? All the results I'm getting are from Omar Feta, right? Yeah. Omar Feta, that's who I was looking for. I said this before, the only reason that I want a larger audience in reality is because I want to be able to forget things and be like reliant on y'all giving me the answer. Is that bad? Is that lazy? Absolutely. But I appreciate y'all. Yeah. Reed, yeah, thank you so much. Ahmed, thank you so much. Let's see if I can find it here. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I can find it. That's unfortunate. Let's see. That's weird. That is, why was I not? Huh. Let's see. No, not this one. Let's see over here. Yeah, all right. Let's see if I could just find this here. I forgot that I didn't up. Jesus. Let me see if I can find it through the transcript. Is it gonna be meme? Maybe. Oh yeah, here we go. This fucking idiot, bro. Sorry, let me pull it up.
Out, Somalis that are engaging in crimes. Even if that was the case, it wouldn't be ISIS jurisdiction anyway.
No, and he made it clear that it's beyond that. He literally said, like, you got to remove all the Somalis. Denaturalization. Yeah, denaturalize, deport, all that. So he made it very clear it's way beyond crime or criminals or any of that. It's straight up racism and white supremacy.
Yeah.
It's straight up racism and white supremacy. Yes, 100%.
It's just, okay, you want to know my hot take? I low-key think it's because of the 3,000-year memes. I think because Somalis, they play too much. They do. They play too much.
They know how to troll.
Yeah. They troll too much, and I think like they really pissed off like a bunch of pro-Israel people where they were like, they're making fun of us. And it's crazy because like no one in the media covered it either because like they can't, because then that would come with the recognition that like, a lot of Zionists say stuff like that, so they couldn't even cover it. And then instead they were like, we'll show them, go punish them, you know?
Dude's a complete fucking moron. Dude's such a fucking idiot. Like they're just like, oh yeah, like they're laughing because it's like it's funny if he's joking, but he's not. And then that's when they kind of realize like, oh shit, look, they go from like, oh yeah, this is funny, right?
And then like a lot of Zionists say stuff like that, so they couldn't even cover it. And then instead they were like, we'll show them, go punish them, you know? I think part of it. I mean, no, I'm not victim blaming. I'm just saying.
No.
But in my mind, I do think like you know, Miriam Adelson made the boss call and was like, go get the money behind this. Go get these.
Bro, he's fucking serious. He literally just told him. Omar Feta just literally told him, yeah, it's because of racism and white supremacy. Oh, dude. I think the memes, I think the trolling online was the reason that Miriam Adelson saw that and was like, dude, bro, like, go Trump, go get them. Mediocre white man, bro. Sub-mediocre white man. And I feel for Omar here. Having to put up with that, having to take that shit serious. Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Man believes in Zog now. It's so fucking stupid, right? It's like, bro, like, and it sucks to even look. I'm a hater enough to combat it and push back on it, right? But the whole Zog thing, it really does annoy me because it's so lazy. It's so lazy and it feeds to white supremacy. But more importantly, it protects the United States. It protects the United States. It protects the myth of the settler colonial project here. And that's why last week I pulled up the video of Hassan saying, these are real Americans out in Minneapolis. These are real Americans. They're real American things. They're not fake Americans. They're not like the other Americans. Always pushing and promoting this idea of the American myth. And Zog is part of that. Oh yeah, Marianne fucking, I was gonna say Wilson, is the reason she saw those fucking TikTok videos and was like, get them. And of course the defense like, bro, he's just playing, he's just kidding. He said it was a hot take. Waste of fucking air, bro. Waste of fucking oxygen. God damn it, bro. What were we looking at before this? That's just fucking hilarious. What a waste of fucking time. And also, for sure, would never have the fucking analysis or critical thinking skills to be like, hey, the Somali community was like playing up on the American myth a little too hard because they were poking fun at and joking about the Zionist excuses while normalizing the colonization of the so-called Americas. And indigenous people call that shit out. It's that settler realism seeps into everybody. You think this motherfucker ever considered it for a second? Of course not. Of course not. All the big brains, yeah, fucking A. Pathetic ass shit. All right. There is a few articles I do want to read before we get into the Vanguard and Pisco conversation, which is going to take us at least an hour. So don't worry, y'all. We're going to be here for a minute today. Look, it might sound like I'm defending FD all the time. Because he did me a solid, right? I'm not that type of fool. I'm not that type of homie. I'm not type of... we don't even have to be friends. If we associate with each other, I'm not that individual to try and like play nice like that. I'm honest and I'm direct. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for FD. If they're friends, they're friends. But like, I have coworkers who, like, I literally have to pose this question to them. I have coworkers that I fucking joke around with, you know, have a good laugh with, who have reactionary fucking tendencies. And so I started playing this game. I'm love passing time at work, just trying to entertain each other and keep it light and make the workday pass a little easier. And then we get a few laughs in, fuck it, right? But I was like, hey, like, you know, you're a little fucking fascist fuck, aren't you? How much to join ICE? Right now they're doing what, like 3 years, 50K bonus? I wouldn't do that, this and that. I'm like, oh, no. You're a little, okay, how much? What numbers are we talking about? And I start posing the question. We start changing the numbers, the time frame, all this and that. And to their credit was like, yeah, no, I just couldn't. Like, I wouldn't be able to be out there like that. And I was like, okay, you're a fucking poser. No. If you're gonna act, and you're gonna be like, oh no, yeah, you know, Trump, you know, say what you say, but this and that. If you're gonna act like that, if you're gonna be saying dumb shit like that, right? And you're not down to fucking mask up and suit up for him, then just be honest. You're over here LARPing. Commit. I want commitment, motherfucker. You're either gonna be a fucking ride or die fucking Trump supporter, or be honest. You just want to be a fucking edgelord. You just want to be an edgelord. You just want to say shit that might ruffle some feathers. You don't give a fuck. You don't follow politics. You just watch fucking reels. Just be honest about that. So, but Hassan is unquestionably worse in the fact that he is a legitimate counterinsurgent propagandist. He is here to mislead young people who are impressionable, who care, who truly care and try to get organized. I mean, we saw him make that fucking hug sign and take photos at the DSA convention with Emma Vigeland. And Black Red Guard was there, and we fucking roasted him for it. Not for being with the DSA. Fuck yeah, if that's the only organization you could join them. Do some work, get some skills, learn how to organize, learn how to show up. But to be like giddy, nah, we can't have that. And all those people that lined up to take a photo with Hassan, you're unserious, purge them. But don't worry, Emma Vigeland from the DSA doesn't go to meetings, but pays her dues. She's doing her part. She'll tell you to vote for an ICE agent in like 10 years. Don't worry about it. All right. So from Mexico Solidarity Media, betrayal, Cuba oil shipment apparently canceled. Shy bomb, evasive, says sovereign decision. And I want to highlight this whole idea, and we'll pull it up shortly, about the sovereign decision. It is, I don't even know if it makes it worse or better. I really don't. To say, no, we're not doing what the US and Donald Trump wants us to do. It's our choice. I want to do that. And you know what it reminds me of? And this is, I'm not trying to be sexist about it, but hey, you know, soy machista, hold me accountable. Yeah, it's this one. This is what it reminds me of.
Nice guy. In honor of our friend Ken.
Hey, you guys believe in angels or?
First of all, one of the most underrated comedians. Let me find it here.
Because next time I come for you, I'm going to want some cocktail. Fruit.
Take it. I'm somebody's bitch.
Now look, hilarious fucking scene when we're talking about the sexual assault in prisons with men. It's not funny yet. Yeah, look, I get it. I'm being honest about what it reminded me of immediately, because if you all expect a fucking revolutionary thinker over here, I'm sorry, I got my faults. I'm just a blue collar worker. You know, I could hide behind that, you know? Me and Grant Plattner out there working hard. I'm a dumbass. I can admit that shit. But this is what it reminded me of. Like this position of like, what do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing by saying this is a sovereign decision? No, we know it's not, motherfucker. We know it's not. We know it isn't. Like, what do you like? Why are you trying to flex? Like doing that shit. Harlan is fucking hilarious and it's so quick. He's so quick. You know, I'm not a big fan of Kill Tony, but if you do, are you curious about Harlan's, you know, comedic timing? Just one of a straight, like, true comedic killer that I think, let's see here. I want to see the highlights though, bro. I want the highlights. There you go.
Only person that can stop you is a black church lady. That's it. A lady with a fan.
Dude, if your knees buckle any further, it's going to be the McDonald's arches.
Maybe I should leave this old alone. What the
better go.
Yeah, you should.
I fucking messed with my arch nemesis, bro. 65 years of calling black people the N-word. This is good.
Harlan might be blacker than you. That's why he showed up 20 minutes late.
That's mainly what you're gonna get with Tony and those individuals, like lazy fucking jokes. But Harlan is the McDonald's arches, bro. How do you think of that quick, bro? Is it this one? Oh, this one's great.
Harlan Williams got to get home because he left a crock pot on. That is. Old fuck.
Whoa, hey, take it easy, bro. You're the only guy I know has muffin tops on his fucking ankles. Yeah, when he came in here, those were fucking elevator shoes.
Harlan, you look like Joe Biden's spokesperson. I fucked that joke.
Yeah, you fucked it up bad.
Damn. Harlan's a beast, goddamn.
I thought this guy had a tattoo of the Monster Energy drink logo on his stomach. It turned out to be his fucking stretch mark. I mean, honestly, dude, shouldn't you be in fucking Colombia or fucking down in fucking Denver stomping dinosaur footprints into a river?
Harlan, you got a tattoo of your medicine schedule. Get your motherfucker.
This is the only guy I know. Everyone else in the country has Lyme disease. This guy's got key lime pie disease.
Key lime pie disease. Oh, it's too good. He's too good. And he was also trolling. This is why it's so funny. He doesn't fit this fucking format. Yeah, Tony's fucking horrible. Horrible. Who is that? I always forget this fucking white supremacist names. The one that Hassan Piker dodged the fade with. What's his name? Damn, I don't remember his name. Let's see. Sam Hyde. I always forget his name.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hassan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Legit white supremacist through and through. He's the reason why iDubbbz got scared of being a reactionary fucking white supremacist. So he's just horrible through, like, in all ways. He gave us iDubbbz over here. So, and of course, Hassan Piker helped to rehabilitate the Quran destroyer iDubbbz, the N-word saying iDubbbz image. But look, Hassan Piker dodged squaring up with this fool. You know who didn't dodge the fucking fade? You know who was fucking ready to go at it with a fucking white supremacist larger than her?
ICE cannot be worse. You know,
Look at that. Look at the fucking difference. Ready to fucking go. On that time. Ready to fucking go. ready to fucking go. Had that shit fucking loaded. But what'd I say? What'd I say? You think a fucking Nepo rich kid that's been handed everything is gonna be ready to fucking square up? Nah, bro. She's been through it, and all credit to her. I hope she's doing well. Again, I don't know any updates about what that substance was. I'm glad that she's safe, and fuck her security team. Fuck her security team. And I know, you know, somebody, I don't know if they were joking or not, saying that, you know, they needed like, she needed like an African security team, or generally speaking, maybe just a black security team. I will say that there's something to that, in the sense of the same way that doctors don't pay attention to black people's needs, the same way that they've even done studies that if you're black and you're a pedestrian, people are less likely to stop at an intersection, at a crosswalk for you. So the minimizing of the needs and safety and well-being of black individuals by non-black individuals in our minds is diminished, right? And that's rooted in white supremacy, and that's rooted in the history of dehumanization, of, you know, bullshit fucking eugenics claiming that, hey, black people feel less pain, or they have a higher pain tolerance, shit like that. That has entrenched itself in this white supremacist society. Yo, what's going on in the chat? Do I get to step in there? What's going on? What's going on here? All right. Look. Squash it. Squash the FD stuff. All right. No more comments about FD. Yes, too. All right. Yeah, it's, bro. It's like there's, look, I'll say this, but no more comments about chat about FD. This is what I'm gonna say. I was running my fucking mouth. I was talking my shit, and he was willing to hop on and listen and hear me out. He was willing to put me on game and break shit down. There is nobody else that has that platform, who is that connected to Wonder Bread Tube, who's doing that shit, because it's not good for you. Putting other people on, because these people see it as competition. They're all capitalists. And I'm still not pulling any punches. But I really don't follow his stuff to begin with. And I say that genuinely. And I told him, yo, bro, like, it ain't for me. But I was seeing you, you know, I knew about PF Jung through the Creep Destiny. So I started sounding the alarm. All right. So enough of that. Jesus, I just started. See, now you have the Deculturation live chat wondering if y'all being weird over there in the main chat. Yeah, exactly. All right, Lynn Stack. Wait. Maggie, Ace, that's it. No more mention of FD. Don't even hit send. Whoever's next, don't hit send. Harotu, you're being smart by not using his name, but chill. All right, we're done with the FD stuff, chat. We're done with it. Whether you support him, or like him or not, we're done with it. And do as I say, not as I do. All right, let's get to it. Let's refocus on this here. This is too much fun. Nah, we're all good. We're all good. He's just, you know, he's such a pivotal figure in this space. Yo, Claudia. See, the main chat's over here missing an opportunity to make jokes like this. In the Deculturation live chat, Claudia says, oh, she, meaning Ilhan Omar, should get a security team like Gaddafi. That is wild, Claudia. Man. Yeah, that security team was something else, wasn't it? All right. So, Major Lasers, is the president of Mexico the real deal? Is she a socialist? No, she is not a socialist at all. You mainly heard that that claim from a lot of white rat libs that are so desperate for socialism that, or not even desperate for socialism, but desperate for the aesthetics of socialism, that they're glorifying National Socialist at best, to a level that is undeserved. I mean, and I blame Bernie Sanders for that. You see Mamdani following in suit. Now Claudia Sheinbaum. The issue here, and look, you're talking to somebody who, I have my Mexican citizenship. I could be over there if need be, right? I could run. And shit gets a little too wild. But I'm not gonna do that. Right? Because I'd be gentrifying Mexico. It'd be a little trickier conversation because technically I still got family there. But the time being, I view it as gentrification. Right? And so there's no need for me to go over there. Thankfully. If there is, it's not because of what's going on here. It'll be because of something that's going on over there. But anywho, I didn't see that because with the thing with AMLO, a lot of people didn't know about AMLO. AMLO had been a character in Mexico for quite some time. And I do mean a character. Right? AMLO got all this praise and he did a lot of great things, for sure. Morena was very much needed compared to El PRI, PAN, y todo eso. Okay, no argument there. But AMLO knew how to play the game as well. And when Trump was applying pressure, AMLO had to remind him, hey, bro, you're trying to get crazy about the U.S.-Mexico border. Okay, in that case, I'll lighten up with the Mexico Central American border and just allow them a way through. In other words, flood the U.S.-Mexico border with non-Mexican individuals. So they've weaponized. The Mexican government has weaponized their southern border as a chess piece against the United States. And they play as the guard dog for Central and South America. And that's why when I have I don't know why I've been wearing these, but that's why when I have homies that are Central American, to be honest, I don't have many that are South American, but for the most part, Central American. When their families have some type of resentment or anger towards Mexicans, Mexican Americans, Chicanos, whatever, I don't argue. Because of the way that the Mexican government treats Central and South Americans, because of the way that Mexican citizens in general treat Central and South Americans who are simply trying to get by and through to reach the United States. And then it's another layer. We're talking about the Caribbean and anti-blackness in Mexico as well. So I don't argue it. And I mean, remember in Tijuana, there was this wannabe Trump mayor, right? Was he a mayor? Who was talking about make Tijuana great again. This was so fucking embarrassing. I spelled it wrong. I spelled it with a G. Huh. This was so fucking pathetic, bro. Shouting Mexico for his 100th in Tijuana march against migrant caravan. Bro. The message from the migrant caravan, for the migrant caravan, was clear from marchers on Sunday in Tijuana, Mexico. We don't want you here. Quote, we want the caravan to go. They're invading us. Fucking A, bro. They should have come into Mexico correctly, legally, but they came in like animals. And this is Patricia Reyes, 62-year-old. Fucking A. A few hundred Tijuanenses, I would say Tijuaneros, but okay, gathered in the city's high-end Rio area to protest the groups migrating from Central American countries. Demonstrators held signs reading "No illegals," "No to the invasion," and "Mexico first." The march is a foreboding sign for the migrants who have formed caravans to cross Mexico in hopes of reaching the United States. Many, but not all, of the migrants have come to Tijuana, which borders San Diego, to request asylum in the U.S. They come primarily from Honduras, though some are from other Central American countries. A number of the asylum seekers say they can't return home after receiving threats from street gangs such as MS-13 and 18th Street Gang, as well as threats from government figures in their countries. And so this is what I mean by like I'm not resentful, I'm not defensive when Central and South Americans have negative things to say about Mexico, Mexicanos, Mexican Americans in general, because even here, since we're a minority, right? But especially in California, specifically Southern California, like we essentially are the majority. And Central Americans have always had to deal with the persecution and the internal conflict within, the brown community of being, the marginalized of the marginalized, a minority within a minority. And it's literally why these gangs were created. It's literally why these gangs were created, because of the harassment being faced by Mexicans and Mexican Americans. And to deny that history and to try to downplay that shit and to get defensive over it instead of listening and trying to combat anti-Central American like xenophobia, you're just aiding and abetting this type of fucking energy and rhetoric. And that's why a lot of these fucking labels of like Latino, Hispanic, whatever, even regardless of the words themselves, it's so many of us, bro. Like, yeah, we're just, to them, to Wedos, we're just a brown fucking horde. I get that, but it's so fucking complicated within our communities, and we have so much shared history and so much history of conflict, and it's just such a fucking waste of time to be the Latino vote. The Latino vote. What the fuck do I have in common with some fucking gusano in Florida? Nothing. Except being patriotic American. All right. So even somebody like AMLO has weaponized the southern Mexican border to their benefit. And whatever accurate criticism we have of the U.S. enforcement of the southern border, who talks about the treatment of the Mexican government to Central South American immigrants and to Caribbean immigrants? No one talks about it. No one talks about that shit. So the same way that I say, hey, Canada has the best PR, hey, we need to be critical of settler colonial projects like Australia, Mexico doesn't get a pass because I'm fucking Mexican. Fuck no. Which, it works against me, because if I really want to play up, again, this is for comedic effect, but if I really want to play up the Chicano shit, the Mexican shit, I would have the Mexican flag behind me. I would fucking play that shit up and, maybe mess with the lighting so I look a little bit lighter, And yeah. But hey, apparently your boy was raised somewhat right. Or I'm just not broke enough yet. Let me get fired. And y'all can see how quick I switch up. I try not to, because I try not to. One, I don't want to mess up somebody's ears, but also I get a little too rowdy. Let's see here. Yeah, Daria. That doesn't surprise me. Such labels are only good for quick, shallow reference to racialization, but ignoring nationalist tensions would be just as stupid with American and Canadian whites. Yep. Not the con man. Claudia, I always said let things go wrong in my life, and you're gonna see me Bible thumping. You're gonna see me, Jesus Christ. You know, you're gonna see all that shit, bro. Daka Dune just hanging out with the bot, the AI bot. Daka Dune's like what's his name? Tom Hanks, just on the island in Castaway. Yeah. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious, Daka Dune. I appreciate you, truly do. I really don't know what to do to get like numbers up on Twitch, and mainly because I don't use Twitch. So yeah, I don't know. I need to still connect with Endless Cemetery. I see them fucking playing Tekken all the time, and but I think I'm not sure if they're bigger on YouTube or Twitch, but I would think that their content is more fruitful on Twitch. All right, let's get to it. Betrayal, Cuba oil shipment apparently canceled. Scheinbaum evasive says sovereign decision. After a series of reporting in U.S. corporate outlets suggesting that the Mexican government was considering cutting off oil to Cuba, and a pressure campaign from the ultra-right in the U.S., Mexico's Pemex has reportedly canceled a shipment of oil destined for Cuba at the end of January. And I want y'all to please keep in mind, and without question, this is why the skulls are here, that oil will represent the loss of lives. That oil that is being denied to Cuba by the Mexican government, by Claudia Sheinbaum, will result in people dying in Cuba. Do not think of it any other fucking way. That's how dire the situation is in Cuba because of the embargo, because of the fucking blockade. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, who had spent the past month touting Mexico's longstanding aid for Cuba through multiple governments and over decades of suggesting the oil shipments would continue as a matter of humanitarian solidarity, this morning in her press conference evaded the question, suggesting the responsibility for the canceled shipment lay in the hands of the state oil company Pemex. And I've seen this firsthand. The pride that a lot of Mexican immigrants, broadly speaking, feel about Pemex. Like, you see trocas out here with Pemex. You see, first generation people, individuals con sus trocas with the Pemex. I don't think most of those individuals would care, but it is interesting to see something that is viewed as a national pride, right, of sovereignty, as Sheinbaum is literally, doubling down on, to be weaponized for, U.S. Essentially an attempt to starve out the Cuban people in order to have regime change. That I've seen Pemex my entire life, not only like literally going to gas stations in Mexico, but like I'm saying, just around the area. It is prominent to see those Pemex stickers. It is a sovereign decision, and Pemex makes its decisions. Selling or giving for humanitarian reasons has to do with a sovereign decision of many years. It is not recent. So, is the media lying about the oil shipments being suspended? The president was asked. It is a sovereign decision, and it is made when necessary, the president said without elaborating. According to Bloomberg, reporting yesterday, Pemex has decided to cancel a shipment of crude oil to Cuba that was scheduled for this month. Later, another reporter brought up the topic more directly. Quote, you said that Pemex makes decisions autonomously and sovereignly. Can you then confirm that there was no political consideration in this suspension of oil by Pemex to Cuba? The president said, Pemex makes decisions based on its contractual agreements with Cuba. The reporter persisted. All right, so they have some fucking reporters in Mexico. That's awesome. In comparison to the US, I mean. Why is this being done now and not before? President Sheinbaum replied, well, just like for a while, it wasn't sent and then it was. What the fuck, bro? What flip-floppy, spineless fucking response is that? Well, it was, but it wasn't, but it might be again. The best reading of this, the best interpretation, good faith of this is, hey, we can't send this right now to appease Donald Trump. Let's let things cool off, and then we'll be back to sending them oil. That's the absolute best, most generous, good faith interpretation of this. I feel like gross even trying to portray it this way, because again, this canceled shipment of oil is literally people's lives. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being over the top. It is literally going to cost people's lives. That is the whole fucking purpose. The point of the blockade instituted by the United States is to cause as much damage to human life in Cuba as possible in order to create such a dire situation that the people feel that there's no other option but to overthrow the government. When President Sheinbaum was asked if Pemex would consider resuming shipments of crude oil to the island, Sheinbaum said that the public would be informed if that happened. Damn. I mean, I wonder if this cartoon's been done before, because this shit's fucking flawless. Just wow. Man. Yeah, sobrenaría. Which is a good podcast. I wonder what they had to say about that. Is that what's it called? Soberanía Mexico? Yeah. These fools. I was gonna say, if you haven't subscribed to them, I recommend subscribing to them. If you just want to tap in, it's in English too, into what's going on in Mexico. Just be aware. Be aware that
hello and welcome.
This food works for Jacobin. This guy works for Jacobin. Just be aware of that. So keep that in mind, because Jesus fucking Christ. I almost forgot about this. Arming ourselves isn't the answer to rising authoritarianism. If you don't consider Jacobin at this point straight up just feds, and you know I don't like Fed jacketing, you know I've criticized that shit, accusations that people are cops, I don't like that stuff. Time and time again, Jacobin has demonstrated, contributor after contributor, Ben Burgess, we have a list. At what point they're like, okay, this is just they're just feds? At what point do you just say they're fucking feds? Can Cuba not get oil from Russia or China? I'm not sure what their oil situation is, but the issue is that it's a blockade. If the U.S. doesn't want them to get oil, then they're not going to get it. It's that simple. This method of governance controls and population removal has been happening in the Caribbean since 1840s. Yeah, I mean, and I try never to be disrespectful, but the idea that Latin America and the Caribbean has sovereignty, I would argue is a bit of an exaggeration. It kind of reminds me of the whole situation in Greenland, where they're still part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Latin America and the Caribbean is essentially part of, because of the Monroe Doctrine, and just because of the power imbalance. It's just part of the U.S. broader, satellites, part of their empire. It's just whether or not the U.S. sees it convenient enough to use military force to get what they want instead of, politicking. It's fucked up. All right. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Let me see if I can pull something up real quick for y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate all the super chats, truly and sincerely. I mentioned before, but got into a little car accident, and I do not know how I would have made it through without, the support that y'all give. Really appreciate it. The Patreon is up and running. Y'all know, if you've been around for a minute, that I was like very hesitant to pull the trigger on that. But the support has been just astonishing. So thank you for that. If you want access to the Discord, just $2 gets you into the door. With the Patreon, any and all support is greatly appreciated. But if you can't, and it's totally understandable if you can't, get busy in the chat. We get a little rowdy, we get a little unfocused sometimes, but it's always a good time. Nonetheless, it's always a good time. Let me see here. I want to read this when I come back, but I also want to give y'all a little entertainment. Fuck it, let's play this for a second. Let's play this for a second. Where are we? Hours a day. I'll be right back. You think he's sitting down and cracking up a book or posting up on his computer and be like, oh yeah, let me read about the history of the Japanese Palestinian solidarity movements? Absolutely not.
Was really
all right. We can't go through all this. It's gonna annoy me. Where does he go past he starts crying and complaining that, I think maybe here.
Shouldn't break from it. Like, it wasn't okay. You just described
of Israel as anti-Semitic, and we have to be very aware of that too.
We have very limited time.
It's like you just described the Democratic Party. Like, she just described the Democratic Party, and then she's still like, yeah, we shouldn't break from it. Like, it was an okay answer. I don't have many issues with the words that she said. Okay, Days Nova is saying something I'm seeing a lot of people say. I do think a new party is necessary, but I understand why they're hesitant. They have to utterly destroy the Democratic Party, otherwise they could split the non-Republican vote and Republicans will dominate everywhere. I understand that fear. Come here close. Republicans are dominating everywhere right now. They're dominating everywhere right now. The Democrats have not demonstrated that they're willing to change. They haven't demonstrated that there's any new strategy. In fact, they've demonstrated that they're going to collaborate with the fascists. Your worst case scenario of this hypothetical is the reality that we are living in. Okay, genuine question. Do you think starting a new party would take a fuck ton of time that we can't afford right now? What do you mean we can't? What does that mean? We can't afford not to take the time. We can't afford not to do this. We need everybody, all hands on deck. Like, we do not need, what we can't afford? You know what we can't afford is a fucking two politicians who are supposed to be the leadership of the left going on stage and saying the exact same fucking speeches that we've heard for the last 9 years, coming from the same people and funneling the righteous rage that people are feeling right now into the Democratic Party. That's what we can't fucking afford. Yeah, that's what we can't afford, if we're being honest. Of course it's going to take a long time and it's going to be hard. But we should have started it we should have started it 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You know? There's no time like now. Like it's better now than never, dude. You know, like if I don't know, dude, this shit's driving me insane. It's driving me insane. Everybody is acting like we're not fucking in the moment, and the moment is past, bro. The moment's past, is gone. Now is better than never, and we're just floundering. Like there is no solution other than like, yeah, building a working class party, building working class power, having a revolution. But like, here's the alternative vision, right? Is that like, you know, we're gonna watch what happened today, but I just want you to keep this internal like vision of this moment in your mind of, you know, they come out and they say, here we're unveiling this new party. Here's what it looks like. Here's the name. It's the Labor Party. Here's Chris Smalls. He's working with us. Here's Sean Fain. He's working with us. We've got these unions behind us. Go build it in your towns. And if you're a progressive who identifies with what we represent, then drop your Democratic Party alignment right now and join us immediately.
I should just skip to that. My apologies. I forgot because, oh my God, these people are so fucking boring the way they speak. But hey, no fucking seasoning, no tienen sazón. They're fucking boring. But he's basically saying like, oh, why doesn't Bernie and AOC just make a clean break, start their own party, and tell all the progressive voters like, hey, if you're sick and tired of the Democratic Party, come with us. Why the fuck would you want a Zionist to lead your new party? Why the fuck would you want a genocide enabler in Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez to lead your party? This is what confuses me about people like this guy. Calling himself a Marxist, has the ACAB hat on. So you're cool as a white man. You're cool with Zionists? You're cool with Zionists. That's what you're telling me, that you're cool with a white supremacist ideology. That's what you're fucking telling me. So if Zionism as a white supremacist ideology is okay, you'll support a fucking neo-Nazi if he talks to the working people about the bourgeoisie and capitalism, or at least just oligarchy. That's sufficient. That's enough. You see why this is so fucking weird to me? So this is his position. Basically, he wants Bernie and AOC to break away from the Democratic Party. That Democratic Party label is too toxic. They need to start their own party. I just want to say, I gotta give myself a little credit here. Not because my position was correct, but damn, the setup. I'm liking this. I'm liking this more than I like that. And I really used to like that. I'm not gonna lie. I look pale as fuck out on. Look how pale I look. Look how pale I look. That is wild. Virtually, we could have been twins. Virtually identical. Reed. I'm thinking about doing something like that in terms of but doing it at Deculturation Live. Man, it's just it's gonna be a little weird. It's gonna be a little weird. But I would have to re-upload a lot of stuff, older stuff that's quality I'm not too proud of, and my style and delivery wasn't the best. I'm a little embarrassed about it, not gonna lie. It's kind of like even watching this was what, 7 months ago, and look at the difference in the setup and in my opinion, the quality. I don't even think I had chat on over here. And then a lot of those streams, I'll be honest, a lot of those streams were like, oh, you'll never hear me, asking for money and doing this and that. And I feel like a sellout, I do, not gonna lie. So I don't know. Maybe. He has a Proud Boy haircut. They all do, bro. They all do. Yeah. I do want to, before we completely move on, though, I do want to, because I do want to laugh at this Jacobin piece a little bit before we get to their stuff. But let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I just saw this right now. I was getting my cafecito. This is into this.
Sobre el envío de petróleo a Cuba. Usted mencionaba ayer que fue una decisión soberana.
So in regards to the oil shipments in Cuba, you mentioned yesterday that it was a sovereign decision.
Una decisión de petróleos mexicanos, pero llama la
It was a sovereign decision made by Pemex.
atención el momento en que se habría suspendido este envío de petróleo a Cuba, justamente pues en un momento en que el pueblo cubano lo necesitaría más que nunca.
But it brings to attention, it brings, it highlights how this canceled oil shipment is being done at a time where the Cuban people need it more than ever.
Esto pues debido a lo que está sucediendo con Venezuela, que era uno de los principales proveedores de petróleo, y también por la inmensa necesidad de combustible del pueblo cubano en cuanto a que es indispensable para la generación eléctrica.
He mentions like it's just a little suspicious, it's a little odd, it's a little strange that you're doing this when Cuba just, is going through this struggle with Venezuela in terms of the kidnapping of Presidente Maduro, and how important petroleum is for the people of Cuba to just live, to exist. Electricity runs on that shit.
Y bueno, en una circunstancia de bloqueo. Entonces, preguntarle por qué en este momento, y si no habría una sensibilidad política también de Petróleos Mexicanos de tomar esta decisión en estos momentos.
Qué bueno.
And wraps up the question saying, I'm just wondering why the timing, why is it being done now, and is there a political incentive for Pemex's decision?
Que lo preguntas para que pueda yo aclarar lo que se dijo ayer.
She says, I'm glad that you're asking. That way I could clarify what I said yesterday. As if it's somebody else's fault that it wasn't clear to begin with. No, it was you. It was yesterday. You could have clarified it then and there, right? You didn't. So why are you thinking homeboy for asking the question to provide clarification when you could have provided it at any moment? Preferably when you answered the first time, the day before.
Hay dos vías por las que se entrega petróleo a Cuba. Una
There's
es
two ways that petroleum is delivered to Cuba.
A través de contratos que establece Petróleos Mexicanos con alguna institución del gobierno cubano.
So, one way is through contracts with Pemex and the Cuban government.
Esa es una vía. Y ahí, en ese contrato, pues es lo que yo dije, Petróleos Mexicanos determina, pues de acuerdo con el contrato, cuándo se envía.
So that's what I was referring to yesterday, that Pemex goes according to whatever the contract says. That's what they ship.
La otra es la ayuda humanitaria.
The other avenue is through humanitarian aid.
Que también se envía petróleo por ayuda humanitaria, como otras cosas que se envían por ayuda humanitaria. Por ejemplo, recientemente Estados Unidos envió ayuda humanitaria a la isla.
Oh, shit, bro. Ah, man. Look, it wasn't even like I was hyped on her like that. She said, the other avenue is through humanitarian aid. And we ship other things, or we deliver them other goods through humanitarian aid, just like the U.S. just shipped humanitarian aid to the island. So nobody asked about the United States. And she's going out of her way to highlight that the U.S. is doing good in Cuba by giving them humanitarian aid. Mind you, the individuals who imposed the blockade and the necessity for fucking humanitarian aid, she's praising. As she just canceled a shipment of petroleum through Pemex to Cuba.
y otros países han enviado ayuda humanitaria a la isla.
And so have other governments have sent humanitarian aid. But you highlighted the U.S.
Entonces, por eso digo que es una decisión soberana de México el enviar ayuda humanitaria.
And that's why I was saying that it is a sovereign decision for, I didn't get it, for the Mexican government, or in this case, Pemex, to send humanitarian aid or not, or through.
Y con Pemex en términos del contrato, cuando envía. Yo nunca hablé de si se había suspendido o no se había suspendido. Esa fue una interpretación posterior.
I don't like that. She's not good at that. She's saying, I never said that there was a suspension, the contract, this and that. That was an interpretation made after my comments.
A partir de una nota que salió en un periódico.
Based on headlines.
Entonces, la ayuda humanitaria a Cuba como a otros países continúa.
So the humanitarian aid, just like any other country, continues to Cuba.
Porque es ayuda humanitaria y México siempre ha sido.
Because it's humanitarian aid and Mexico has always been.
Solidario con todo el mundo.
In solidarity with the entire world.
Y son decisiones soberanas.
And these are sovereign decisions.
El tema del contrato, pues obviamente el contrato es con Pemex.
Now, in regards to the contract, that contract is with Pemex.
Entonces ahí en el contrato pues se determina cuándo se envía, cuándo no se envía.
So they determine within the contract when something is sent and when it's not sent.
En fin, todo lo que tenga que ver con eso.
And that's that. That's everything regarding to do with that is resolved.
Seguirá el envío de
Will oil shipment continue?
Petróleo crudo por términos de ayuda
through humanitarian, by the means of through humanitarian aids.
Humanitaria.
Pues ahí es, digamos, tenemos que determinarlo a partir de las.
We have to determine it based on requests, humanitarian aid requests. But you canceled the January one already, though. Yes, through Pemex, but are you going to provide something for January through humanitarian aid means? And you can't even give an answer to that now when we're in the fucking, what is it, today's the 28th? What the fuck, bro?
Solicitudes.
Wow. That is gross. That is fucking grotesque. Fuck, man. It's not surprising. I don't want you to get the wrong message from me. I'm not surprised by this. I'm what's throwing me off a little bit more is the approach. To yesterday say, oh, that's a Pemex issue, that's the contract with them, to now saying, oh, yes, that's a Pemex thing based on their contracts. But understand that we, the Mexican government, through humanitarian means, will continue to provide for all the worlds, and they're, we're in solidarity with the entire world. Yes. So does that mean that through humanitarian means you're going to give the people of Cuba the petroleum that they need, the crude oil? We'll see. We'll see based on their request. We'll see. But you just canceled the shipment for this fucking month and we're on the 28th. What do you mean we'll see? We know what we're going to see. We're going to see fucking death. And that's the fucking point. That's the fucking point. That is the fucking objective. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. You know what's for fucking certain? People are going to die. The Cuban people are going to suffer. That is for certain. Fuck it. We'll do the Jacobin piece tomorrow. That fucking pissed me off right now. I'm sorry I don't feel like reading right now. My apologies. Fucking shit. Es promesas y promesas de algo diferente. Es la misma pinche porquería. Lo mismo. And again, it's not like I was somebody that was like, oh yeah, Morena, like this and that. That's not me. And I've had conversations with, family members and people that are over there still. And, I've heard criticism. Some of it, I understand that some of it is propaganda that el PRI PAN is still, pushing out. We briefly went over the protests and highlighted how it's just, weird ass astroturf. So it's not like I'm over here hating on Morena, not at all. It's But now, man, I'm gonna have to hit up some people because I want to do a little deep dive on Morena. I know some people that are like fucking worship Morena. Um, and I don't know if they would connect with people that are a little bit more critical of it. But I could ask around. I could ask around because now what I'm wondering is, and I hate I'm speculating. If Morena is being used in Mexico, like a national socialist program or political party in a way that DSA can eventually be used here. That is what I'm concerned about, like long term. Because they are delivering a lot of essential things and a lot of, things that people went without. But I wonder how much of that is a front to continue normalizing a little bit more breadcrumbs, right? And I don't mean to diminish people in need in ways that I have only seen. Man, it's I never try to diminish and this is the thing that I want to emphasize. I never want to diminish progress. But the progress that is being proposed and promised is insufficient. And we have such limited time that progress that is being celebrated, mind you, I don't want to diminish it, but celebrating it is celebrating the countless fucking deaths and people that go without, who we have the means, we have, we have the food, we have the resources, we have the water, we have electricity, we have all these things, the basic fucking things to provide them, for them to be safe and not to go to bed hungry. We have all that shit. So to celebrate this so-called progress and these small victories, when there's so much more work left to be done, I can't do that. I don't want to diminish it because I know that it does help people. I know that it does change people's lives. I understand that. I've been there, bro. If it wasn't for fucking food stamps, I don't know how we would have made it. I really don't. I get that. I truly, believe me, I'm not one of these fucking rich white kids. I get it. But I also know people that didn't even have access to that were left behind, that were thrown off to the side, that were put in situations that had, they had to put themselves and their families at risk just to find some sense of comfort and stability. So I think of them when I talk about this shit. I think about them. I'm not thinking about this idea that because we're part of the, we're socialist communists, and I include anarchists in there. I try to play nice. This idea that we're not pragmatic and we're not thinking about, hey, this is like feeding somebody. Be happy. No, I think about that because I was being fed because of these programs. I know better than these motherfuckers exactly why these programs are essential. But I also know the people that weren't so fucking lucky. And I carry the fucking guilt with me to this. I have family members who have benefited from this, and I'm not just talking about programs here. I'm talking about Morena and the programs that they've instituted. So I'm not trying to diminish that in any way, um, at all. I just want to make that clear. But all those, while people celebrate that, all those that get left behind and forgotten, there's no need for that. That's what I'm trying to get at. There's no need for that. And I consider myself so lucky and so like it's cringy to say, oh, I'm blessed, but I truly, I truly mean that. Like I'm fucking fortunate, and I'm grateful for that. Um, but it's not about me. It's about the ones that weren't so fucking lucky. That's what I think about. That's why I'm a fucking call me tanky socialist, whatever the fuck you want to call me. I call myself a decolonial, anti-imperialist, communist, Marxist, Leninist, whatever the fuck, but that's why. That's not because I want to be cool. It's not because I think it's edgy. It's not because I'm afraid of power or whatever the fuck it is. I'm in meetings with fucking Democratic candidates through my union work. I fucking put my shit aside and hope that whatever I can do can help somebody put more food on their table, be a little bit more secure about rent that week, that month. Because it's that constant conflict of like what I know we can achieve and I know what we need to organize towards, and what I can do today and what is practical and what's within my reach. And balancing that shit out and not feeling guilty on both ends. And what I'm worried about is what we're seeing with DSA as an organization that funnels political candidates to the Democratic Party is that we're going to be in this situation where, yes, more of us are going to get things that we need, but it's just the purpose of that is just going to be to make us more content with the atrocities that the empire carries out around the world and here to the most marginalized. The reason why these fucking rad lips are upset is because white people are fucking dying. And that's why they're upset. They're upset because they can't go to work, they can't go get their fucking coffee without running into fucking ICE agents and protesters. That's why they're upset. They want to go back to normalcy. And what I'm afraid of is that because of Donald Trump, what we're going to get next is that normal. The response is, all right, we need the Democrats back in fucking power to bring back some normalcy, the status quo, and we continue moving further right. Because the only thing the Democrats can offer is hush money. That's all it is. That's all it is. Little fucking perks to keep you fucking quiet. We promise we won't disturb your fucking day when we kidnap people, because we're going to refuse asylum for them at the border, like Obama did. Sending them back to the fucking death traps that they almost died to escape. That we fucking caused by destabilizing their countries. Oh, the deporter in chief, but he didn't do it this way. He didn't do it this way. Yeah, he didn't do it in a way that made you fucking uncomfortable. But he did it to my fucking neighbors. He did it to... All right, hold on. Let me get the dog out. Hold on, I'm getting fucking shit. Can you go outside? He didn't need to go outside. I didn't get up to cry this time. Got up just Go check on him. All right, all right, all right. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right. It was gonna be a fun fucking stream. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me. It was gonna be a fun stream, but here we are. We'll read this piece tomorrow because I think it's fucking hilarious. Fuck Jacobin all fucking day, every day. And then was there one more thing that I wanted to cover? One more thing. Do I want to be petty with this? Let me see. No, okay, I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. Oh, we need to do the grits thing. Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, all right. Let me pull it up. That's right. I don't watch their stuff like this, but this had me dying. But there's a little prelude to it that I wasn't ready for. There's a prelude that I wasn't ready for, which I kind of appreciate. And look, shout out to FBA for providing this because I would not have seen it otherwise. Where is it at? All right, we'll start with this. We'll start with this, and then we'll move on to the spicier stuff. Hold on, hold on. So apparently this is like premium content, Patreon exclusive. I don't know if this is usually where he kind of gets a little bit more comfortable. But I'm assuming this individual is oh, maybe not. Hold on. No, I don't share any muchos with them. And I've heard the issues with the flag and everything, but not my place. But I saw the American flag and I was like, oh, okay, this is probably somebody who is patriotic. But this is a prelude. When I saw the caption, you ain't got to lie to kick it, I was like, oh, that's interesting. So there was more to this that I wasn't ready for. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec. All right. This is a prelude I had not seen until right now. Let me see.
The FBA, the Foundational Black American. These niggas ain't involved in nothing outside. They ain't doing shit outside. They on the internet looking for niggas that look just like them to degrade and call tethers all day. I don't see these niggas doing no work against none of these fucking Nazis, none of these fucking Klansmen, nothing. All I see is them niggas calling out other black people all day.
Well, the thing is, those Nazi and those Klansmen are real Americans. So why would they? Those are real Americans. Why would they?
That's divisive as fuck. Questioning niggas. Where you from? Where was you born? Nigga gotta show you your freedom papers? Damn, massa. I gotta show you the freedom papers? Who is these niggas on this nag? Bunch of motherfucking Stevens over there trying to check a nigga blood. Wanna check a nigga papers. Sound like ICE. No.
So I understand why people rock with this fool. I understand why people like him. I get it. His delivery is always on point, and he makes solid points. Let's keep listening. He's not wrong about that.
Another 3-letter organization. Healing and perspective. Another 3-letter organization. Healing and perspective, or hate speech and fear mongering. But a lot of us only know how to be in community with abusers. So when niggas start talking about healing, when niggas start talking about organization, we start talking about inclusion, we start talking about mass communal practices. You've never seen that. That's not your experience. That's not where you feel comfortable. Calling niggas names, checking niggas verification. What hood is this? What hood is that? Now, if we was gangbanging and killing each other, it would be a problem. But it's not a problem when a nigga asks where you from, and it's on the internet, and it's on the basis of a culture that we created out of oppression. You don't.
Again, I understand why people like this fool. I get it. And also the performative books up front that kind of like mislead you a little bit. But, it's the thing is, like, what pisses me off about this, I'm wearing in California, it's freezing out here at like 70. What are we at today? 62. But these fools, hold up. The reason why I have comics behind me and not my books, the reason why I have the flag behind me and not like some fucking like I don't know, some commie stuff. The Soviet flag, I don't know. Oh my, I saw something today. I'll pull it up right now. The reason why I don't have the Soviet flag or shit like that, because I'm not into aesthetics like that. I think that's performative as fuck. So you see the books right there. I'm just like, that's funny. Because I got books right here that I haven't read, that I'm trying to read. But you're not gonna see me post those up because I think that's fucking like, for what way? Like what are you trying to prove to who? What are you trying to present yourself as? That's not my style, bro. It really isn't. Because to be honest, if it was up to me, this would be all the shit that I would be reading. This is all the shit that I'd be talking about. Unfortunately, we can't, right? We can't. We don't have that privilege to solely focus on the good stuff, to solely focus on escapism. I wish we could. I wish we lived in a world where we could just not have any worries and not have to do the hard reading. Like one of the main reasons why I need to focus on getting like good sleep and getting my sleep schedule going, especially right now with my lack of like vehicle. Like I'm waking up, I'm getting like 5 hours max of sleep. I'm waking up like at 3:10, 3:30 the latest, to be ready for my like 6:30 shift, like shit like that, right? It's cool, it's fine. I'm not complaining. I feel again fortunate to be able to get to work. Anywho, I totally forgot where I was going because I started thinking about like, oh shit, I do need to arrange some things. Anyways, that's so funny. I forgot what I was saying like, oh, because of the sleep. Like I feel it when I try reading theory. When I try reading, and it's not just theory. Like I don't really like, I read theory because I feel the responsibility to, but I'll mainly be reading like history and like books about colonization. That's mainly my main interest. But when I'm not sleeping right, bro, like getting through like a page, and you already know, you hear me, I'm a slow reader. I get distracted. I look words up. I try doing my due diligence. But you feel like your brain fucking feels it when you're not well rested and you're like, oh, fuck. And you know, you're trying to get through a page and you got to reread it, or you think you read it and then like you move to the next one and you're like, wait, what? And then you go back and you're like, oh, I totally missed, like I didn't understand what built to that. But yeah. Let's get to it. But yeah, the books always make me laugh.
Is of a culture that we created out of oppression. You don't want to let other niggas participate in your culture because they come over here and degrade him. And you know the business of colonization better than anybody. These niggas is brainwashed. I'm not going back and forth with no nigga that come here from another country in search of the American dream when I know this shit is a nightmare. I'm not going back and forth with no nigga that think he finna get some favor from these white people. I see you niggas that's born in America do the same shit. Michigan head coach, that nigga ain't no tether. Stephen A. Smith ain't a motherfucking tether. How many niggas have we seen tap dance and degrade black people that are from America?
What is Stephen A. Smith doing? Because I know Mark Lamont Hill let out some warning shots on the Joe Budden podcast as well. Mark is, I would love to talk to Mark Lamont Hill, mainly because I would want to like be like, all right, stop. Let's cut the bullshit. I would want just let's fucking get to it. Mark Lamont Hill let some just, you know, point it up to the sky, let it be known. A little warning shots to Stephen A. Smith. And the way that he did is like, I don't know if I respect it or not. Because that's not how I operate. Linstag, you're killing me because some of my black coworkers would be telling me the same thing. And mind you, I'm not on screen. I'm more comfortable with them. They know I'm joking. So like I play it up and they just roll their eyes and they're just fucking, I play it up in a way that I don't feel comfortable doing here because I never want to feed people getting like too comfortable, right? And you can make the argument that maybe I'm too comfortable, but they'll check me. They'll let me know like, hey, chill. But here there's not that we're not feeling each other out quite the same way. So I'm not comfortable doing that. Because always my goal with all my jokes, any dumb shit that I say, is for a collective laugh, and I'm always down to play the fool. Um, but yeah, man, there's some moments that like I hear that and my reaction is a whole lot different from here. Uh, but I had to fight it sometimes to not let that part out, because and I tell you all this all the time. Gatekeep with brown people, with Latinos, with Hispanics, with mestizos. Gatekeep. And I'm fortunate enough to be around people that I trust will check me if I ever overstep. But since we don't have that direct feedback here, I kind of pull back a little bit to make sure I remain respectful. But that shit made me laugh because you just brought back a couple memories that let's see if I can find it real quick. Actually, let me close this out because dumb shit be piling up. No manches, güey. Oh my gosh. Minutes after being sworn in as president of Honduras, Tito Asfrura received the credentials of Israel's ambassador to Honduras. You're the president and they made you ambassador? No, man, bro, like these fucking Anna Kasparian, Hassan Piker, Zog types are gonna be eating this shit up, bro. That's fucking hilarious. Bro, ni los Estados Unidos te tratan así, güey. They don't even embarrass you this bad. That is the saddest fucking thing ever, bro. That is... Mind you, this is what America First posts. Like these are fucking legit Zionists. I mean, legit anti-Semites. That's fucking funny as fuck. Honduras, you're down, baby. Let me see if I can... What was I looking for? That's just too fucking funny. What was I looking for? Shit, because we were just talking about... oh yeah, the Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. They just dropped, somebody leaked the, because I also think this is usually paywalled. Did I like that that comment? Let's see, Smith. Because the Stephen A. Smith thing. Because I wanted to re-listen to it to see if I like the way that he operated there. Like, I don't know, like I'm very direct. I don't like anything like petty or I don't like subtweeting people. I'm usually very upfront. I just think it's an honesty thing. I think it's an honesty policy. And you know what's funny? I told myself that I was gonna stop skipping around and focus on one specific issue until we move forward. And tomorrow I do want to talk about the Black Panther / Black Lions. So hold me to that chat tomorrow. I want to dive into that. I just want to do a little bit more reading on them, because I had the feeling that the leader of that organization was like a Fed, like immediately. But I don't like doing that shit. Like I think it's lazy. So I'm like, nah, let me pull back and see what they're about. And then somebody dropped that that this was been like a blood. This has been like he's a character. He plays characters. No, I didn't end up liking it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. What is it like? Mark Lamont Hill, Stephen A. Smith. Oh yeah. Is it Steven like even Stevens or Steven like Stefan? I just forget. Yeah, it's right here. It's right here. Found it. All right. What is this? 10 nukes. Yeah, drop the link or let us know where you can find their 10-point program. It's been chaos. I've been following that around and wow. Because the people that initially came after them for standing up against ICE, but then also it was weird whether or not they were. Anywho, some of the people that were coming after them were also kind of like reactionaries themselves. But yeah. So on this, the reason why I can't really fuck with this, and the reason why, like, if I ever talk to Mark Lamont Hill, respect, because this is somebody that lost their job standing up for Palestine before it was on everybody's radar, if we're being honest. So that to me demonstrates character, principle, true solidarity. That when nobody's watching, when nobody's in your corner, for you to still be willing to speak up says a whole lot about the person that you are, and I respect that shit through and through. So I want to make that abundantly clear. But yes, nobody is above criticism. But bro, this is kind of weak. I'm not gonna lie. To be like, yeah, I've noticed some things with like Stephen A. Smith. Now, I don't know if I feel comfortable enough talking and criticizing him out loud. But the stuff that he's been doing is kind of like, he doesn't use these words, but like, he's kind of like kissing ass with reactionaries. But I don't know if I should say that out loud. With a fucking mic in my face, camera set up, lights around me, and it's gonna be on the fucking internet. Yeah, I don't know if I should talk about this publicly. But I'm not fucking with what homeboy is doing, but you know, that fool, like, he's close to me, so I'm not ready to talk about it. I'm not even good at pretending how to do that. I'm not even good at pretending how to do it because I don't do that shit. I legit no comment. Plead the fifth.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you so much for the super chat. Like literally, when I don't fuck with somebody, I don't talk about them. When I don't fuck with somebody, I don't talk about them. People will be like, I've literally had individuals say about me, he acts like I don't exist. Yes, because we were homies, we were cool. You did some shady ass shit. I'm not gonna argue with you. You're a grown ass fucking man. You know what you did. You spoke behind my back. Say it to my face. I love criticism. In fact, I need it because I want to become a better person. But you're saying it behind my back because you just want to talk shit. And that's fine. Continue doing it. I don't need you in my fucking reality. I don't. Unless I'm getting directly paid to interact with you, I'm not going to do it. I might be getting paid to be around you, but unless I'm getting paid to be interacting with you, my job requires me to interact with you. I'm be so fucking polite. And it's going to creep you out because I'm not a polite motherfucker. If I love you, if I like you, if I fuck with you, I'm the most annoying person you can fucking meet. Shit talking is my love language. If I don't fuck with you, I'm the most polite, fucking patient person you could ever fucking meet. Oh yeah, great, wonderful. All right, appreciate it. All right, yeah, I want to run by this, just one more time, make sure we're on the same page, make sure we're, there's no misunderstandings. Awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Boom. If I like you, I once have a good friend of mine be like, I described the situation where I fucked up, I overstepped boundaries, I misread the situation with another homie. But me and him just weren't that close. I didn't know that he didn't like joking around like that. And I apologized immediately because I fucked up. That's what you do. You apologize. And you make sure not to make that mistake again. And, the food that I'm closer with was like, bro, why would you do that? You didn't know that this and that. I'm like, no, I didn't. Like, I really did not know. I thought we were all joking around like this. Like, nah, like he doesn't like that. I'm like, cool, I won't do it again. And then they stopped like, what if I told you I didn't like that? I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, like what if I said, hey, I'm not cool joking around like that with you? I'm like, I wouldn't fucking care. Then he just starts laughing and dying. And obviously, if he really sincerely did not like joking around in that manner, I wouldn't. But we also wouldn't be that close if that were the case, right? If somebody has a certain boundary that you're gonna respect, but you don't have that boundary, you're never gonna be able to reciprocate that kind of joking style. So you're just there's a barrier, and that's fine. And you can have a great friendship with certain barriers. But foods that lack certain barriers, just like you're gonna fucking run wild, and when you two get together, it's just gonna be chaos, right? It's gonna be a good time. But it was funny to, I think like a little light bulb went on his head, being like, wait, what if I didn't want that or like that or was cool with that? And I was just like, too fucking bad. That's not the reality we live in. All right. Let me see here. Sorry about that. The Black Panther Party wasn't dangerous for having guns. They were dangerous because they were educating the masses. Literally that. Literally that. And the reason why I want to say that for tomorrow is because I think it perfectly aligns with that Jacobin article. Like I said, I don't plan this stuff out as much as I would like to because I have, a job, all this stuff. But I'm telling you, like, there's structure to the madness, even if I get distracted, as we're seeing now. If I had more time, the structure of this would be way different. Anywho, so Mark Lamont Hill, I don't like this. I don't like this shit. I really don't. And thank you so much for a super chat. My apologies there. I'm a little bit all over the place. Let me see here. But yeah. All right. Enough side stories. Let's refocus. Again, thank you so much. Freestyle Skate 27. Thank you for the super chat. The question is, though, does this get a pass? Or is this not shady kind of behavior? I think it's shady behavior to say, oh, I'm not going to talk about you. Oh, I'm not going to call you out. As you're talking about not calling me out publicly in a public platform. So it was a warning shot. I don't give warning shots. I don't. But also, that's why I have few but strong relationships. Because I will be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I will shout across the room, be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? I will do that because I'm a shameless individual. But yeah, tomorrow we'll read that Jacobin article with the Black Lions International, whatever. Ace, this is just black bourgeois shit. Yeah, it definitely is very much. I think a lot of it too is the professional aspect of it all. It's kind of weird, but we'll let him talk a little bit more. We're not going over this full 7 minutes, but just out of grace. Guys, I'm just struggling right now to determine whether or not I should call out my reactionary friend because it's just so tough. I don't know if I should publicly call him out. He's becoming a reactionary, and I don't fuck with that. And normally I don't talk about friends publicly, but like, should I publicly talk about how I don't fuck with him anymore? The shitty shit that he's doing. Like, should I? When should I talk about it publicly? About him being a piece of shit? Like, not right now though, right? Because I don't know. Right now, like, it might be too soon to mention him being a piece of shit publicly. But like, at some point, right? I gotta mention that he's a piece of shit, like publicly, but just not right now in front of these mics. But just publicly speaking, privately, I want to say some stuff, but I don't know how to go about it. I don't even understand that shit. This to me is so fucking performative. He does. I don't know. Look, I think Mark Lamont Hill is a perfect addition to the Joe Budden podcast. And I'm not like a huge regular viewer of the Joe Budden podcast. I'll tune in every, rare blue moon. If something in hip hop's happening that I'm like, all right, I just want to hear somebody chop it up. Like literally, that's all I want. True. Yeah, Jay, you're not wrong. But here's the thing, like, excuse me, like, if he really did watch out or like take care of you like that, if he really did like, hey, like come through, like, you know, I'm assuming this is something that Mark Lamont Hill didn't have a job and Stephen A. Smith helped him out. That's where my mind goes immediately. I mean, I would hope that it's something that to that level to where like, yo, like the bills were piling up and Stephen A. Smith, you know, came through. That makes me lose so much more respect for you. Because that means that this fool really did help you out, potentially. This is where speculation, this is where my head goes to. For you to bite your tongue. This is where it needs to be. That this will help you out. Maybe helped you and your family out. But helped you stay above water, right? That's where my head goes. To where you haven't reached out privately. According to this conversation, you haven't reached out privately. To be like, hey, you know, big bro. Or hey, you know, I'm grateful for everything you've done, but I'm worried about, you know, what you're doing right now, and it's gonna clash at some point publicly. Do you have a minute? Talk on the phone. Do you have a minute to sit down? Fuck it, we have FaceTime now. Can we just air this out between us to understand where we're each coming from, so that when it does spill out publicly, we understand what it is. That it's not personal. Maybe it isn't. For me, too often, if you're speaking certain politics, it is personal. But I understand certain relationships. Like I said, at my workplace, I got to push that shit to the side, right? So, but this isn't your colleague. You don't have to clock in with this fool. So for me, I don't like that shit because it's like, just give me a call. Let's talk about it. If after the call you don't fuck with me, hey, scorch earth. Let's fucking go for it. Let's air out all that shit, right? In fact, I'll beat you to the punch. Hey, so-and-so helped me out. He did this, and that to me. I'll forever be grateful for the person that helped me out. But whoever this motherfucker is today, I don't fuck with him, and I don't know him, and I don't owe him shit. That's what you do. That's what you say. But hey, I'm not in the big leagues, boys. So I don't know. Maybe that's why I'll never be in the big leagues. Because you fools are out here arguing about FD and ruining and burning bridges on my behalf. I'm trying to sell out. I'm trying to get that Nebula contract, and you fools keep typing away. I'm trying to launch Nebula in Espanol, and all you motherfuckers are ruining it for me. Oh, fucking hey. And for like Stephen A. Smith too, it's like funny because it's like, what? I mean, his job is to talk, right? When the racist ass, what was her name? Graham something, the Klan lady, when she's like, shut up and dribble, right? It's like, it's racist as shit, but you can make the argument, like people can make the argument, hey, I'm watching sports, I don't want politics, and then you're like, oh, you're a dumbass. Okay, cool, right? But you can see the rationale in it. Hey, I'm watching sports for escapism. Please, let me stay in my bubble, right? And then, but you can hear that argument even though it's wrong. With Stephen A. Smith, his job is to talk shit. His job is to say the most outlandish shit to get the most attention. That is his job. That is his role. What the fuck do you expect him to do in this political climate? When everything is about politics now, right? Shallow politics, shallow analysis. That's what he's here to do. You're mad that he's doing what he's doing? Ay. All right.
Born in America. When niggas do it from abroad, I don't say it's an issue with them. I know that they're brainwashed by the system. Because they went through colonization over there, just like we went through it over here. Why the fuck is they leaving Africa? Because Europeans are destabilizing their countries, inserting capitalist dictators, fascist dictators, in more democratic socialist societies, toppling governments, and then sending the niggas fleeing, where do they go? To America. And what do? They come through with their religious minds, with their colonized minds, and destable Black American revolutionaries because they don't know no better. And it's a bunch of niggas in America that don't know no better because they only are used to being in community with abusers. We have been oppressed in this country for 400 years. Some of us don't know how it feels not to be oppressed. Some of you ain't comfortable if you're not oppressed. You've never created an idea of what freedom looks like for you. Black Americans, and I advocate for this, nigga, me and Big Cat are the blackest of Black Americans. We are true to the Black American experience. We are proud. We also understand that our story doesn't start here nor end here. The Panthers were Pan-Africanists. Marcus Garvey was a Pan-Africanist. All the leaders and things that came before you that gave you the blueprint to feel revolutionary were also thinking about global movements, mass communal practices instead of micro movements.
So, and it's funny because, I mean, this individual, you see, American flag right there, brother. And so they're like, that's fine. Let me know if the stream is still good. Just got a warning here. Anywho, like, they think this is like an own, right? Like caption, you ain't got to lie to kick it. I want to say like 99.99 of what they just said was on point. And that's the dangerous fucking part. That's the dangerous fucking part, because here's the other one. Let me find it real quick. Here's the other fucking the flip on this. Or no, I had it right here. I could just send it to myself. Oh, nope. Yeah, I closed it out. And shout out as always to Why Is It Dome TV. I think they're the reason why I ran into this. So that was kind of the build up from what I seen. That was a build up, and I agreed with that. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Let me find it over here to my likes. And then, y luego, this is the part that I had an issue with. Here we go. Same fit, same everything. I think it's the same rant. I'm assuming this happened after, because he mentioned the Black Panthers being Pan-Africanist. Here we go.
Black nationalism has parallels to white nationalism. Black nationalism has parallels to white nationalism in the rhetoric of separatism and overlaps of the tribes of Judah that exist in white supremacist groups as well.
I know I'm stepping a little bit out of my lane, but bro, man, I don't know. There's a thing called limited hangout. The perfect example of a limited hangout is Alex Jones. There's conspiracies, there's this and that, and there are conspiracies. Michael Parenti, who just passed away, talked about this. Conspiracies are a real fucking thing. These are real issues. 100, he has never read Urugu. Or the R. I don't know why I'm having difficulties with the R. Fuck, I don't know. Because this was like does he also have like a master's? Doesn't he? I feel like I don't know why I remember him being like highly educated academically. So he might have, the reason why I bring that up is because sometimes you're forced to read certain stuff based on what you're studying. So that $100, that's a risky bet. That's a risky bet. If you got 100, I just realized that it's Dr. Jab. That's funny. No, I know it's the book right here. In fact, you would win $100. You would win $100. It's so funny that it was right here because everything's chaos. There's no reason for it to be right there. So the story behind this, Dr. Ball. And there's a bookstore. There's a bookstore out here. I believe it's called SO1 Bookstore. And so I go there for my birthday years ago. And I'm just listening to these old timers. and just hearing them talk and whatever. And I hate going into a bookstore and not buying things. I feel guilty. I feel like I stole something, especially because they were like talking to me, like they were educating me. They were like, we're having a good conversation. Because I had just read Jacob Carter's. Do I have it here? I just read Jacob Carter's Intellectual Warfare. I had just read Jacob Carter's Intellectual Warfare, and there was this couple, I mentioned them before on stream. There was this couple when I used to work drive-through who, oh, it's right here. Sorry. Who always seemed to like, I don't know, like just, they gave me this vibe of like just, they knew what was up. And yeah, it's right here. It's one of my favorite fucking books. And because this was a book that just perfectly aligned with where I was mentally at the time. Where initially I started, because I used to watch TV obsessively. That's all I would do, just watch TV. And then martial arts helped me escape that and whatnot. And so for the longest time, like, dude, why did I love TV so much? Like, it's so weird. Like I was obsessed with television. That's all I wanted to do was watch TV. And so I started looking into propaganda. And then through propaganda, that's when I found like not even socialism or communism shit. I found like decolonial stuff, right? Like studies, excuse me. And then I ran into this book and I'm like, holy shit. Like it's like a perfect fucking bridge, right? And so I read that and I mentioned to this couple. And you know, to be honest, much like Anna Kasparian, I was a little afraid. No, because I never want to be disrespectful and be like, "You're black. Have you read this book?" Right? And so, and they're like, "Oh yeah," and I mentioned this before in the chat. He's like, "Oh yeah, Jacob. I know Jacob." And they mentioned like his full name that he took on, I guess after the publishing of this book. And he's like, yeah, you know, we used to organize together, this and that. And he used to be out here. And I was like, oh, wow. And, you know, they were older. And so I was like, okay. And then they mentioned the bookstore. And the bookstore's in Long Beach, if I'm not mistaken. So I was like, you should go there. And I was like, fuck yeah. You know, like it's one of those rare times where like, honestly, it might have been the first time that anyone's ever recommended me a bookstore. And I don't know, like I always make the difference. Like I'm ageist, but I always make that distinction between like elders and old people. Hell, a lot of old people, very few elders. And they were always so sweet and kind to me. And I remember like I remember one time they were going to a funeral. Because like I said, they always had like their fits were always on point. But one time it was just like, oh, black. And I'm like, is everything okay? And then, you know, they were sharing with me, you know, what had happened and everything. And they were upfront, you know, hey, when you get older, you know, these things become more common. And it's like, fuck, like it's crazy. If you work drive-through, you know, it can be chaotic and, you know, it can be like really, really stressful. But you know, there's those brief moments of like, you just connect with certain people and you're able to build relationships in these like short windows of times. And if they're regulars, like it's a weird dynamic how you could build such a strong relationship with somebody in such a brief interaction in literally a transactional moment. Anywho, so they put me onto this bookstore and I go over there and it's a small, you know, bookstore, independent bookstore. And I'm asking questions and they're like, I feel like, you know, when the little kid first goes to a library and they're asking a librarian a bunch of questions, and that's how I felt. And so I'm like, I can't leave without a fucking, like a book, like the fuck, that's rude. And so I asked, I'm like, oh, like, what do you recommend? They're like, well, what are you interested in? This and that. And I've always been like, well, back then I used to be, I think now it's the wrong way. I'm like, oh, like just, I don't know, something like from like the start. I don't know how I phrased it. Anyways. So I ended up getting that one. I've never read it though. I should have said, "Oh, give me something like more modern that I can relate to or understand better." And so I'm a poser for sure. If I had that shit out here posted up. And to be honest, and I feel bad, I can admit this. I hit up Black Lantern Books. I hit them up and I was like, "Hey, like I have books that I'm just never going to get to. I'll be honest, I'm just not going to get to these books. Do you guys accept donations?" And they're like, "Yeah, we just like to look over the books to make sure they align with, what we offer, this and that." And I'm like, "Okay, I think they will. I think I'm not going to hit you up for like all the fucking clan books that I have about the history. Oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe that would line up. I don't know. But yeah, great fucking book. That's so funny. Nothing's organized right now. My bookshelf isn't organized yet, so I don't know how the fuck I found those. All right, Dr. Bomb. I appreciate you jumping in here though and distracting me. But yeah, when I first read that book, I was so annoying. It's called Kemet. That was not that bad. Nobody gave a fuck what I was reading or saying. All right, from the start. Same rant that we all agreed with, that we all appreciated. Limited hangout. They give you a little bit. They make you, they build you up. They're like, "Oh yeah, he's saying all the right things. Yeah, no, he's correct. Yeah. That's right. Fuck FBA. Fuck all that stuff. You're with it. Yeah, ICE. Yeah, 3 letters. Yeah. You're with it. Yeah. And then boom.
Black nationalism has parallels to white nationalism in the rhetoric of separatism and overlaps of the tribes of Judah that exist in white supremacist groups as well. Some of the most radical white supremacists also talk about the tribes of Judah. So they think their superiority is divine as well, nigga. So if you got the same talking points as Nazis, that nigga's a fed.
It's peace, but it ain't no peace. I see, my lord.
So I've seen this. I'm not trying to. I haven't seen enough of this gentleman's content to make a decision on them. I remember I was gonna do a deep dive once, and I just never got around to it because I think they might be more on TikTok than anything, and I've never really engaged with TikTok. But I love when somebody thinks they have a mic drop moment, and it's just kind of like, oh, bro, like. And the reason why it was so fucking funny is because you know who did this? You know where I've already seen this dumbass fucking argument? I misspelled it. I know I misspelled it.
Not all white people are colonizers. You yourself acknowledged it's possible for a white person to live ethically in South Africa. So maybe we go below the surface level and we talk about the underlying issue, like colonization and the systemic problems that lead to that.
Yeah. This fucking pedo lolly enjoyer was making this argument. Literally saying that black nationalism and white nationalism were the same thing. Bitter Dose TV. Is this the one that that ended up turning into? Yes. Okay, so Bitter Dose TV. I don't know if Bitter Dose ended up turning into Reset Race or vice versa. But to be honest, they're one of the few non-white channels that I remember seeing around that were calling out Wonder Bread 2 for their white supremacy when nobody else was. But then they would do shit like this.
All right, so I can't really say more to that because personally, I think that when first I consider calling a black person like a black Nazi, I think is really, really silly or very insulting and silly.
Wait, what do you think about Luis Farrakhan?
I'm not before you to.
What do you think about Luis? Farrakhan.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Luis. Luis. Oh, hey, Luis. One of my neighbors is gonna think I'm calling them. Ace, thank you so much for the super chat. All this just keeps proving how COINTELPRO is the most effective US scheme ever. There are even black leftists on Twitter spearing Pan-Africanism now. Yes, but that's the tricky part with Grits and Eggs, is that they were big upping Pan-Africanism, but then aligning black nationalism with white nationalism. Fuck, man. It's too good. We got to hear it one more time, right?
Wait, what do you think about Luis Farrakhan?
I'm so dumb because now what I want to do is and he was, I'm not that too far off here. He was a musician, right? So, but like I want the transition to be like, what do you think about Luis, right? Farrakhan, and then this, and it's like salsa, like da 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 da. You've heard of? I don't think I can say it now, right? That's so funny. Sometimes what happens, I think it's just me. I think it's just me. If I hear something pronounced in Spanish, it's hard for me to pronounce it in English again, if that makes sense. Because I'm trying to say Luis, and it wants to come out like Luis now. So good. And then it's just like constantly like Luis Farrakhan having to tell people, oh no, I'm not that Farrakhan. No. Yo soy Luis Farrakhan. No relation. Totally different. I'm telling you, Wonder Bread too. Fucking people, man.
No, wait, what do you think about Luis Farrakhan?
I'm not before you to anger you, to upset you. I'm before you as an instrument, I hope, of peace, and I hope of reason. As a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I want you to know that I'm not an enemy of America, nor am I an enemy of Jews.
All right, look, I'm not trying to be disrespectful for a big up. Let's move forward, but I want you to hear his argument.
Things that
Yeah, so to clarify, I said Luis Farrakhan is basically a black Nazi. Not that black nationalists are. Black nationalists are just white nationalists, except black. Do
you see why all these motherfuckers are just white supremacists? They're the liberal ones. They know how to talk about it. They're like, oh no. To be clear, not all black nationalists are Nazis. Luis Farrakhan. He's a black Nazi. Black nationalists are just white nationalists in blackface.
Yeah.
That's a hallmark card of an opening statement, if I may say.
Am I being rude or disrespectful by skipping over the Farrakhan parts? I'm not trying to. I was trying to highlight the idiot Vosh who likes Lolly and is a fucking creep. Shouldn't be allowed children. But yeah.
So the difference here is, I mean, we're being more favorable to black nationalism because black people don't have the same socio-political power, and therefore their fuck-ups don't really hurt society as much as the fuck-ups of white folk. But what you just said is exactly what I've heard white people describe white nationalism as. They say, I'm not racist, I just want to protect the cultural and ethnic homogeneity of my people from any negative influence that could be received from people of different ethnic groups. So it's pretty much the same. The only difference, of course, white nationalists are more destructive because they're, there's greater, power base.
It hurts.
So literally boiling it out to, no, they're the same. Is that black nationalists don't have the power to impose all their crazy ideas. It's so fucking lazy. It's no different than, I think Hutch uses, no, or was it Destiny? Sometimes I really do get them confused. Where they were saying essentially like, well, yeah, but if what the Zionist entity is doing is wrong, but if Hamas had the power, if Hamas had the weapons that the Zionist project has, they would also be doing the same thing. It's that equation. It's so fucking lazy, bro. It's so fucking lazy. Dr. Ball, I'm here for the comedy. Nah, you should be taking notes, Dr. Ball. You could learn a thing or two. I hope you have your number 2 pencils out, please. Please, class.
So it's pretty much the same. The only difference, like, of course, white nationalists are more destructive because they're, you know, there's greater like power base.
It hurts me to think about this.
I'm gonna skip Paragon stuff because this is a 41-minute video, by the way, to get to the educational portions of this. Here we go. Because I don't know where to find that original stream.
From it. So
I'm a racial abolitionist. I'm a multiculturalist.
And this is where the liberals hide. This is where the liberals hide. No. I love multiculturalism. What was Sam Cedar saying in that Jubilee video? Oh, you know, America, for better or for worse, is a melting pot. Pushing this bullshit propaganda that's so fucking outdated. So fucking outdated. But all right, like when I was in fucking high school, the melting pot shit had already been like abandoned. No. You see, I'm beyond race. I'm better than these individuals because I don't see color. You're all white to me.
I'd much rather try to find ways for black and white folk to integrate in this country than find ways for them to separate and build their own little separate ethno-states.
Well, you are aware that white supremacy mostly has to be removed by white people. Like black people can't do much in the fight against white supremacy except what they're doing now. White supremacy is a system built by white people. So, for example, let's say every white person on earth decided white supremacy should no longer be a thing, it would not be.
I know I don't really want to turn up the volume just because her volume is really low, and also I think she's a little nervous. I actually remember seeing that, not live, but I remember when that happened. When I tell y'all that I hate these people, it's not just empty, shallow hate. Like, it's because I listen to what they're saying. I've been listening. I was calling out Vosh for being a racist. Bro, my God, I just remembered. Look. This is what I mean. This is what I mean, bro. This is what I mean. Whiteness over everything. Woe is me. Whiteness over everything. God damn, it's not as good as cream, but I want some points. Let's see, the majority for. I think that should pull it up. No. Ah, man, they were obsessed with this guy for so long. Let's see if I could find it. Oh, here it is.
Right.
Hey, Mr. Cedar. I have just a quick kind of comment I want to make. I have previously been subscribed to your show, but since my politics continue to go further left, I don't have the patience to be a regular listener, but I occasionally do check in for interviews with the likes of Mr. Roseman, who you just had, and the eviction video with Mr. Dayan. That was really informative.
Great.
I have also been a subscriber to the Jimmy Dore Show. I hope you don't bleep that out or edit that out.
I will edit it out.
I can't hear him, by the way.
You can't hear him?
It's a little low.
Oh, all right. We start over again. You used to. You used to listen to the show on a regular basis, but you've moved to the left, but occasionally you check in for some of the interviews.
Right. And I also was a subscriber to Jimmy Dore Show. I stopped due to his limited analysis. I'll only check in for certain guests like Chris Hedges, who wrote American Fascist, The Christian Right and the War on America, which is a must read. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump eventually opens up his own mega church. But that aside, I'm still a subscriber.
Nobody's ever said that but me. Nobody's ever said that but me. I think it's still gonna happen. Oh, there's fucking yeah. I'm telling you, I wanted to be on the sidelines. I said, coach, don't put me in. I'm gonna ruin the cancha. I'm gonna make a mess. We're gonna get some yellow cards. I'm eventually gonna get a red card and get kicked out. It's gonna happen. The hate runs deep. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. This is 4 years ago.
To Left Reckoning and love their appearance on This Is Revolution podcast. That was great. Now, I'm not really interested in like wealthy old white man drama that you and Jimmy have, but I am interested in the influence you two influence that you two have. Taken into this.
By the way, just to let you know, he could hate me all he wants. Sam Cedar thinks I'm charming. It's the reality. It's a fact. It's a fact. I don't make the rules. He followed me on Twitter. Went out his way to find me. Look. I'm flattered, but I hate you. I despise you. You are a fucking Zionist. All right? But I get it. I remind you of who you could have been if you had integrity and principles and a little bit of a tan.
Consideration, I find it completely repulsive that Dort will sit down with Tucker and won't call him out on his white supremacy, but I'm also uncomfortable with.
So mind you, the reason why I'm providing all this kind of like, hey, I don't like Jimmy Dore. Hey, I don't like Jimmy Dore. Hey, I don't like Jimmy Dore. The reason why I'm doing that is because these people, the moment that you fucking criticize him, he must be a Jimmy Dore fan. He must be a reactionary. What did Emma Vigeland do when I criticized their fucking liberal Zionist position that the Zionist entity has a right to exist because it does exist? She accused me of being anti-Semitic. The same fucking shit that they mock Zionists for immediately using when they get criticized. That's all I'm saying.
With your financial relationship with corporate media, that inherently promotes the status quo, which is founded on.
Let me ask you this: what do you think my relationship is with corporate media?
So this is not the conversation I was there to have. This is not the conversation. I was just saying, hey, I don't like that Jimmy Dore talks to Tucker Carlson. This was years ago before Jimmy finally fucking revealed himself. But even then I was like, But he has certain guests on that the majority report in TYT would not have on, like Chris Hedges, right? And Max Blumenthal before, also Max Blumenthal went off the rails. Anywho. So because of that, I'm like, hey, so I don't like him because of that, but also the fact that you have this, this relationship as a contributor to MSNBC, you have a contract with Peacock. That's also fucking weird. And this is what makes him offended. I'll skip forward to the Vosh stuff in a bit.
With corporate media, consideration, I find it completely repulsive that Dort will sit down with Tucker and won't call him out on his white supremacy, but I'm also uncomfortable with your financial relationship with corporate media. That inherently promotes the status quo, which is founded on.
Let me ask you this: what do you think my relationship is with corporate media? Just out of curiosity.
Well, like I said, I do enjoy some of your segments.
No, I'm not. I'm not putting you on the defensive. I'm just honestly curious as to what you think that is.
Well, the fact that you're on Peacock, I mean, they're not going to put somebody who's talking radically or challenging the status quo to any legitimate degree.
Am I lying? Am I fucking lying?
Peacock. I think you're informative. I value what you put out, but it's not.
I will say this.
I still think that. If you want to tap into what's happening in Washington, D.C., I would not say, hey, don't listen to Majority Report. I would probably say, hey, the Majority Report, but understand they're not who they say they are. But for the most part, I've also mentioned Congressional Dish. I don't care for the personal politics of the individual that the host of Congressional Dish, the Cold Brew Sitting. But they provide a lot of information of what's the inner workings of what's happening. And I find that essential. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of that on the left, the socialist, communist, anarchists, right? Because for the most part, you're dealing with individuals that want to talk about theory, want to talk about like the history of certain stuff and dig into the weeds of that stuff and recognize that US politics is just a fucking circus show. But I've always felt that if you want to talk to the average person, because that's all I'm surrounded with, just other fucking blue collar workers, and they ask you about, hey, what's going on with this bill? Or hey, what's happening with that? And believe me, it happens. It's rare, but it happens. You have to be knowledgeable about the current fucking political landscape, or else they're not gonna fucking take you serious. I forgot Canel Diaz's name. It was just because I'm at fucking work. I'm chilling, I'm acting stupid. I probably, whatever the excuse, right? I forgot his name. Oh, but I didn't hear the end of that for like 2 weeks. For 2 weeks. From fuckers, and I don't want to be rude, love them. From fuckers that couldn't tell you like what the First Amendment is. Yeah, but doesn't know the president of Cuba, huh? That's all I would hear like for 2 weeks, and I was just like, I hate it here. Love it. I truly, like I said, shit talk is my love language. So the fact that they knew that bothered me meant that they know me. It meant that we're close, that we're cool. If you know what bugs me, it means that you're paying attention and you care. That's the way my brain works. Doc, it all started when I was 5. I don't know why I crossed my hands like I was dying. All right.
I mean, I think so I will say this. The argument that they have, that you have, is that they, were aware of what my content was before they signed this deal.
Why the fuck would a corporation not know what your content is before they signed you? What the fuck? Why? Oh, you think they knew who the majority was? The majority report was of the million subscribers? You think they knew about us before they gave us their money and platformed us? Buddy, you don't understand how Hollywood works.
And B, that they actually pay attention to the content now. And I would suggest that I would say there's some truth. They certainly, I think, felt like they could trust me to go on there. But I will say this. It is an argument that is sort of consistent with the one we just made about Nina Turner. That I think that they probably...
Oh my gosh, I forget how fucking slow he talks. My bad. It's been a while since we watched one of their clips. God damn it, bro.
Weren't quite aware of what kind of stuff that we put on the show, and that the fact that my presentation is such that it appears that I'm not doing stuff like that. But we have shown on Peacock, I've had guests who have said we should be engaged in sabotaging property for the sake of climate change. We have put interviews with the executive director of the union that is trying to unionize that company. We have every interview that you've ever tuned in for has played on that network, and they do not have, sort of bound by some confidentiality, but I don't know that I am with this aspect of it. They do not have any editorial control of the show. Now, there is an argument.
Do you think a major broadcasting corporation is going to give you editorial control, meaning they don't have a say in your product, and not know what you're fucking talking about? In what fucking world would that fly? In what fucking world would they be like, oh, no, we won't tell you what to talk about, what to do. We trust you completely. Oh, by the way, we have never seen your show. We don't know what you do. We do not keep tabs on your show. We have no idea what you're doing, but you can do whatever you want. In what fucking world does MSNBC or NBC, Peacock, all the fucking letters, in what fucking world does that make any sense for a major corporation, a broadcasting network, to say you could do whatever you want, and guess what? We're not even looking, homie. We're not even, we wouldn't know if you're doing what we want you to do or not. In what world does that make any fucking sense? And again, that's not what I was there to talk about. I was giving fluff. I was letting them know, like, hey, I come in peace. I come in peace. And this is why when the other video, when we're talking about Zionism, this is why I was laughing in their fucking faces, because I tried to play nice. I try to be respectful, because I'm like, all right, look, these are fragile white people, thin-skinned motherfuckers. They can't handle fucking UV rays. All right? I'll be nice. I'm only nice once, motherfuckers. I'm only nice once. Out of common courtesy, out of mutual respect, human to human species, you know? I'm only nice once.
You could say like, you know, Cedar's so tame as it is, they don't need editorial control because they're not afraid that he's going to do something that they don't want. But I mean,
But I'm not sure how you could know that, though, caller, if you aren't really tuning in regularly anymore. I mean, I think that's a bit of a you're taking the hold on. You're taking the hold on. I just want you're taking the relationship between us and Peacock and then extrapolating from there without taking the content on its face and making a determination from that. So I mean,
She's cannot handle criticism. She cannot handle criticism whatsoever. Notice how me and Sam, and this is gonna sound sexist. Soy machista, whatever. I don't give a fuck. She already accused me of being anti-Semitic. Notice how me and Sam are talking. Notice just boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to get by this because it's not why I called. Mind you, this goes for another fucking 15 minutes. And notice how she starts talking. Now, am I the sexist for picking up, you know, defensive tone and attitude? Maybe. I don't know. But in comparison to how me and Sam are talking, and we saw it last time with how red she got, a fucking tomato head over here.
or if you aren't,
they're not afraid that he's going to do something that they don't want. But I mean,
but I'm not sure how you could know that, though, caller, if you aren't really tuning in regularly anymore. I mean, I think that's a.
I'm not sure how you can know that if you're not tuning in regularly anymore. Now, people that put out a lot of content use this as an excuse. Have you seen my 8-hour streams? You can't judge me if you haven't seen my 8-hour streams that I do every 7 days out of the week. I said I still tune in for interviews. They do interviews every fucking show. I just wasn't a daily listener like I used to be. I used to listen to Majority Report every fucking day in the mornings before I found the morning remix show on Black Liberation Media.
A bit of a you're taking the hold on. You're taking the hold on. I just want you're taking the relationship between us and Peacock and then extrapolating from there without taking the content on its face and making a determination from that.
My point is that you wouldn't have a relationship with Peacock if you were a fucking threat to the establishment, if you were a threat to capital. My point is, Peacock would not reach out to you if you were real. It's not complicated. I don't need to, no one needs to tune into your show to know that, oh, you're on Peacock. Yeah, sounds fucking pretty safe. Is that an outrageous claim to make?
So, I mean, I don't think.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was a regular listener, mainly during like the Brooks era. Once he launched his own show, that's kind of when I just stopped listening to this show. I'm very interested in like international politics, revolutionary politics. Like I said, I'm just going for the left. I check in for the minutia, which I appreciate. I'm thankful that you do make the space for more radical activists. But I don't think it'd be.
Tell me, please tell me. Look, I'm an asshole. I know this. And I remember, especially like in high school when I was more unfiltered. Whenever, like, not necessarily my friends, but like friends of friends would throw parties or have get-togethers or whatever, something, right? School projects. This happened more than once. Hey, Carlos, you know, my parents are pretty strict. So if you could just kind of like chill a little bit when we get here, it's all good. It's cool. It's cool. It's just be respectful. When I tell you that I would get so fucking offended, like I would be so pissed. I'm like, do you think I'm fucking stupid? Do you think just because I don't respect you in any regard that I'm not going to respect your parents who are inviting me to their home or allowing me to be in their home? Right? And so every time that would happen, I'd be chopping it up with the parents because I'm a fucking old man at heart. I'm a fucking grouch. I'm grumpy as fuck. I don't like going out. I don't like people, right? I understood that those parents were like probably happy that their kids have friends or classmates that are doing work with them, whatever, but they don't want those kids there. They don't want more fucking human beings, little, fucking people running around, right? I get that. So I would talk to them and treat them in a way that I'm like, hey, thanks for having me. I get it, whatever, right? And we'd be chopping it up. And especially at that age, my Spanish was better just because I had to translate a lot more often than I do now. And so I'd be talking to them in Spanish. And when we talk about like No Salvo kids, which apparently the Australian Argentinian Nosferatu doesn't know what that is, immediately the moment that like Spanish, let's say Mexican at large, right? Because it's mainly Mexican families. the moment that they could hear you actually be able to carry a conversation in Spanish, you were in. Like you didn't. That's it. They liked you. It's a wrap, right? The moment they tell you like, oh, you know, your Spanish is, you speak Spanish well. You're golden, pony boy. Yes, tú. Right? Learn the fucking game, right? More than once, I got told like, oh, you know, I wish my kids, you know, would practice their Spanish, this and that, and I was always honest, and it would come up as being humble. Like it's not good though. Relax. But so many of us would resist speaking Spanish out of embarrassment and fear of being labeled a fucking bean. Let's be honest. So they would always be surprised after I would meet like their parents or whatever that like they liked me and like they would ask about me afterwards. And it's like, yeah, because I'm not a fucking idiot, bro. Like I like to fuck around, I like to have a good time. But when, you know, when I'm interacting with somebody who I don't know, somebody in this case with Sam, who's older than me, like, look, I understand how I come off. One, I understand how I look. They can't see me, but I understand how I sound, right? I forget sometimes, not gonna lie, but I know it's there. I'm conscious of it when I know I'm gonna have conversations like this. And so I'm like, all right, look, and I know how I can be. I can be loud, I can be aggressive, I can be blunt. So yeah, like I wrote that shit down, David, and I was like, because I know myself. And you know, the conversation we had after this with the Zionism, you heard me laughing, you heard me talking shit, you heard me fucking going off, right? And then you look at their comment section. Actually, I never looked at this comment section here. But you look at the comment section of the Zionist video, and they're like, who is this guy, this and that. Oh, but these are a lot of Vosh fans, right? But they say don't read the comments. I don't care. These people, if you're a Vosh fan, you're a pedo fan, so I don't know what to tell you. Oh, okay, so you have like an idiot here. I'm concerned about your Peacock content despite having no idea where your content is. I literally said, I named the fucking views. Is Peacock mainstream media? I don't put it in the league of any influential media like Fox, CNN, MSNBC. The impression I got off Sam by the caller is Sam is a Sean Hannity, and that's not the case. Wow. Somebody said Peacock is MSNBC. Yep. To be fair, it's right to be suspicious of Peacock. Is usually, that's funny. But see, here you go. Doesn't Jimmy Dore take a bunch of money though? This is why I did what I did. I normally don't read the comments, especially not on stream, but it's kind of like, hey, all I'm trying to highlight is I knew what I was doing. Anywho.
A character assassination to say, cool, I'm just going for the left. I check in for the minutia, which I appreciate. I'm thankful that you do make the space for more radical activists, but I don't think it'd be a character assassination to say that you are a bit more moderate in your approach. And I think you just hinted at it.
I think that's fair.
With your aesthetics.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's fair.
Eating off the palm of my hand. No.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I was saying. I wasn't.
No. Okay. I didn't mean that as an attack as much as I was just sort of curious as to what the perspective, what that relationship meant to you. But I hear you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. This is where the criticism comes in.
What?
So this is where the criticism comes in.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If Jimmy Dore said half of the
First of all, he's so bad at comedy. Mind you, that's me being right? He didn't get what I did though. This is how you know when you can riff with somebody or not, whether or not they can keep up. I throw the first joke, he responds to it well, misses the second one.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, this is where the criticism comes in.
What?
He says what?
So this is where the criticism comes in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I repeated myself because you said what? Like I was playing on the bit, but anyways, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
If Jimmy Dore said half of the anti-black, anti-indigenous, transphobic things that Ian Kaczynski, aka Vosh, has said, you'd be taking a headshot daily. Yet the online left, which includes like the Serve, Crystal, and Kyle, and yourself, keep giving him Vosh, who's essentially a silver spoon white guy, a pass every single time. The first time he was on the Tim Pool show, he pitched that reparations shouldn't be based on race but class. And of course, Tim ate it up. Reparations should be for American descendants of slaves, no matter if they manage to escape poverty.
You can't hate on me, Ados. You can't hate on me. 4 years ago, already talking about reparations. Just saying.
Reparations needs to happen immediately and is a national issue. But time and time again, Vosh has, what the online left calls, let the mask slip. From the times that he uses the N-word to claiming that any trans person that disagrees with him has a mental illness to more recent things like claiming that we can't get out of the Middle East without an exit strategy, which has been, the slogan for the industrial.
Let me address this for a second. I disagree with the idea that we need to tie reparations for descendants of slaves to class. I mean, we had Sandy Darity on. I don't know when it was.
Yeah, exactly.
A week or two.
Yeah.
But you're also misunderstanding the nature of and my understanding is that that Vouch did do some edgelordy stuff, and I'm not, frankly, too up to speed on it. But I will tell you this: I use the N-word on air.
And this downplaying, where again, the perpetual infantilization of white men. Oh, he did some edgy stuff. Translates, it's a modern online version of boys will be boys. This is a grown ass fucking man. A grown ass fucking man. I gave him multiple examples. Multiple fucking examples. I use the N-word too when he's gonna finish. It's funny where I stopped it. It's funny where I stopped it. I was not on purpose. And he's gonna say the liberal shit of like, in quotes, right? I know I stopped it. I'm sure he has, but I'm just saying. I should have let it continue. My bad. My bad. Not that it's, but I'm saying it's not like he's admitting to just throwing out the hard R over here.
Lordy stuff, and I'm not, frankly, too up to speed on it. But I will tell you this: I use the N-word on Air America. I don't know what it was, 15 years ago, to make a point. I wouldn't do it today because I have.
Oh, to make a point. I forgot that. I thought he was gonna go with the TYT. I was quoting things. Oh, we were just quoting things. Oh, he legit said it to make a point? That's fucking funny. Oh, he definitely uses it privately. He definitely uses it privately. I didn't realize that. I forgot about this.
Not, frankly, too up to speed on it. But I will tell you this: I use the N-word on Air America. I don't know what it was, 15 years ago, to make a point. I wouldn't do it today because I have a different, sort of, and it wasn't, I want to be clear on how I was using it then. I was using it to represent what someone had said at that time.
Exactly.
And
I said exactly because I assumed that he meant like quoting something. So I'm like, okay. But now I'm hearing represent. He didn't say quote, to represent. That's a whole lot more vague. To represent. He didn't say to quote. And mind you, you're on the phone with this, so it's not the best. You don't have your other ear. Because I don't think they like when people call in with like their Bluetooth on. Linstack, why do they need to protect each other with this? Whoa, Linstack, whoa. Whiteness over everything. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters but their fucking whiteness. That's why.
And so I'm not defending anybody's use of that word, and I wouldn't use it today, basically because, and I have to say that it's not a slam dunk for me. I think that like words must be taken in their context, but I also do appreciate the fact that it has certain connotations, particularly in today's day and age, that I wouldn't use it. But my argument, but hold on.
Connotation in this day and age. In this day, but 15 years ago it was different. Times they are changing.
Wait. I don't want to get sidetracked by this. My argument, the old white man arguments, the rich guy arguments between Jimmy and I are not on specific issue sets. And I want to make this clear. Like I don't, there's things I disagree with a lot of people that I don't go after them about. The reason why I have a problem with Jimmy is I believe fundamentally, it's not a question of like he's got a bad take on this or a bad take on that. I don't even care. It is because his project, fundamentally and broadly speaking, is disempowering to the broad left.
So whenever anyone's asked, why do I hate fucking liberals? Why do I hate rat libs? It's worse than this. It's because I think they're counter-insurgent propagandists. It's because I believe them to be our enemies. The enemies of the working class, the masses, the colonized proletariat. So whenever these fools, they'll surely make the accusation at some point that I'm obsessed, that I'm this and that I'm attacking people that should be coalition building. Just remember this. Because it's fine when they do it. It's fine when they attack people to what they perceive to be their right. But when we do it, it's not so nice. We're just purity testing. We're just trying to be the most leftist. I'll let this play a little bit more and then we'll move on.
That's why. And that he's teaching people to be stupid That's like his project. I'm not saying there's one issue or not two issues.
He's teaching people to be stupid. Mind you, we have Vosh over here talking about black nationalists being white nationalists and blackface. That's not teaching people to be stupid. That's not perpetrating white supremacy.
Like, we may agree on virtually every issue.
I don't think that's the case, but that's the point is the overarching theme of what that project is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not taking apart specific takes.
And mind you, all I'm saying is, hey, stop amplifying, stop like giving a boost in legitimacy because people respect the majority report. You know? To somebody who has shown to be a racist, who has shown to be transphobic, who has shown to be ableist, and the list goes on. And now today we know that he is a pedo, that he enjoys drawn animation of children. ... Sick ass fools, bro. Sick.
Like, I've never seen a second of Vaush's show. I know him from Twitter. Like, I mean, so I'm not going to be able to remark on his takes specifically, but I'm aware that his project is not that of Jimmy Dore's.
And broadly speaking, I mean, I will mock right-wingers, you know, their takes on stuff, because one of the functions of the show is to literally just mock the right. And Jimmy Dore was the first person I think that I ever even contemplated beginning to mock on the left when it became clear to me that the guy was basically literally teaching his audience how to be stupid about politics. So it's like, you know, like there may be takes that Vaush has, or that, you know, that.
Okay, I'm going to use the bathroom. This doesn't count as stealing somebody else's work because this is literally me on the phone call. And mind you, this got 109,000 views. I want my check, homie. I'll be right back. I'll let it play a little further. More than what
Kyle Kalinske has, or that, you know, I don't who that Pac-Man has, or you know, or others. I don't know.
TYT, whatever.
TYT, or the Rational National, or you know, I don't want to leave anybody out here. I mean, that takes I disagree with. I don't know, but that's not. I'm not. You know, people can make that assessment on their own. What I'm trying to do, the reason why I get into these old man fights with Jimmy Dore is because I think
wealthy white old man.
Well, these wealthy white man old man fights is because I think he fundamentally undercuts the policies that he purports to espouse, and he undercuts the left in this country. In addition, I think to, you know, now he's even more reprehensible in that I think he's empowering, white nationalism, frankly. And so when people cross that threshold, you know, that's where I pay attention to it. But I'm not policing every person on the left. No. And you know, people have disagreements about Vaush, but that's, you know, up to them. That's good.
No, but here's the issue is that I have the same approach to Vaush that you have for Jimmy Dore in regards to that. Due to his context, which I used to follow, I subscribe to anybody who's a leftist, and then I watch their videos throughout time and determine whether or not
well, then do
watch their product, right? Let me just finish. I didn't interrupt. Let me just finish, please. So I feel that Vaush's context is inherently anti-left in the sense that he does this whole thing that unfortunately Big Left has done the same thing. We're trying to associate this mythical red-brown alliance, right? And the issue that I have with that is the Reds were the reason why we're not all Browns. Right? Like what's going on here? There is no lines there, right? If you're further to the left and you're a communist anarchist, you're not going to associate with fascists, right? So that is my main issue with Vaush is that I feel that, and I've seen his work enough to determine that the way that he goes about his politics is anybody to the left of him is immediately labeled a Nazi, right? And to me, I will make the same argument that you're making towards Dore that I do towards Vaush.
Well,
also, I didn't even say that. No, but I mean, characterize my position. I said that that's something Dore is trying to promote and create. I don't think that's a viable thing that actually can exist, a red-brown alliance. That's my position.
Well, I don't think it's a thing that is, though.
Listen, we can debate that, but here's what my suggestion would be if you have that issue with Vaush, is on your show, you should make that case.
Come on.
No, I'm not. Oh, come on. Because I've got to be honest with you. Listen, I'm watching people. Listen. I'm watching people who identify. Now, you could argue that it's impossible for there to be a left-brown alliance. And that may be the case, but self-identified lefties who go on, you know, on Twitter, on social media, they are making common cause with fascistic people. There's just simply no doubt about that. Now, you may say, well, it's definitionally impossible, you know, to be the case because no one who is genuinely a lefty would do that. Fine. But there are people who self-identify that way who are making common cause with those people. Now, that is the nature of that narrow disagreement. And that is why I'm not going to take up your banner in that instance, you know, against anybody who makes that claim. Now, there may be some nuance to that argument that I think is wrong, which I just said, like, you know, self-identified. But there are people who are doing it.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sorry. There are people who are doing it. And so, you know, it's self-identified. Exactly? But the argument you're making is just like, you know, I don't know what to tell you. And that's your agenda. Like, you know, people are telling me like what I should be doing on the show. Like, I'm quite explicit with what the project is here. I'm sorry that it doesn't conform to the exact show that you want to hear, but I would encourage you. I would encourage you. Like, you know, I would encourage you.
It started to slip out. It started to slip out. Like me laughing and shit like that. It started to slip out because I'm like, oh, you fucking motherfucker. Like, I see what you're about. You're protecting whiteness. These fools only go after individuals like Jimmy Dore, like Anna Kasparian. When it's safe. When it's safe. That's the only time they go after them, because just like I told them about Vosh, who turned out to be a fucking pedo, who you see that is out here smearing black nationalism, as white supremacists do. Somebody hit them up. I forget who it was. They used to be in my chat. To let them know, like, hey, Anna Kasparian is a TERF. Anna Kasparian is transphobic. Sam Cedar excused it in the same way. Hey, that's only my business partner. I don't know. Emma Vigeland excused it because they were friends, until it became popular enough and safe enough for them to call them out. That's what they do. They're opportunists. They play that shit safe. They won't get in the forefront of it. All right, done with that. Done with that shit. But he uses that excuse whenever anyone criticizes his lack of principles and spine. Oh, make your own show. Right, bro. Right. Sure. Let me just go ahead and write the coattails of Mark Maron, John Benjamin, get a whole bunch of funding for Air America to push the new left, because fuck socialism and fuck communism, the new left. Just let me go ahead and do that. This motherfucker acts like he started this shit himself from the ground up. He didn't. He did not have the skill, the talent, definitely not the sense of humor, to make it in Hollywood, and this is where he wound up, a glorified streamer. All right, let's get back to this.
For ourselves.
I think you're conflating, like, I'm not sure what you would call this, conflating that with black nationalism. I encourage you to read.
Sorry, John. That was you. Drop the link for that, John. Yep. Or DM me if you're on the Discord or on Twitter. Because I know you called. Did you call in twice, John, or just once? Shout out to David for finding the one time that you did, that I know for sure was you. But I don't know if you called twice or just once. I know we went over a stream a while ago, and shout out again. Appreciate you, David, for finding it. It was John. Okay. Dara from the Deculturation live chat says, I do remember watching the Olay and Chill with Vigeland on Anna Kasparian. She was a cross of distraught and ready to take shit on her. Okay. All right. Typo. Not quite gossipy, but I've forgotten the word. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was before or after Anna Kasparian finally started getting called out. Yeah, you're not wrong, Ace. Make your own show just reveals his opportunism. Yeah, he's like, I'm running a business here, homie. Yeah, just what was the second time though? I can't remember. I don't want to make David. Well, I didn't make David do anything, first of all. But yeah, if you could either hit me up on Twitter, Instagram, or if you're in the Discord already, let me know, because I'm gonna need those, because I'm gonna go back to that video on Anna Kasparian, because everybody's taking a victory lap right now, and it's like, bro, like, all you guys were enablers.
This, conflating that with your
and do something for ourselves.
I think you're conflating, like, I'm not sure what you would call this, conflating that with black nationalism. I encourage you to read things like the Cambridge Guide to African American History and We Are Not What We Seem, Black Nationalists and the Class Struggle in the American, written by Bush and Roderick. I forget their names. I will link this to you.
I'm reading on it right now. The early history of black nationalism was characterized by people discussing the idea of blacks leaving America and forming an ethno-state.
Bro, it's literally given. Sorry, it's literally given like text to read. Mind you, I don't know if these are good sources or not. given 2 actual texts. I just Googled it right now on Wikipedia. Why would I read a book? I got Wikipedia. These are the people we're dealing with. We'll wrap up with this here.
They didn't call it an ethno-state back then because most societies were more or less ethno.
I think that people had said that because they believed that white supremacy could never be removed. So the only way to protect themselves is to disengage from white supremacy. That means move.
No. Dr. Ball, he's not saying he read a book on it. He literally just Googled it and is talking about the Wikipedia reference. That's all he's talking about. These people like live on Wikipedia. They don't read books. I read them real slow. I read them, but real slow.
So the only way to protect themselves is to disengage from white supremacy. That means move or leave. I think that people had said that because they believed that white supremacy could never be removed. So the only way to protect themselves is to disengage from white supremacy. That means move or leave. I think that white supremacy can be removed, but if it couldn't ever, under any circumstance, be removed, the last resort would be to disengage for our own safety.
Okay, well, thankfully, I don't think racism is baked into the white genome, so I'm pretty sure we're eventually going to be able to get there. I mean, hopefully.
When white people tell you, we will eventually solve racism, all I hear is, we'll eventually get tired of killing you. We'll eventually get tired of, forced sterilization. We'll eventually get tired of destroying your communities. We'll eventually get tired of kidnapping your children and putting them in fucking cages. We'll eventually get tired of it. But in the meantime, just relax with the separatist shit. All right. You're racist by wanting to remove yourself from us. All right. That's reverse racism. That's what I hear. That's what I hear when they say eventually.
Racism is baked into the white genome, so I'm pretty sure we're eventually going to be able to get there. I mean, hopefully sooner rather than later.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Dr. Ball. You're not wrong. I think she was a fan. And there is, dude, that'd be cool for you to deep dive into that. There is well, I don't know about now, because now it's a little bit more diverse. But I remember back in the day, it was more, there was just white political commentators that would rationalize the anti-blackness of these streamers in order to continue being fans. So I think you're correct on that. And you see it a lot with Hassan Piker. With Hassan Piker, a lot of his black fans excuse his racism, like in a grotesque way. And he uses those excuses to, provide himself cover, which just further confirms that he's fucking anti-black as shit. A little bit more, because I think we're enjoying this. We're enjoying education.
For one, I disagree with that. Black people have made huge strides towards racial equality in this country, like MLK being the obvious example.
I don't know if you've heard about a gentleman named Martin Luther King Jr. A lot of people don't know he was a junior. A lot of people just say MLK, but I say MLK Jr. All right. I Googled it. I searched it. Jeez. Liberals cannot help themselves, can they?
And secondly, the presence of minorities in this country is one of the factors that leads towards further integration. Like, for example, if we don't have a minority group in this country, we don't really have a reason to deal with their integration.
20 years.
Oh, man. Too good. Again, Luis, I don't want to hear it. We're not here for you today.
Never.
I think it's perfectly okay for there to be cultural enclaves in different parts of the world. The cultural diversity of our country is one of the most beautiful things about it.
Beautiful.
And I agree with bolstering the economic power of Black Americans because they've been disproportionately hurt by slavery, Jim Crow, and all that crap.
And this.
What more do you want? What more do you want? What more do you want? I mean, this is an ally. What more do you want?
is what black nationalists talk about.
No. Black nationalists don't stop at we need to empower the black community to resist oppressive cultural forces. They talk about creating a black nation. That's why they're called that. If you're going to like milkwash their beliefs to that extent, then like, sure, I'm a black nationalist. I'm an everything nationalist. I'm a white nationalist too, I guess, because I also want white people to be economically strong and to have cultural enclaves. And I'm in Latin.
Cultural enclaves. What fucking cultural enclaves do white people have? This is no different than when Jake Shields was like, yeah, no, I believe in what did he say? What did he say is like when he was talking to Nick Cruz from Revolutionary Sellout Network. What do you say? Like, oh, like, yeah, like if you believe in black power. No, he said something else. Those are like some white supremacist shit too. Oh, Dr. Ball, I'm telling you, like that book was so pivotal. That book was so fucking pivotal. Like it was just, it's weird because again, I'm a bad atheist, I can admit it. But like it's one of those moments where I'm like, oh, like how did this perfectly like appear, before me? How did I perfectly find this? How and then it makes it creepier because I'm like, how is it that like these, elders that I was like fucking vibing with knew him and then like continue, like I don't know, like it's weird. I get it, everything's coincidence, yada yada, but like, man, it's and then how the fuck is Dr. Ball in my chat? You know what I mean? Like shit like that. It's like, all right, I see what you're all up to. You're all in cahoots. I get it. All right, let's just please no more interrupting the sage.
Because I also want white people to be economically strong and to have cultural enclaves. And I'm a Latin nationalist because I want them to be economically strong and have that. Like, see what I mean? Like,
so why are you opposed, Luis Farrakhan, our Latin king?
we're being reductive here.
And there goes the neighborhood. Come on, you can't possibly.
Jesus, I don't even know. I don't think I've even. Maybe it's been a while. I had to have seen this. So yeah, here we go. Oh shit, fucked up. Is this the right one?
Obviously being white is a big.
I think nationalism is like white nationalism.
Because...
Why do you think black nationalism is like white nationalism?
Because they are people who want to go off and create their own country that is suited to the needs or the perceived needs of their ethnic or racial community.
Now, where are you going?
So fucking lazy. And then they do this. A lot of it's so performative, like, oh, here we go. Why do I think black nationalism and white nationalism is the same thing? Ugh. The fact that you even have to ask. Ugh. Destiny the Creep will turn around and play the piano. Vosh does that, shit like that. Hassan scoffs, like, does that. Hutch will tell you that you're lying. Like your positions aren't yours or some shit. It's weird. Everybody has their thing.
From their table,
nationalism is like white nationalism.
Because they are people who want to go off and create their own country that is suited to the needs or the perceived needs of their ethnic or racial community.
Yeah. Sorry. Do white nationalists want to create their own white nation state? They want to go off and do that? Or do white nationalists want to kill all of us so that the entire nation is white for whites only? Do they want to oppress all of us? What the fuck, bro?
Now, where are you going? Are you going then back home?
Sorry.
I see.
Wait, just 1 minute.
I see. I feel like maybe you should speak to more black nationalists or black activists.
I'm really sorry, but from the discourse that I've seen online, I don't know if your views are representative of the broader beliefs of many black nationalists. I'm pretty sure a lot of them want to create a pan-African ethno-state in Africa. Like that's what I've that's what I've engaged in for the most part, you know?
Stop. Okay. That is okay. That's Dr. Bob, bro. That is fucking crazy. I swear to you, my hand to a science book. Please, okay. I was gonna say it. Dude. I was literally about to let it out, and I was like, dude, like I stopped myself. I was like, don't be fucking racist, asshole.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
I can't prove it, and I hate this. I hate this because like I could have said I called it, but I swear to you, when I saw that shit, well, sorry, not that shit, but when I saw them, I was like, and I was about to like I was gonna let it out. You know, I was like, hey, Dr. Paul's in the crowd, and I was like, dude, that's fucking, don't say that. That's fucked up. That is crazy.
Wait, just 1 minute.
That is crazy. Wow. That's fucking funny. All right. Well, in the future, if I do fuck up and do something racist, it's because Dr. Ball gave me the confidence. Not just kidding. That is funny. Wow. I'm actually pretty upset at myself. If I'm watching like kind of a shitty movie, or just, you know, certain movies, there's films and there's movies, yada yada. I'm not gonna get into my snobbery. Certain films I'm cool with, like kind of talking a little bit while they're playing. Certain movies. And like I have this thing to where like you have to call it. Like if you don't call it, you can't be like, oh, I knew that was gonna happen. It's like, no, fuck off. You didn't call it. Nobody knows. There's no way to confirm. And so now I'm upset at myself in the same way that when I watch a movie and I knew the twist and I didn't call it. Again, it has to be kind of not a great movie, right? It has to be like a C plus B minus kind of tier movie for me to be cool with talking. And you know, people I watch movies with, they know what's when it's appropriate to talk, when it isn't, or what movie we can kind of shit on a little bit. Gio, it's wild that so many streamers got away with making intellectual arguments without reading for so long, but also their audience were mostly children. Still are. And a lot of them are adults in Arrested Development. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, man. What I miss. It's my fault. Yep, definition of a honest community, yeah. Marlo World FTP, hey, can you explain why the fuck you think RBN is sellouts? They've never endorsed faulty shit or aligned themselves with faulty analysis or theory. Wow. Marlo. Wow, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I can't really elaborate more, like, just because we're so far off from each other, like understanding each other, that that I don't even know where to start, in the sense that, so I was really desperate to find non-white like political streamers for this exact reason. This exact reason. Because the ones that are pushed and readily available are all white dudes that grew up affluent. These were all affluent people that are like anti-black, anti-indigenous, and have all these other fucking lists of things. So whenever I would find black content creators, political creators, I would do my best to support, give the benefit of the doubt, all these things, right? And no different with Fred Hampton leftists. I mean, look, this channel is Bitter Dose TV. It has 250 subscribers. I know this channel because that's how much I was looking for non-white political content creators. Reset Race was either a spinoff of Bitter Dose TV or vice versa. I don't remember. Again, it was an all-black content crew, right? I was looking for that. Not necessarily, it's not that they have to be black, but like I said, I've normalized not seeing brown faces in this space because I didn't want to keep hearing this racist shit. And so believe me, I tried my best to support Fred Hampton leftists, tried my best to support Sabby Sab. I remember even joining their call-in a couple of times and just, you know, shooting the shit. I would be on Fred Hampton's leftist like chat, all this stuff, bro. I've actually talked to Nick Cruz on that call-in podcast as well, and we chopped it up about Jose Aldo had just retired or something like that, and then like I called him out and his continued association, normalization with white nationalists like Jake Shields. So I'm gonna, I'm taking what you're saying serious. I'm giving you all that information to know that like I'm not just a hater. Let's see. But when you do a show with Jake Shields, who is by definition a white supremacist, and you're not there to push back on his white supremacy, to the point you could say, oh, they're just talking, it's just a conversation, this and that. You don't have a conversation with white supremacists. You have a fucking debate with him. You don't have to rage out. You don't have to lose your shit, but you have a conversation with, like, to have a conversation with somebody, it's like, it's a mutual respect has to, be established. Why the fuck do you have mutual respect with a white supremacist like Jake Shields? This is a white supremacist through and through. I really don't know like what to tell you to get you to understand that, because they do a great job of saying like, oh, they're just trying to like smear us or all this stuff. Notice the way that they talked about Dr. Ball, the way that they talked about Renee, the way they talked to Kamal, and compare that shit to the way that they've just eaten shit from Jimmy Dore whenever they step out of line. Why is Nick Cruz from Revolutionary Sellout Network on a fucking show where they have victory requires resistance? Fucking Rhodesia, white supremacist gear. You see what I'm saying? Like, this isn't me just being petty. This isn't me being a hater. I've seen this time and time again. There's people on Revolutionary Sellout Network who have admitted to being best friends with a Boogaloo boy. The Boogaloos are a white militia that want to bring about a second race war. These people are opportunists. And nothing highlights that when you compare, look, we all have fucking sellouts. We all have compradors. And nothing highlights it more than the way that they treat white people when they're upset at them and the way they treat their own people. Nothing highlights that more. You see it immediately like, oh shit, you really got on the gloves. Oh, you just took them off. For who? Look at this. Look at this. And you can I've covered this. I covered this before. You can listen to the entirety of it, Marlo. But I don't know what to tell you. The same way that like my beef with Sam Cedar goes back a good while now, 4 years. You saw that. I'm not talking out of my ass. One thing I'm known for is what? Having the fucking receipts, having the fucking clips, having the information. I'm a hater with a cause. This is unforgivable. Oh, but he supports Palestinians. No, he fucking doesn't. He's anti-Semitic. He doesn't care what, Jewish people do. He's going to hate on them. How do I know that? Because he's a white supremacist. If he hated Zionism and he wasn't just anti-Semitic, why the fuck is he supporting a white supremacist settler colonial project like Rhodesia? But I'm glad I saw your message, Marlo. I really do. I don't know what else to tell you, Marlo. Because you just ignored everything I just said. And you're going. This is why, and I've talked about this before, and then I'll jump over to this. The reason why they named themselves Fred Hampton leftists is because Fred Hampton was assassinated by the state so young that he couldn't. Yeah, I am being polite. That he didn't have time to actually write down his theory, his knowledge, and his base. Right? They didn't name themselves. The Dr. Huey P. Newton's leftists. They didn't name themselves Kwame Ture leftists. They didn't name themselves Malcolm X leftists. Right? They didn't name themselves H. Rap Brown leftists before, the name change. They didn't name themselves that. Because they all had works that you could point to break down and be like, hey, you're not lining up the same way. They chose Fred Hampton leftists because it was easy and because of the Rainbow Coalition. Because they saw immediately that they could manipulate that shit. Jimmy Dore's doing it, has been doing it for like a decade at this point. Oh, but the Rainbow Coalition. Oh, but the white guys at the Rainbow Coalition had the Confederate flag. They were racist too. I gotta move on. I gotta move on. Jesus fuck. I tried my best, Marlo, to be, well, my chat's saying I'm being polite. They mean it. They mean it because I'm a bit of an asshole. All right.
I see. I feel like maybe.
And I'll just say this one last thing because I'm still trying to find a way for us to do collaboration because I admire their work so much. And they've been so gracious with their time with me. I find it so fucking funny that Sabby Sab and that entire crew were saying like, oh, Renee's gonna do this, Renee's gonna do that. Saturdays with Renee is like, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to diminish any other show on there, but what that show has done and the way that's fit in with like millennials are killing capitalism, the way that it's been able to kind of bring in, and when I say been able to, I mean Renee has done the job to like reach out and make those collaborations happen, has, I think, only been beneficial for Black Liberation Media. And I think it's widening their scope. And the fact that all those fucking sellouts were saying like, get away from her, she's gonna ruin your network, your show, this and that. Sweet fucking victory. There you go. All right. And to be honest, like it did, like I fell for Sabby Sab's sweetness. I really thought that. I was like, damn, all right, that's cool. And then when I found out they had a white partner, I was like, oh, so much made sense. And it's not just that they're white, it's that they're like in the military industrial complex. So much made sense. I was like, oh, okay, I see. The character started to make sense for me. All right. Oh, RBN versus Tim Black was wild. It was funny, but Tim Black's on another one too. People really take the Vanguard bullshit as Bible. That's crazy. That's fucking hilarious because I hate the Vanguard. That's fucking hilarious because I would literally like square up with Zach any day of the fucking week. Apparently he's like 5'8" also, so he's a short white dude. I'm on average height Mexican. It evens out. Although apparently Gavin's like 6 something. So I'm gonna have to chop his legs down first. All right.
Speak to more Black nationalists or Black activists.
I'm really sorry, but from the discourse that I've seen online, I don't know if your views are representative of the broader beliefs of many Black nationalists. I'm pretty sure a lot of them want to create a pan-African ethno-state in Africa. Like that's what I
almost missed that. Oh, shit, I'm so sorry. I almost missed that. I'm sorry. How does one create a pan-African ethno-state? How does somebody create a pan-African ethno-state? Can somebody please explain to me how somebody creates a pan-African ethno-state? Am I stupid? You know what this reminds me of? You're gonna like this, Dr. Ball. One of the criticisms, or not criticisms, one of the praises that white nationalists, white supremacists gave to Black Panther was like, oh, they have an ethno state. They have an ethno state. And you're all celebrating that. Why can't we? And it's like, I'm sorry, did you miss the whole movie where, and criticisms of the movie aside, where all the different culture and tribes and peoples within Wakanda gathered, demonstrating their difference and uniqueness and different cultures. And did you miss the fight where it was literally like, oh, we have this God, you have that God, we believe it? Like, it's the exact same fucking level of analysis, of understanding. Yeah, yeah, literally that. Yeah. Wait, are you not? Oh shit. Yeah, what did I say about the Latino vote or the community? Like, come on. Oh man, it's the same. I'm saying it's just they're white supremacists with a different fucking coat on, different fucking paint of coat, different fucking lingo. A pan ethno state. They don't even hear what they're saying. They don't even hear what they're fucking saying.
Like that's like what I've engaged in. I'm pretty sure a
I
lot of
mean-
them want to create a pan-African ethno state in Africa. Like that's what I've that's like what I've engaged in for the most part, you know?
All right, I think we're good there. Just to show that I'm not lying. Let me pull it up. Where is it? Will that pull it up? Yeah, no BS is one of these guys. It's only 9 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna go through it all, but I'm not saying you gotta go over it, Dr. Bob, but please at least throw this M2 mess away.
Hello and welcome back to No Bullshit. Today we're talking about Black Panther again. The new movie's set to come out this weekend, so I thought it would be a good time to dive into some of the comic book characters' background. And I also want to look into the story's main location, Wakanda.
Oh my god, bro.
A hidden country in the heart of Africa that's portrayed as not only highly prosperous, it's even advanced and futuristic compared to the rest of the modern world. But there is a catch. No immigrants allowed. That's right. Wakanda's not only hidden, it's also a fiercely protected secret, which the Wakanda...
No immigrants allowed. I was right, there was no colonizers allowed, but okay, that's cool.
And made it out alive. Or, more likely, the Wakandans killed them to keep their home secret. I would also say it's heavily implied that this scene of Black Panther fighting is placed next to this dialogue to show that he's defending Wakanda's secret from the that turned out. Blacks in Africa. And not only is their ethno-state easy to say, Wakanda is a virtual...
Alright, let me slow it down because he does talk a little fast. Sorry about that. I just don't want to get Disney fucking copyright this stream. But
ethno... With all that said, I think it's already pretty easy to say Wakanda is a virtual ethno-state for black people, or more specifically, the Wakandan blacks in Africa. And not only is their ethno...
The Wakandan blacks is fucking crazy, bro. Hassan Piker, is this you? What the fuck?
Ethno-state ethno-state for black people, or more specifically, the Wakandan blacks in Africa. And not only is their ethno-state isolationist, it's literally hiding itself from the world. There are two main ways I can see them doing that from the trailer. First, there are multiple times outsiders claim Wakanda is a third world country.
Wait, so mind you, he hasn't even seen it yet.
Country stuff was a front. This means Wakanda pretends to be poor, suffering, and third world, like much of Africa. This ruse keeps most of the people of the world from wanting to go there. And it also helps hide their wealth and technology, which we see multiple clips of.
That is fucking crazy. Maybe this right here?
Agenda 2. Still around. Monarchy. They don't practice democracy there. In fact, they prefer their king's rule over it. Now, I'm not sure if all of the alt-right is this extreme and anti-democracy, but there's certainly a slew of quotes and articles of alt-righters arguing against it. Take a look at these two articles from the altright.com. For example, the first called, "If you want free speech, get rid of democracy." And the second, similar like globalism for starters. Black Panther is anti-globalist, of course. Wakanda is not only hiding its wealth from the world in order to keep it to itself, it's also dealing with the world on bad faith. Putting up a front that makes your country look third world and poor is a pretty elaborate ruse in order to keep your resources to yourself. Which, by the way, Wakanda's claim to fame is its rare mineral called vibranium, which is a nearly indestructible metal that's used on Captain America's shield and in Black Panther's suit. Vibranium is more valuable than gold, platinum, uranium, or Black Panther and Wakanda keep it all to themselves. So clearly they're not for globalism, the European Union, or George Soros type shit. None of that. Again, Wakanda...
I'm not. Okay, we're moving on. We gotta get to that fucking debate. Clearly, as you can tell. The Jews have not gotten into Wakanda. What the fuck, bro? Hold on, let me take off my hoodie. You're welcome, Dr. Ball. This is what I offered. Oh, bro, that's too fucking good. I don't even know if I should drop this in the chat because I don't know if we should be giving this shit views. It's 7 years old, but still, you know what I mean? Marlo, homie, I mean, you could kick it. Like, please, by all means, kick it. I already gave you multiple examples, but I get it. Cognitive dissonance, especially, and that's one of the reasons why. And you could, ask around in the chat. One of the reasons why I do kind of try not to give too much information about myself, or like I'm vague about what some experiences, change the names, change things around. It's not because I'm hiding anything. It's because I want to prevent what you're going through happening to anyone that tunes in, which is parasocial relationships where you feel personally defensive over somebody you've never met and wouldn't give a damn about you. You feel personally attacked when you hear criticism of them, and you refuse to engage with any of the examples I gave, right? For example, I didn't emphasize the whiteness of Savvy Sav's partner. I emphasized their career, their job, the blood on their hands. Okay. I'm sorry. Do you realize that the name change? I'm sorry, Dr. Bob. Do you realize that, like, anyway, all right, bro. We were literally there. We were there. Like, this is a wrong chat to try and do that, but okay. All right. Yeah, we finished that. That was funny. We did that, and that we're doing that tomorrow. Okay. Let's get to it. I only want. We're already at 4.5 hours. We've been having too much of a good time. Fuck it. We got to do it. We're doing a 5-hour stream. I got a almond croissant over here. And keep going. Yeah. No, we don't do that around here. We don't do it. We don't do that parasocial keyboard warrior stuff. Never defend my honor. I have none. You know what I mean? Like, please, by all means. Never that. All right. Let's get to it. I can stop charging that now. Let's see here. Oh, you fuckers are gonna have me do a 6-hour stream, huh? All right. This is later. This is gonna be good later. Here we go. And I believe we are gonna start at 25. Mind you, we're not. They leave around the 2-hour mark, and we're starting at like the 25 or 10-minute mark. But I took timestamps. If you know, you know. Yeah, Lenstack. Let me see here. Let me find my timestamps. Let me find my notes. All right, we're starting 14:08. Let's see.
Though, or a particular sore spot when it comes to certain people on the left from an electoral perspective that we can get into. But I think the sensitivities rise when it comes to people like the Vanguard, people like Hassan Piker, and people like, let me think of another one. Have you heard of Brianna?
Which is kind of wild, given the fact that my voting record is, I voted for Hillary Clinton, I voted for Joe Biden, and then I voted for Kamala Harris. So, like, I don't know why people get this, like, crazy idea that, like, we're somehow, like, it's impossible to work with us. Like, just because we're vocal.
And this is where we're starting. The reason this conversation is being had is because Hutch, who we've covered before, that's the individual who I was covering while I was away in the previous stream, claims that the Vanguard, Hassan Piker, Kyle KKK Kalinske are leftists, first of all, and two, that they cannot be relied upon to support the Democratic Party. The Vanguard are opportunists to the T. These individuals popped up in the scene, writing Jimmy Dore's coattails, bragging about third parties, this and that, because Gavin, this one over here, was like, yeah, third party, this and that, all this shit. And then once they got a little bit of that lana, ya estuvo. Once they got invited to Crystal Ball's and Kyle KKK Kalinske's wedding, hosted, and not even hosted, what do you call that? When the priest that like does the wedding vows? Wedding vows. Jesus. I forget what that's called. Help me out, chat. What's that word? I'm an atheist. I'm a bad atheist. Officiated. Yes. Ooh. The Twitch chat coming in quick. I appreciate y'all. Yes, she officiated. Marianne Williamson officiated Crystal Ball's and Kyle KKK Kalinske's wedding. Once he got invited to that, it was a wrap. It was over. They knew where the bread was going to be buttered, right? So these individuals literally in real time, like we've seen this happen, have moved further and further to the right. They went from being, yeah, fuck the Democratic Party, we need a third party, you know, the Democratic Party won't be able to do this and that, all that shit, to bragging about voting for Hillary, Biden, and Holocaust Harris, right? Jim Crow Joe the first time. Well, Hillary Clinton, Jim Crow Joe, and Holocaust Harris. They would have voted for Genocide Joe too, if given the opportunity. So they're bragging about remaining loyal to the Democratic Party and moving their content, their analysis further to the right. That's what they're doing here. And the only reason figures like this get to play up the fact that they're part of the left, because they're not socialists, they're not communists, they're not anarchists. Zach here, the one with the Hitler fucking haircut over here, the Hitler Youth haircut. Yikes. Literally says that they are the most left of the Democratic Party. They occupy the most left space of the Democratic Party. But because of people like Hutch, these fucking opportunists get a profit off of misleading people by pretending to be part of the left. That voting record's crazy. Look, I can admit, I didn't vote for Hillary because I saw what she saw. I saw what she did in Libya. I'm not voting for her. I didn't care that she was going up against Trump. Hillary Clinton was a proven asset. We knew what she was about. Trump was just a loudmouth. Then his administration comes through, and I felt guilty. So I'm like, and I've talked about this before. Oh, let me vote for Joe Biden. Fuck it. Commits to genocide against Palestinians. I said never again. Never voting for a Democrat again. Especially when Kamala Harris was saying, nope, I'm not doing shit different. I'm not changing anything. Cool. I already have blood in my hands. I'm not trying to have it again. Not anymore. It's that simple. Not more blood than what I'm already accountable for. And we all are. We have to be honest with that. We all are. I don't say, oh, you got blood in your hands as some type of smear. But a collective admission that we have all collectively failed the Palestinian people. That we have allowed the government, whether it oppresses us or not, to commit a genocide. And I listened to Dr. Greg Carr. I believed in Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez when she was at the ICE concentration camps. Crying, fucking photo shoot. That if she applied the same pressure to Joe Biden with her popularity, that something might change in the border in a positive direction. I believed in Dr. Greg Carr when he said, hey, you might not be in front of a judge, but somebody that looks like you might be. Do you want somebody appointed by Trump or Biden? I kind of downplayed the fact that we're talking about Jim Crow Joe, but I took that into consideration because I have family members who do have to confront those judges. I have family members that are undocumented. that have their legal status or question, like all this shit like that I was considering. The Democratic Party is like, dope, we could do a genocide now. And guess what? We're going to continue that genocide, so you better vote for us. So when I say you got blood in your hands, I'm right there with you. Except I feel guilty and I want to change and make sure that doesn't happen again.
Critics of some of the bad decisions the Democratic Party has made. Like it would be very interesting. And you know, it kind of is, I think, what's really put offish to people about the like establishment, insular, democratic, liberal groupthink, right? Where it's like there are so many people. Like 2-3 days ago, Gavin and I were at an ICE protest, right? And we're saying, get the fuck out of Kansas City, with a bunch of people who may have not even shown up to vote at all in November. A bunch of people who maybe have never participated in a general election in their lives. A bunch of people who probably thought it wasn't worth it to show up. But here they are. They're now mobilized. They're now ready to go. Those are people that need to be a part of our movement. So when you say who is a part of our movement, I think we need to embrace people, right? The Democratic Party loves to talk about being a big tent party, but usually they're talking about being a big tent party for people who went to college and for people who have a lot of money, right?
So two things. This idea, this glorification of mobilization. Glorification of mobilization. Kwame Ture talks about the difference and distinction between mobilizing and organizing, right? I don't glorify mobilizing because I've seen what it does. Nothing. If anything, it just exhausts people's energy and willingness to engage politically. And they feel like they've accomplished something by marching in a predetermined circle or path approved by the city and the police. And even when it's not that, it's meaningless. It is. It absolutely is. It's organization, not mobilization. You can make, if you want to be good faith and say, hey, he's saying they're mobilized and ready to be organized. They're mobilized and ready to be organized. You can claim that. But mobilize them where, motherfucker? Mobilize them where? To the Democratic Party? Because what will solve everything is more Democratic politicians. We need to vote for them harder. We need to vote more for them. Well, 7 Democrats just sided with, oh, yeah, but that's only 7. Oh, but wait, there was 25 previously that were glorifying ICE. But don't think about that. Don't think of that. We need 25 more to make sure that, and then we just need to vote more and more. And then I'm from California. Essentially, other than Orange County, Anaheim, that area, run by Democrats. And look how shit is out here. But don't worry, Gavin Newsom's going to be president. He's going to change all that. And if you don't vote for Gavin Newsom, you're the devil. Fucking A.
We need to be a big tent party for people who are getting fucked by ICE. We need to be a big tent party for people who are really concerned for their neighbors. We need to be a big tent party for people who maybe did not understand the severity of the situation we were up against before, November of last year or November of 2 years ago at this point, right? Because there was so much misinformation, right? We need to understand that people are awake now. They're ready to join our coalition and that we can mobilize them because they're pissed off. It seems so silly to me to be like, oh,
they're awake now, so they're going to join the Democratic Party. Yeah. They're so awake, they're going to join the Democratic Party. And I was too gracious when I said organize them. He said, we're going to mobilize them now. Watch out.
Join our coalition and that we can mobilize them because they're pissed off. It seems so silly to me to be like, oh, 18 months ago, we had a really severe political disagreement over something that's really functionally irrelevant right now. Let's not work together at all to collaborate against this massive threat we're facing. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I would much rather be like, right now we're facing the existential threat of the Donald Trump regime, the Fourth Reich. ICE is terrorizing our fucking communities. We have Gestapo in the streets. The Constitution is being shredded. My father, who's
Oh, not the Constitution, bro. This is why I view Peace Cause a vendido. And look, I've had bad lighting too. Hey, this is good lighting, dog. Guirillo, ¿qué pasa, wey? Nah, bro, we gotta get you. I don't know if it's knowing where you're at. I don't know what's going on, but bueno, come on, bro. ¿Qué traes, güey? You fit right in, güey. Or you fit right in over here. Homie scared of the sun. This idea, bro. This idea here that he's pushing. The fact, again, glorifying the Constitution. Yeah, we have one of the most fucking retrograde constitutions around. One of the most barbaric, backwards ass constitution. And you're glorifying that. The Constitution written by slaveholders, land speculators. That's what we need to protect. That's what we need to fucking protect. God damn, bro. Not the background lighting, fool. The lighting in front of you. Sometimes if your lighting's not good, your skin looks whiter. Depending on how your camera reacts to it, your skin looks whiter. That's why in the previous stream that I was showing y'all, like I look fucking pale, despite always being relatively this brown. It's just depending on the lighting. But I wasn't talking about the background lighting. I caught that too, and I'm like, oh shit, it is kind of a meme. I guess they're just pleasant colors to like help you like look good on stream. But mine used to be red and blue, but I can't really do red anymore. Actually, that's a lie. A bit of this purple is actually red. It's a lighter purple. That's just because of the lighting, but the red helps it out. Oh, no, he's Peruvian. Yes, he's Peruvian. Let me put this off for a second. Sometimes he looks brown. I don't know.
We're facing the existential threat of the Donald Trump regime, the fourth.
There we go. Existential threat of the Donald Trump regime. It's so existential that the first time was existential, and it's the first time we've ever had fascism. First time we've ever had a regime. It's the boogeyman building up of everything. Yes. You think that this is the end of it all. Because for the first time in your lifetime, people that look like you, people who are as affluent as you are being targeted, are in the crosshairs. That's why you think this is different. That's why January 6th scared the fuck out of you. It made me fucking laugh. And I wish there was more, what was her name? I don't bother to remember her fucking name. What was her name? Ashley Babbitt. I wish there was more of Ashley Babbitt's. Get the fuck out of here. Is this true? The U.S. to pay $5 million? Jesus Christ. The Trump administration has agreed to pay a $5 million settlement to the family of Ashley Babbitt, the U.S. Air Force veteran who was shot and killed by a Capitol Police officer while breaching the U.S. Congress on the 6th of January 2021. The Capitol Police Chief, Tom Vanguard, told CBS, the BBC, U.S. partner, he is extremely disappointed with the decision. The officer involved in her shooting has been cleared of any wrongdoing. The settlement resolves a $30 million wrongful death suit filed by Babbitt's family and conservative active group. Fucking shameless motherfuckers. Judicial Watch. I wish it would have been. It would have entertained me a lot more. You know what I'm saying? Too many characters made it to the end of the season. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I mean, I would much rather be like, right now we're facing the existential threat of the Donald Trump regime, the Fourth Reich. ICE is terrorizing our fucking...
The Fourth Reich, bro. The Fourth Reich. Joe Biden literally, with Kamala Harris at the helm, no, to his right, carried out a genocide of Palestinians through the Zionist proxy. But that doesn't qualify to be the Fourth Reich, because that didn't personally affect you. I see what you're up to, bro.
Fucking communities. We have Gestapo in the streets. The Constitution is being shredded. My father, who's considered himself a Republican his entire life, texted me after that man was killed yesterday and said, I'm for the first time in my life afraid of the fact that we're going to lose our rights in this country.
My white pappy, who was a brave, proud war criminal, he rang me up and he said, Zachary, it seems like they're treating us like the brown and black folk now. And I fear that the country that I fought for, the country that I committed war crimes for, won't protect us anymore. And we'll be treated just like the rest of them, the black and brown hordes. We're no different than them now, son. And all this time, I've been a proud, racist Republican. And now no more. Not one more blood. One more blood of a white man shall be spilled while I live. This is why these motherfuckers love Grant Plattner. It reminds them of their papa. Ooh. Grant Plattner is not your dad. He ain't your dad. He ain't gonna be proud of you. All right? He ain't gonna leave you his house. That's not Grant Plattner, bro. Sweating and hollering is crazy. No, these motherfuckers so badly want to be like the rednecks, but they're not. These are all fucking cul-de-sac kids. These went to like nice fucking schools. They want to pretend to be like these working class. No, you were just fucking failures, bro. You were failures. You didn't take advantage and grasp every opportunity presented to you. I believe Zach's father was in the military, so you already get a whole lot of fucking perks and benefits from that. His mother is in government. She works for the government. I don't think you were struggling, boy. This, I don't know about his papa, his father, but his mother, I'm pretty sure, was like a college professor. All right, bro. You weren't struggling like the rest of us. You just weren't. But they just like to play that shit up. Oh, we're just flyover country white boys, you know? All right, bro. So you're mad you didn't grow up in one of the coasts. Yeah, all right, we get it. Oh, yeah.
Veteran of the United States military, right? So things are changing right now. Our coalitions are
bragging about your father being a fucking war criminal. Shit, bro. And I should be bragging about a whole lot.
First time in my life afraid of the fact that we're going to lose our rights in this country. A veteran of the United States military, right? So things are
yeah, I knew his grandpa was racist, and I know. So here's the thing: the Vanguard, VAN, right? They didn't name themselves the Vanguard out of like Marxist-Leninism or anything like that. In fact, they're not. They repute that. They repute Lenin, the devil Lenin. They repute him. No. It's not because of that, but they use that name, the Vanguard, in order to trick people, lie to them, con them into giving them money by saying, hey, give us money. We will buy a van and we will go around the country and do real gonzo journalism, on-the-ground journalism with real Americans that look like you and me, right? Never did that. They eventually bought the van. And what did they do? They gave it to Zach's racist old grandfather. That's what they did with it. Because that's what white people do. They just fucking lie and they're opportunists and they just fucking either pass the wealth up or down or hoard it, right? But it's theirs. God given right, it's theirs. But bragging about your father being a war criminal, gotta love it.
Changing right now. Our coalitions are changing, and we're redrawing the lines into people who believe America is a nation of laws, people who believe in the Constitution, people who believe in the vision of the founding fathers that we're, a melting pot society, and people.
Oh my! The founding fathers believed in a melting pot society, bro. And then he doesn't even bother calling like the framers of the Constitution, which is at least a little less culty. The founding fathers. Yeah, you see why Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent that killed Renee Good, had a Filipino wife? You want to guess who Zach's partner is? Hey, Marlo, guess what? I'm making fun of Zach's partner too. Gasp. Yeah, right, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. She's a journalist. Apparently, people can be stupid and have wild ass partners.
States military, right? So things are changing right now. Our coalitions are changing, and we're redrawing the lines into people who believe America is a nation of laws, people who believe in the Constitution, people who believe in the vision of the founding fathers.
He says founding fathers. Have some self-respect. You can still be a little fucking American nationalist. You can be a little white nationalist and liberal veneer and say the framers of the Constitution to show that you're not completely on your knees. But the founding fathers, bro, Grant Plattner is not your dad. George Washington is not your father, bro. Stop this fucking weirdo like cult-like shit. And what do they believe?
Nation of laws, people who believe in the Constitution, people who believe in the vision of the founding fathers that we're, you know, a melting pot society. And
how fucking stupid and uneducated and completely ahistorical do you have to be? I mean, this is equivalent to like Holocaust denialism. It's equivalent to that. It's equivalent to Holocaust deniers to claim that the founders of the settler colonial project, the founding fathers, believe in a melting pot society. It's just, mind you, I wish I could say, oh, our public education system. No, these guys have bragged about going to one of like the best public schools in the country. Tell me, y'all, how do public schools get funded? Does anyone know? Y'all know how public school gets funded. Because if they went to one of the best public schools in the country, that would mean that it's pretty well funded, right? How does that work? How does that work? How does a public school get funded? And then think about these fools trying to say that they're working class. Think about these fools saying that they grew up, you know, struggling, working hard. No, you just failed. You just failed to seize all the vast opportunities in front of you. God damn, bro. Claudia, this is partially Lin-Manuel Miranda's fault. Yeah, no, I agree. If they were younger, I would agree. Yeah. Property tax, y'all. Property tax.
And people who oppose that, and people who want to bring in fascism and totalitarianism. And I think that's the fight we're up against.
Gavin, we have to maintain the dream of our fathers, that is the founding fathers, in order to avoid fascism. Yeah. And what else?
Your take. Who want to bring in fascism and totalitarianism.
Oh, okay. And totalitarianism. We have to keep the melting pot dream of our founding fathers in order to avoid fascism and totalitarianism. Wow. Dr. Ball says, a lot of white men in the Navy had Filipino wives. It's more about the colonial relationship than a desire for multiculturalism. 100%. 100%. Yeah, no, it's a fetishization completely through and through. And I honestly, I don't know what else I need to like, what other information I need to present that Zach fetishizes his partner, his Filipino partner, than him calling the fathers, the founding fathers, supporting melting pots, and that we have to keep their dream alive to avoid fascism and totalitarianism. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Melting pot, though. That's what a melting pot looks like, Dr. Ball.
And I think that's the fight we're up against.
Gavin, I want to get your take before I respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Zach. I also think it's interesting that so many people that are on the more like, I'm a dedicated Democratic warrior and it's heresy to criticize Joe Biden. It seems like a lot of those people nowadays are increasingly voicing their frustrations with the way that the Biden administration handled Trump, and specifically the way that they faltered in their attempts to actually contain the threat that was Donald Trump and his movement. I mean, I see a ton of content from the whole, like, you know, live and learn faction of content creators talking about how, you know, Merrick Garland is a fucking disgrace, and how, you know, Joe, in retrospect, like Joe Biden and Merrick Garland allowed all of this to happen. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what we were saying. Like that's part of the reason why we were so critical of Joe Biden and the Democrats in the first place, and part of the reason why it feels like the analysis of a lot of progressives and more socialist types has come crystal clear, which is that, yeah, the Democrats not only did enable the rise of Trump, not only did they open the door to it, but they continue to enable it. The corporate Democrats basically just, voted and allowed the funding of ICE to go through to the degree to which Donald Trump wants it. I mean, this is crazy. And it feels like,
whenever you hear somebody say corporate Democrats, the red flag, they're an opportunist. Corporate Democrats. Straight up fucking opportunists, bro. It's so fucking pathetic. Homeowners pay for public schooling if you're actually asking. I don't know if you're a little bit behind the stream, but yeah, right? I said property tax, didn't I? Or was I wrong? This is like the white earn your liberation. Oh, earn your leisure, I'm assuming you're saying. No, Dr. Ball. Okay, so we have two contenders for earn your leisure. We have the leftist mafia, if you want your little rab lib. Where are we at? If you want rad lib shit, we have leftist mafia. They always have a minimum of one woman of color to make sure that, and I don't know why they made that for a little bit brown when he's okay, but anyhow, they always have at least one woman of color minimum to dodge any accusations. And then we have where Pisco over here, or Pisco, is from Live and Learn. This is more straight up liberal shit right here. And they make sure to keep it like all white men plus Pisco, who quiere ser güero, but you know. So these are contenders if you want to have a good time and just, honestly, and I mean this sincerely, I tune into their stuff every now and then. Not leftist mafia because rad libs are just unbearable, but liberals at least, they're a fun time. Like they just true believers, man. There's something about them that is so enjoyable, you know? You don't want to talk to like somebody who's like using religion as an opportunist. Like that's kind of like, oh, we get it, you're slimy, you're sleazy. But like one of them that's a true believer, like there's something to gain, some information to be like, oh wow, like you're with it. Yeah. Like I love those fools that dance with snakes. Love that shit, dog. Like that's why I love Righteous Gemstones, because you see the contrast of the true believers and the opportunists. It's a good time. Great show.
Now everyone's finally waking up to that because the reality of the situation is so obvious. But to Zach's point, yeah, there is a lot of liberals out there that have been woken up. They've been radicalized. The I've Had It podcast ladies come to mind as a real sort of manifestation of this trend. Jennifer Welch talks a lot about how she voted for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. She kind of bought the MSNBC bullshit. She was a Cory Booker fan, all this kind of stuff. But now she's like, oh, wait, what the fuck? It was actually the progressives. It was actually the Bernie bros. It was actually the socialists that were 100% right about how it's this weak sauce, milquetoast corporate Democrat bullshit that actually totally enables fascism. Joe Biden sat there for 4.
Yeah, you're right. No. Socialist criticism of the Democratic Party is that their corporate Democrats are in control of it. That is the real criticism of a socialist. Mind you, he brings up the I've Had It podcast. Right? Let's see. Who they did. Oh, actually, can I go? Let me check this out real quick. Let me make sure. Awesome. Yeah, I can do it. Let's see their Instagram. Okay. Oh, look. Worked for Obama. Dude, I don't know any of these fools. Oh, that's all they're letting me see? Not doing that. Okay. Well, I was trying to find it on their Instagram. Jesus, that's rough. They understood it so well. They understood it so well. Where is it? Come on. It's the newer one. Here you go. Book tour, I guess.
everybody moved on.
No, I can't listen to that song. They learned it so well that they hosted Kamala Harris book tour in Los Angeles. Gotta love that shit. Gotta love it. I know there's another, let's see, I think Jessica Welch would have it. So let me try that real quick. Is that not her name, Jessica? Or Jennifer? Yeah, here we go. That's what I wanted to see. There's another one, though. There's another one where they're all hugging, and it's so adorable. Here we go. Imagine bragging about this shit. Whose Twitter is this? Best of Kamala Harris. How am I not following this account? What the fuck? Why am I not following this? So imagine referencing that I've had a white woman. Again, Grant Planner is not your dad. George Washington is not your dad. Jennifer Welch is not your mom. I don't know what this other white woman's name is. I'm sorry, guys. These are not your parents. I don't know what to tell you.
Bernie Bros. Sanders, she kind of bought, and you know, I've had it. Podcast ladies come to mind as a real woken up. They've been radical.
They've woken up. They've been radicalized. Gavin is saying that I've had it ladies have woken up, have been radicalized. When was this? This was tonight, but what's the date? September 29, 2025. Still has the blood of Palestinians on her. Will always have them on her.
To the degree to which Donald Trump wants it. I mean, this is crazy. And it feels like, you know, now everyone's finally waking up to that because the reality of the situation is so obvious. But to Zach's point, yeah, there is a lot of liberals out there that, you know, have been woken up. They've been radicalized. The I've had it podcast ladies come to mind as a real sort of manifestation of this trend. You know, Jennifer Welch talks a lot about how she voted.
Manifestation of waking up and being radicalized. This is the manifestation. Jennifer Welch. What do I say to that? How fucking stupid are these fucking people? Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. If you haven't already, check out the Patreon. $2 gets you into the door. You get into the Discord. We are doing the book club. My apologies. A car accident prevented me from streaming on Friday last week, so we weren't able. I think we're just going to do a full-on read of Open Veins in Latin America this Friday. And we're 5 hours in. If you want the super chats and super stickers are turned on, I always feel weird about that, but it is what it is. But more importantly, get busy in the chat. Marlo is fighting the good fight for compradors, sellouts, and opportunists everywhere. So credit and salute to Marlo. Honestly, as long as you're engaging, you're not just trolling or spamming, you're welcome. It's cool. It's all good. Instead of enjoying the roast and laughing and tomato throwing at the Vanguard, Marlo's parasocial relationships don't let him enjoy life. But here we are. Yeah, Marlo, people usually block. And I can see why. All right. Shout out to the Twitch chat, Deculturation live chat. Appreciate y'all. If you haven't already, go subscribe to the Deculturation channel as well. Let's see here. Let me find it real quick and drop it in the chat. Because we are at 787 subscribers over there. We could easily do 795, right? We could get to 795. This long ass stream, we can get to 795. Go give it a like over there as well. We got the time. Appreciate it. All right, let's get back to it. Nope, Marlo, everybody's explained to you quite a few times. Yeah. Let's see here. Wow. So Dr. Ball listened to Kamala Harris' book. Did she read it herself? How often did she laugh throughout it? Oh man, that's interesting. Okay, Marlo. I mean, it's literally a sign of cognitive dissonance that multiple people, including myself, have explained it to you, and you're unable to even recognize what you're doing. So good luck.
For Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. She kind of bought the MSNBC bullshit. She was a Cory Booker fan, all this kind of stuff. But now she's like, oh, wait, what the fuck? It was actually the progressives. It was actually the Bernie bros. It was actually the socialists that were 100% right about how it's this weak sauce, milquetoast corporate Democrat bullshit that actually totally enables fascism. Joe Biden sat there for 4 long fucking years and refused to really do anything serious about Trump. I mean, they had the Epstein files there. They could have released that. They could have exposed the fact that he's a goddamn pedophile. They didn't, and now he's taken over the country, and it seems like we're more and more a dictatorship with every passing day.
When they say stuff like taking over the country, he got democratically elected, right? What do you mean he's taking over the country? I don't understand that. Does every president take over the country inherently? I don't know. That's weird to me, but okay.
So it seems like anyone who was criticizing Joe Biden and the fecklessness of his administration has been totally vindicated. And it seems like even the hardcore Democrat defending libs are now admitting it.
Yeah, so I got a lot of responses to that. The first is, I think a point of contact on this, unfortunately, might be to talk about a recent moment with Hassan. And I think that this will sort of crystallize where I think the libs are coming from. Because to be honest, I criticize a lot of Democratic leadership. Schumer, I think I've been saying for months and months and months and months, he needs to go. I've been talking shit about the 7 House members, this Tom Suozzi, Glucenkamp Perez, now I'm not forgetting Jared Golden, among others, who voted for the additional DHS funding.
Dr. Ball, appreciate the super chat or super sticker. I can't make it so I can squeeze it in, but we got a joyful pair, a gymnastic pair. Thank you so much. Let me see here. The one thing that I did want to pull up is he mentions the 7 Democrats. Again, it's not 7 Democrats. 7 that voted. 25 that voted to praise, glorify ICE. And they always try to downplay the situation. Oh, 27. No, it's 25. We saw that. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Because I believe Nina Turner was the one that posted it, right? His whole family's cops. I mean, if her family was also ICE, I'm sure she'd be playing the same song. Where are we at? Unless it was a repost by her, but I don't think it was. Let me see here. Oh, there's a whole lot of vaults lately just praising ICE. It is so revealing, but these people will continue to say, hey, you just got to vote for more. You just got to vote for more. You just got to vote for more. More Democrats, more Democrats. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Could have sworn she did. Or was it that long ago? Damn. Oh, here it is. 75. I was saying 25. That is wild. Whoa. I forgot. I don't know why I was saying 25. If you would have told me 75, I would have believed you, but I'd be like, damn, okay. So they're trying to play off 7 when it's 75. Wow. Yeah, I heard that she does blame Palestinians for her loss. But does she laugh throughout it? When she reads it, does she laugh? I will say, so I don't really like audiobooks. I did listen to Trevor Noah's Born a Crime a while ago. I literally had to pull over to the side of the road because I started crying towards the end. There is he's a great storyteller. He's funny. I never really watched him on the Daily Show, because I just can't stand when black people replace white Jewish men, the Hollywood agenda and all. No, because I mean, I had already even grown out of the Daily Show, and the one that I stuck around with for a minute was the Colbert Report, just because I liked like the parody aspect of it. So I never really cared for Trevor Noah. I didn't really know his stand up, but I had heard that the book was good, and I was like, fuck it, let me check it out, and I enjoyed it. It was so fucking funny, and informative, right? Because I didn't really know the way that he presents South Africa apartheid towards the end when he was growing up was interesting, and but there's a story about domestic abuse. Literally had to pull over to the side of the road. Literally, I was driving and just pulled over because I was crying so much, bro. It was bad, but because of the comedic element, that fucking the gut punches sneak up on you. Truly can't recommend that book enough. I can't. Ace, thank you for the super chat. For the car trouble. Está difícil, güey. And since Dr. Ball's in the house, using this to ask him to check out. Excuse me. No, we're not doing that, all right? You will respect me. The doctor's in the house. He is. To check out my tweet at him regarding the Venom philosophy and civil rights films. Well, Dr. Ball, there you go. Getting called out through super chat. Hey, look. Shit. If that's what we're doing. If anyone has questions for Dr. Ball, no, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it. But yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know why I read Venom. I really need to go train. That's why. But thank you for the super chat. Even if it was a question meant for somebody else, the heartbreak is real. But thank you. That helps out for the wheels for sure. But 75, don't let them play it down. Do not let them play it down.
And I've taken shit with them being weak on the shutdowns and all that stuff. And so I understand criticism of Democrats, and I respect criticism of Democrats. I called Joe Biden's pardon of his son corrupt as shit. I said that he violated the law and by closing down the border illegally when he tried to do that when his bill didn't work. And then he just tried to like usurp the law and basically cancel asylum. And it didn't seem like there were many Democrats who were willing to do that, even though I didn't think that he did anything criminal with respect to the.
So again, the way that certain like xenophobic, anti-immigrant actions are normalized by the Democratic Party and not seen as not just monstrous, but literally the same way we were talking about Mexico, canceling the petroleum to Cuba. And I said, please understand that and view that as the loss of lives. People will die because of that. Don't view it as just a resource. It's more than that. The same fucking thing with this refusing to take asylum seekers. They're seeking asylum. Their life is in peril. Their life just to get to the fucking border, bro. Just to get to the fucking border. You're already risking your lives. What motivates them to do that? What forces them to take that risk, that challenge? And to say, no, fuck off? Denying asylum? That's not as bad as what ICE is doing. Why? Why is that? Oh, well, because ICE is killing white people now. Okay, cool. Thanks for clarifying. Pancho, te cuidas. Oh, Pancho hitting us with the I have Afro-Mexican friends, huh? Uh-huh. Just kidding. I love Pancho.
Her report, I still criticized his conduct with respect to her report. And so I have no problem with criticisms of Democrats. And I think the problem is calibration. And let me give you a point of contact. Hassan Piker goes to Minnesota. Great. Criticizing ICE. Great. Wonderful. Bringing attention to the fact, as you guys are, that DHS and more specifically ICE and CBP are acting like Gestapo thugs. Awesome. Has an interview. The interview asks a question about like, well, how are Democrats measuring up to the role? Offers criticism, some of it true. Democrats need to be stronger. Democrats need to be willing to fight more. But that is not couched with a critical phrase. And that critical phrase is the following. You need to support the Democratic Party in this context. Yes, it's true that our leadership is weak at times. And yes, it's true with particular members, they say shit that isn't either true or isn't wise or isn't good strat. But obviously, the Democrats are way superior on every level to the deprivations of the MAGA Republicans. Now, I respect your voting records. I respect the fact that you voted for the Democrats. But I think it's unconscionable, really, to, in this moment, continue to be unclear or at least sometimes equivocating or sometimes kind of like gesturing at what I think most Democrats and even the base ones that you're referring to, and I have seen that trend. I'm not saying I haven't. Like, you're right about the I've had it girls and their the base tweets from Kyle Kalinske. But it's the recognition.
Oh, the tweets. You can't forget the tweets. Oh, sorry, it's this way, right? The tweets. Remind you what they're actually doing, normalizing a fucking genocide criminal. But they're tweeting, guys. They're tweeting. It's cool. They're awoke now. They're awake. They've been radicalized. Yeah, normalizing. Like, please understand, like, this is a fucking genocidal monster here. That they're normalizing, that they're downplaying, that they're trying, just like Emma Vigeland, another white woman, trying to wash the blood of Palestinians off of Kamala Harris's hands. And smiling doing it. This is what they're referencing. They're fucking delusional. They're delusional. And they'll claim that we're delusional, but at the same, it's like, how, just on this topic alone, how have they woken up? How have they been radicalized? I assume that Zach, Gavin, and even Pisco would agree that the Joe Biden administration, which Kamala Harris is the vice president of, should be tried and guilty of carrying out a genocide through the Zionist proxy, of course. How have your good white women, Zach and Gavin, you think that's your mom? Pisco, I'm sure you think that's your lady, your partner, your white woman that you so desperately want to have white children with. I get it. No, yeah. I grew out of it. Don't worry. But I get it. All right. How has this radicalized them? If they're normalizing a genocidal monster like this, I don't get it. But okay, keep bragging about it.
Yeah, I haven't seen the the Hassan Piker statement that you're specifically talking about. I'd love to actually hear the quote from Hassan, because I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything that Hassan Piker says. We've criticized Hassan Piker on the show, and I feel like Zach and I do make it abundantly clear, including in the last election cycle, even when we had to support a fucking party that was committing a genocide. Even under those circumstances, we literally were like, "Yep, got to support Kamala, guys. There's no other fucking option. The Green Party is unserious. Fuck Jill Stein. Vote for Kamala."
No,
Harris.
The Green Party is unserious. That may be true. Especially with like what Dr. Cornel West was doing and messing shit up, controlled opposition to improve quality. And unfortunately, so because he's a great speaker. But the Green Party was unserious. And the Democratic Party was real serious about committing a genocide. And the Democratic Party was real fucking serious about what? Carrying out, committing, covering for, harming, protecting, genocide, Zionist. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So, I think we're good there. Just to repeat myself, I'll do it briefly. The Green Party was unserious. The Green Party was unserious, which may be true. I'll give you that. I'm not here to defend the Green Party. I don't think I've ever voted for them in my life. Never mind Dr. Cornel West being potentially controlled opposition, a wrecker. I don't know. But that's why Joe Stein ended up running again. Not that I care, but those are the facts. So yeah, you could say that they're unserious. Is the Democratic Party serious? They were seriously carrying out a genocide. They were seriously protecting, aiding, and abetting the genocide of Palestinians through their Zionist proxy. So how is that in any way legitimizing yourself? How is that in any way legitimizing your position to continue supporting the Democratic Party and Holocaust Harris? By saying, oh, well, the Green Party's unserious. I'll take unserious over seriously genocidal any day of the fucking week.
I want to be clear in terms of the third party stuff with you guys. Like, I don't think there can be any doubt that with respect to the Green Party shit, the Jill Stein stuff. I saw you guys talk about that stuff. And I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm not saying that you didn't say that Kamala Harris. I think I'm just trying to get you the feeling of what some libs and Democrats in my audience think is like, are these people committed to this project, the project of defeating it? Not necessarily you guys. Go for it, Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, so I can speak to that a little bit, right? Because I understand that there is frustration that kind of like takes over your mind, and I'll use it for an example of the Vanguard, right? So you have people in your audience right now who think that we're like Democrat haters, I would imagine, who think that we're like the devil and that we don't want anything good for the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
But for all of those people, there's also tons of people on the left who think that we're sellouts. They call us the shit lib guard. They talk about how because we supported Kamala Harris, we're genocide fucking supporters, talking about how we have blood on our hands, talking about how we're unserious, how we've sold every principle that we have, right? We really take shit from all sides, and I think that.
Hold on. So you think that they're going to address any of the criticism of quite literally moving to the right? Understand this. They literally moved to the right. They went from third parties, Gavin Green Party, Zach saying like, yeah, I used to vote for Democrats, but not anymore. Whatever the fuck. To going, no, we have to vote for the Democratic Party. That is objectively a move to the right. I don't have to call them shit whatever. I just call them what they are. White men. Opportunists. Enough of an insult, and it's accurate as hell. It's just a description. They have quite literally, and this is what all white men do, right? They claim that they grew up in worse conditions that they did. They always fucking lie about that to feel like they really fucking made it to the top on their own, hard work, right? Mic check. And so with that in mind, these fools make some money, right? Because they'll brag about, oh no, I was a bartender once. Gavin doesn't really talk about what he did because he was more well off than Zach. But Zach's like, I was a bartender. Well, yeah, because you're a fucking loser, fucking failure. Despite having all the opportunities that your sister had, all the opportunities that your war criminal father provided you, and your mother who worked for the government. You were a fucking loser. And you made yourself successful, congratulations, by pretending to be intelligent and just giving weak ass analysis that the masses and all those people enjoy because they don't have to think so hard, right? Basic entry level shit at best. But the moment that these white libs, rad libs, they start off as rad libs, make money, bro. The moment they make money, we have Democratic Party through and through. Because they got to protect the status quo. Kwame Ture told us in the pitfall of liberalism.
That at least if anybody, wants to look at our record, you can be like, these are two guys that stand on their own feet. And we have always made it clear that, like, obviously we're going up against a criminal, beyond the pale party when it comes to the Republican Party. And I think that I've even, made an effort to adjust.
Beyond the pale. Right.
My own personal commentary, right? Because I came up very insular in progressive politics. Gavin and I came up, we were in the shit, right? We were in the weeds. We had very, very niche political opinions, and we built our show around that, right? And so we had
niche political opinions, bro. You had basic ass fucking political analysis. I would watch their show because I didn't want to be on Twitter. That's all it was. I stopped watching when they tried to take themselves seriously and reveal their asses, bro. And we're spreading Zionist propaganda with Marianne Williamson on her presidential, aka book tour.
Always had a focus on independent left-wing progressive media. Sure. People are like, why do you guys talk about that all the time? And it's because it's our beat, right? Gavin and I didn't have the pedigree to come on here. Like, Pisco, you're a very educated guy. You're a lawyer. You're very well informed. Gavin and I were two guys in my bedroom. We thought, what do we know? We know about this very niche progressive scene that's happening right here. And we built our entire channel around it. And so people come on our channel and they're like, hey, it seems like you're talking a lot about this and not about this. That's totally true, right? It's kind of like going on to a sports show and being like, damn, they're really talking about the Chiefs a lot. Or wow, they're really talking about the Patriots a lot. It's like, yeah, that's because that's what their show is about. But if you actually listen to our live streams, you'll hear the first 45 minutes of us going through the news of the day. You'll hear us talking about the fascist threat of the Donald Trump administration. You'll hear us affirm over and over and over again that the worst Democrat, the fucking dirt on the bottom of your shoe, I'm talking about a guy like Joe Manchin, who doesn't even call himself, I think he's officially an independent now, just like Kristen Sinema. A guy like that is immeasurably better. If we had President Joe Manchin, I would feel the urge to at least take a huge sigh of relief by a mile, right? Because I would understand that there's not going to be lawlessness in the streets. I would
The status quo, baby. That's all they fucking care about. Oh, thank God the status quo has been maintained. Oh, thank goodness that we have a normal, A normal president. Fucking white people shit through and through. White people shit through and through. And again, this is some hipster shit. There are like affluent to rich white hipsters that go to Mexico or around the world and beg for change. Just for fucking shits and giggles. Their parents are fucking stacked, loaded, and all that. Nah. I'm gonna pretend I have a hard life. Hipster shit. So when they talk about, oh, it's just, me and Zach in our room and trying to make it seem like, we're just two guys out of their luck or whatever the fuck, down on their luck. Gee willikers. How are we gonna make it? Act like you're not gonna inherit your fucking parents' homes. Act like you're not gonna inherit your parents' homes. Why do that? Why live in this fucking fantasy world? Why pretend that you're something you're not?
Understand that he's not going to be enriching himself to the tune of $1 billion off of a cryptocurrency scam with a special envoy to the Middle East sons, the Wyckoff brothers. I would understand that we're not going to be doing all of these things. That's all clear. The Qatari jet, absolutely, right? We're not going to do abductions illegally in the middle of the night. We're not going to violate international law. We're not going to ruin America's standing by.
We're not going to violate international law on their mansion. Why not? We violate international law under Biden. We violate international law under Obama. Why wouldn't we violate international law on their fucking mansion?
Threatening to take over Greenland. We're not going to do a bunch of obnoxious tariffs that don't make any sense, right? Just so I can get a little insider trading bump for my homies as I crash the American dollar and try and buy up shit on the cheap, which is his plan, right? You're going to get all of that analysis if you listen to the Vanguard, but it's also true. You are watching.
Yeah. Presidents have never financially benefited from fucking up the economy. I'm sure Obama didn't get any fucking rewards from fucking big banks in 2008 after bailing them out. I'm sure Obama has not seen any type of benefit at all from destroying the fucking economy and not allowing these fucking too big to fail banks to reap what they fucking sowed. I'm sure they never thanked him at all for that. Right. It's all legitimate, isn't it? Great fucking question, Dr. Ball. Which president has not violated international law? Apparently, the mythical Manchin. Apparently, Manchin in this fucking make-believe white world of theirs would not have violated international law. Trump is a unique evil. First time we've ever seen it in America's great history. The founding fathers' dreams. Her constitution has never violated international law.
A podcast hosted by the last death rattle of the Bernie Bro movement. That's us, right? And we don't make any apologies for that. That's our fucking politics.
Imagine still calling yourself Bernie Bro after that Zionist fuck was out here drooling como perro, drooling for gold in my ear. Drooling for gold in my ear. Attacking Hamas every chance that he got. Proclaiming that the Zionist entity has a right to exist every single time and to defend themselves every single fucking time throughout a genocide. He was literally, God damn it, bro. Oh, that's for later. That's for later. Spoiler, that's for later. Remember the receipts, y'all, the receipts. Tim Dillon, right? Hold on. This is what we're talking about.
Nations. You've asked a lot of very important questions, good questions. Let's start off with
This is still their mans. This is still their mans right here. This is still who they fucking glorify. A fucking Zionist.
Basic.
A nationalist.
So long as we have nation states, right? Which we have. You got to have borders, right?
Right.
If you don't have any borders, then you don't have a nation, right? In a sense. So has historically the United States done well under Democrats and Republicans in protecting the border? The answer is no.
I've read this before. Unlike these motherfuckers, at least I pretend to read. Let's see. Would I be able to find it again on the quick? Oh yeah, yeah. Media propaganda. What was it? Our resources from media. What the fuck? Oh, let's just go Fox News, I guess. A bunch of Vicente Fox. Calderon. Oh, here it is. Is it further down or is it here? Oh, okay. I think it's further down right here. Yeah. Let me make sure I have this here. Hold on. There we go. Because Bernie's a fucking deadbeat fucking liar, bro. All right. Is that good enough? We pretend to read. Business elites, however, were of another mind. They did not have anything against fear-mongering. It had been a tactic they had endorsed time and again with great success. Immigration was a different matter, though. For most business elites, immigrants represented a cheap source of labor, and in many cases, such as mining, agribusiness, and the lumber industry, an indispensable source of labor. Moreover, a steady flow of immigrants would also depress wages and impede unionization efforts. It's a little trickier and overly simplified. Let's move forward. The last thing the GOP leadership wanted was strict immigration laws, which explains the chronic failure of Republican administrations to enforce tough legislation in the past. Despite the laws, employers were rarely penalized for hiring illegal workers. In 2007, for instance, when ICE officials in 2007. For instance, when ICE officials were forced to ratchet up enforcement efforts by the popular outcry against illegal immigrants, there were 92 criminal arrests of employers. Now, this sounds like a reasonable number, until one remembers that at this time, there were more than 6 million companies employing more than 7 million unauthorized workers. Corporate interests, then with President George W. Bush as their leading champion, preferred a liberal immigration policy. Some employers would even opt for an open border if they had their thrudders. That word always throws me off. Fearing to alienate their base, however, business-oriented members of Congress, which is to say most legislators, had to be discreet. Ultimately, though, it is important to recognize that though the 40-year period of Republican ascendancy, anti-immigrant rhetoric notwithstanding, immigrant policy remained amazingly liberal. GOP administrations continually swung the golden door wide open, permitting unprecedented numbers of newcomers to enter, which illustrates better than anything else who really controlled the party agenda. But hey, not enough for fucking Bernie.
Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump,
So the reason why I read that is because it goes to show that no, Democrats were, before Trump, harder on the border. Trump actually lived up to the promises, and that's why they fucking love him. And Bernie's like, oh, thank God, finally. Mind you, this was 3 fucking months ago. Don't fucking excuse it. Don't say, oh, we didn't know ICE was doing this shit. No, they were doing it. They just weren't fucking killing white people, so he didn't give a fuck. That's the difference. He's a fucking Zionist. You think he cares?
Historically, the United States done well on the Democrats and Republicans in protecting the border? The answer is no. Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border, and it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it. Those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border, period.
3 months ago. Don't let him forget it. A lifelong Zionist, ICE supporter, just 3 months ago. We'll get to this shortly.
Medicare for all, no new wars, fucking Green New Deal, right fucking now. Raise the minimum, us. It's also true, you are watching a podcast hosted by the last death rattle of the Bernie bro movement. That's us, right? And we don't make any apologies for that. That's our fucking politics. Medicare for all, no new wars, fucking Green New Deal, right fucking now. Raise the minimum wage. That's what we stand for, right? And so if a politician runs and they say, I don't fucking support that, then we say, hey man, that's a fucking problem. And when they do say, hey man, I'm sorry, ICE isn't a state terror organization, Mr. Ben Shapiro, let me kiss your ass. Oh, hey, Mr. Ben Shapiro, it's not a genocide in Gaza. Let me kiss your ass. I say, that's not presidential, and you don't represent me. And I don't care that you're the de facto presumed nominee because your values aren't compatible with mine. And so people might get their feathers ruffled and be like, he's on.
What fucking values? What fucking values, homie? You have no fucking values. These people think they're fucking principled.
On my team, why did you say that? Because I care about values. I'm in the ethics business, okay? I don't care about whether or not people throw mud at me or tell me I'm a shit lib or tell me I have blood on my hands. I've already heard before.
You don't care because you don't fucking care. That's what you don't get. You don't care that they accurately say you have blood in your hands. And mind you, I say we all do. Because you don't fucking care. You're used to that shit. It's been on you. You're happy. You celebrate that shit, right? The founding fathers? You're proud of that fucking history. You're proud of that fucking blood in your hands. You're proud of it. You're proud. You're proud. Man. These fuckers think that like they did something.
I don't care about whether or not people throw mud at me or tell me I'm a shit lib or tell me I have blood on my hands. I've already heard.
I love this fucking how white men are like, I don't care. I'll be the martyr. I'll take it. I'll speak truth to power. Vote for the Democratic Party while they carry out a fucking genocide. God damn, bro. Where are we at? Where are we at?
Before. Well, I appreciate that answer. And to be honest, like, it's not just you guys who have been critical of Gavin Newsom at the start. I don't know if you recall, he did his podcast circuit with Charlie Kirk, with Steve Bannon, Michael Savage, some of these people. And
Steve,
and both me and Josiah were not happy with how he conducted those. It reminded us a little bit of how Cenk Uygur in the initial run was talking to Charlie Kirk, indeed, at the, like whatever the.
Oh, hold on. Did you talk about Medicare for all already?
Or the how Gavin Newsom before.
Well, okay, so people might get their feathers ruffled and be like, you don't care that you're the de facto hero. It's not a genocide. ICE isn't a state. And we say, hey man, that's a fucking problem. And when they do say, right? And so if a politician runs and they say, I don't fucking support that, then we say, hey man, that's raise the minimum wage, right? And we don't make any apologies for that. That's our fucking politics. Medicare for all, no new wars, fucking Green New Deal.
He said Medicare for all, right? This is what I had queued up. Medicare for all, right? Let me make sure I have the right timestamp. So these guys are so fucking stupid, bro. I really despise them. They had this conversation with 24112. No, I don't want that one yet. 22959. Okay, almost there. They had this conversation with Adam and Sitch, who are like hardcore fucking reactionaries. But the reason why I say hardcore is because they're smooth with it. They know how to hide that shit. And they're saying like they're literally debating and arguing over trans rights, like trans individuals. And to do that whole thing where like, well, we're not transphobic, but should they exist? No, like should they be in sports? Like they do that slow burn shit. They do the whole like, well, children, you got to be careful with them because they're being trans, all that dumb shit. They push that stuff. But they're like, but we're not transphobic. And both Zach and Gavin are like, no, we know you're not transphobic. And they're like, oh, we had a Comprador trans person on our show just last week. Oh, that's great. We know you're not transphobic. Show ends. Everybody lets them know like you guys are fucking idiots. And they're like, oh yeah, they're fucking gross. They're transphobic. Can you believe that they're so transphobic? Yeah, they told you to your fucking face, but you're so fucking stupid that because you see a white man, you hear a white man, they're like, fuck it. You must be good. You must be nice. We must be, we're not on the same team, but we're both white. It's all right. Let's see, where are we at here?
Good people, or if we just understand that society will reject us.
That, Zach?
What is the answer to that? He says, you don't fucking know. The cynical answer is that obviously we're all just answering to our own emotions and social norm structure. Chat that I can leave out on, so I don't feel like I'm like skirting anything that you guys like desperately want.
You're not skirting. Are you going to stick around, Gavin? Or are you taking off too?
Yeah, I think it's this one.
I'm trying to
yeah, that's why
I want to get back to you guys. Fucking writer.
It's revenge. Art that says socialist question for these guys.
I think it's.
I guess assuming I don't know if you guys are socialists or not.
Right.
Push their property or business.
Oh, here we go.
Force 3. What would you do? Would you nationalize? Number 2.
Socialist.
Right. So they said number 1. What industries would you nationalize? Number 2. How would you nationalize them through compensation or through force? 3.
So literally, what industries would you nationalize? How would you go about it?
3. What would you do if people who own the industries refuse to relinquish their property?
And what if you were met with resistance by the capitalists? Simple.
Or businesses.
Open-ended. What would you nationalize? How would you go about it? And what would you do about resistance from the capitalists? Let's see how he answers.
Okay, so I'll take this guy before I leave because I know Gavin will also probably have a lot to say about this. Look, I think that
Remember, he's for Medicare for all. Remember, he's for Medicare for all. He just said it.
Bernie bro movement. That's us, right? And we don't make any apologies for that. That's our fucking politics. Medicare for all. No new.
Medicare for all.
You know, the industries that I would start with nationalizing are going to be the ones that are essential for people to live, right? So I would nationalize the healthcare industry in this country. I would nationalize the pharmaceutical industry in this country. And I would do so by not necessarily creating a, a task force that goes and, puts all of the, guys that are, Purdue Pharma executives and like out in like the, whatever those stocks are out in the fucking, day and just let people throw tomatoes at them, though that's probably what they deserve. I think the far more rational, far more welcome solution would be if you say, I'm running for president and you know what, we're going to, remove these, ancient, heavily fucked with, patent laws that allow you to keep profiting off of this medication far longer. And we're going to retain the right to produce any medication that was developed using funding from taxpayers already. And then you just...
So literally already, only if it was funded by taxpayer money. Medicare for all, remember.
Undercut the market. You start making basically free at the point of service alternatives to...
You undercut the market. Basically free to the point of service. No, this guy was solid about saying running for president because you already see the like dumbass speaking from both sides of his mouth.
These companies, you don't have to fire all of these executives. You don't have to say, hey, don't go to this hospital when you can go and get world-class care. And
you go from, hey, we don't need to like put these people in the fucking, I was gonna say gallows because in the stocks, but also they can keep their jobs. They could continue their jobs of exploiting. And this exploitation, when we're talking about the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry, we're talking about people's lives. Like literally, like it's not even an exaggeration. We're talking about these people have cost the lives of countless of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Right? Their greed and exploitation of the medical industry and pharmaceutical industry. And he's like, yeah, I wouldn't punish them, but also, and they could keep their jobs. And they can keep their jobs? How the fuck are you going to go? How are you going to create Medicare for all if you're allowing these giant corporations to continue existing and not punish, not hold accountable some of the most disgusting monsters we've ever existed? But the same people were the ones applauding Luigi. Yeah, white man did something. It was fucking same fucking people applauding Luigi. How, bro? How? I don't know. I don't get it. I can't understand it.
You don't have to fire all of these executives. You don't have to say, hey, don't go to this hospital when you can go and get world-class care. And the example I always give is that it's not a perfect example, right? I think that we should be doing far more for our veterans, right? But like I look at somebody like...
These guys are fucking white nationalists through and through. These guys are, the way that they glorify veterans, right? Because they excuse Grant Planner being a fucking white supremacist with his neo-Nazi tattoo. They excuse that. And it makes sense. Again, his father is a war criminal too. It makes perfect sense. His grandpappy was one. We'll get to that. This is a real fucking colonizer. This goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War. He talks about it. We're talking about a real fucking American. And you see why they want to uphold the settler colonial project.
Like my old man, right? My dad, he's like a working class dude, blue collar dude through and through. He was in the military. And one of the only reasons that this dude's able to get fucking healthcare treatment in this country is because of the VA. And I know the VA is not perfect, but if you go to some of those new ones that they're developing, they're really nice. They look no different than like an urgent care. It's free at the point of service, if not very low cost.
And Medicare for all, and he's talking about, so we all have to join the military. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. And again, free to the point of service, if not a low payment. And he's such a child. It's nice. The new ones that they got, they're really nice. They're shiny. He's a patriot, y'all.
You're able to get prescription drugs far cheaper. And again, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's leaps and bounds better than the system that we have for American people now. And I say you just leave it up to them. You say, you know what, guys, we're not forcing anybody to do anything. This is a free country, and you have the right to pursue private medicine if you so choose to.
That's how fucking stupid they are. No, yeah, Medicare for all, but we're gonna have a private institutions, private medical industry as well. Oh, I'm sure it does, Dr. Ball, and we're gonna hold you accountable for that. Oh, you'll have your day, sir. My argument is not against the VA. Well, in a way it is, but it's the way that he's trying to go about it in the sense of like, well, that's not Medicare for all, though. That's not what you're describing. But this part is too fucking funny.
Leave it up to them. You say, you know what, guys, we're not forcing anybody to do anything. This is a free country, and you have the right to pursue private medicine if you so choose to.
Imagine this example being used for private schools. It's the same fucking shit. We had to end private schools. We had to end that shit in order to make sure that all investment collectively goes into the public sector, goes into public schooling, right? The same thing with fucking medicine. If we allow the rich, because that's the only people that are going to have it, the rich to have private medicine, right? At their disposal, they're all going to flock to that shit because they don't want to be amongst the poor. So how is that Medicare for all? That's all I'm asking. How is that Medicare for all? Linstack, Medicare for all who want it. Spoilers, Linstack, spoilers.
But we're making this available to everybody so that...
So you'd go more like a public option route, it sounds like?
I wouldn't call it a public option. I would call it free.
Because he asked, like, how would you skirt the, you're actually...
Mind you, Adam's a fucking moron, like through and through. He has, like, quit his own show because he can't handle, like, questions. So, and he was defending Trump over it. He was being asked, how is Trump not a tyrant, essentially? It was hilarious, but he just refused to answer. He refused to answer and he quit his own show. The show continued like a previous day or whatever, but still, like he logged off his own fucking show because he didn't want to answer. And even he's like, wait, that's just a public option. He wasn't wrong about running for president because that's some bullshit right there.
The third, because he asked, like, how would you skirt the, you're actually seizing someone's property. Like there are corporations that are healthcare corporations that people own stock in and whatnot. Like, how do you resolve that issue?
That's why I said we wouldn't take. I'm not going to put them out of business in any other way than manipulating the free market against them.
Okay,
the only reason
that's a public option.
But it's not really. I mean, technically, it is a public option, but
bro, when Adam, and I can't even express how stupid this guy is. I would say check out Sitch and Adam, whatever, if you want. Usually I would only recommend, like if it was just Sitch, who's better at hiding what a reactionary he is, but at least can be entertaining. Whereas Adam is just, I can't express how stupid he is. You would have to watch their streams and you would immediately pick up on it. For him to catch you, it's so fucking embarrassing. It's pathetic. And he gets him up. Technically, you're right, but Medicare for all, right?
That's a public option.
But it's not really. I mean, technically, it is a public option, but it's not the public option that they're proposing to the American people, right?
It's a public option you're proposing, which is not Medicare for all.
The public option that they're proposing to an American people is one that would be fundamentally worse than the private option. I think that the idea needs to be that you have to deliver a better option, right? Because
of course,
what I fear with the public option is that it's
public option, but better is what he's proposing. Not Medicare for all, public option, but better.
It needs to be that you have to deliver a better option, right? Because
of course,
what I fear with the public option is that it shuffled the poor people down to the Obamacare line, and then everybody else who's, making, 100K plus a year goes to the rich people doctor.
You just fucking described that. You see how fucking stupid they are. You just described that. You literally just described that. Oh, I try not to waste so much time on these fools. I really try not to, because they're so fucking stupid. It's not It's not rewarding in any way. It really isn't. I hope this demonstrates how fucking stupid they truly are. I hope this illustrates. And the reason why they have a co-host shit dynamic going on, Gavin and Zach, is because they can't they can't function by themselves. They literally need two brains to do this shit. They can't do it on their own. They cannot do this on their own. And the way that they got popular was by riding everyone else's coattails. And then just turning on them whenever the wind was blowing. I'm not hating on it. It's just what it is. But this is how stupid they are. This was 2 years ago. Not a long time. That's not a long time. And he can't articulate himself in his position. He gets called out on it. Technically, you're right, but... Technically, you're right. No, he's right. You just offered the public option. You literally, definitionally, described the public option. And then you describe why the public option is bad, but somehow yours would be better. Two brains and still, this is what they come up with.
You know, making, you know, 100K plus a year goes to the rich people,
like
doctor,
your parents, bro.
You know, and that's where all the talent goes, because then, you know, people, you know, yada, yada, yada. So you have to do that balancing act. I'm not, you know, a politician. I just believe that we need to, as quickly and as painlessly, and as you mentioned, without creating too much strife domestically, get everybody, you know, free at the point of service healthcare. But yeah, really appreciate the two of you dudes having me on.
Before you go, J-Mac chimes in for $100 and says the VA sucks. So
fair enough.
J-Mac is also a veteran, I believe. So
for sure. What I will say is, how many veterans would give up their access to the VA?
He's not wrong. And Dr. Bob would agree. Oh man. It's too good. There's one more portion I wanted to highlight. Just one more. Because I'm fair. Let's see, where are we? 24112. 24112. Let's go here. There we go.
A lot of them are just over the top, like, you know, we're not fucking mark the bourgeoisie. So I do accurately describes our class towards the objectives as most the theorists theory are vanguard of social and economic issues. Yeah, so funny story. If you Zach and I didn't even realize the Marxist-Leninist connotations of the word vanguard. I know, we're fucking idiots. I promise you, we're fucking idiots. Right.
And you would think, oh, we fucked up. Let me learn about Marxist-Leninism. I'm on this online space, leftist space. Let me educate myself. No, ladies and gentlemen, no, never that. They don't read.
The term, the context in which we have always heard it is like, oh, this person is on the vanguard of this issue. Like, we are on the vanguard of social and economic issues or something like that. And that can be applied,
the forefront of some issue, right?
Yeah, like that can be applied regardless of your ideology.
Yes.
Then later, after our podcast like achieves some level of, you know, audience and success, we actually were educated as to the roots of the term in vanguardism, which is a Leninist theory. So although Zach and I don't actually identify as Marxist-Leninism, I still do think it's kind of cool that like the phrase is rooted in like the theory of vanguardism, which, if anyone's not familiar, is a like fairly innocuous theory. I can read the definition. It relates to a strategy whereby,
bro, you've known that this is okay. All right. Let him read it.
Innocuous theory. I can read the definition. It relates to a strategy whereby the most class-conscious and politically advanced sections of the proletariat or working class, described as the revolutionary vanguard, form organizations to advance the objectives of communism. They take actions to draw larger sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics and serve as manifestations of proletarian political power opposed to the bourgeoisie. So I actually do think that accurately describes what we do. I do think that we draw larger sections of the working.
He's like, no, we didn't know what it meant, but turns out we do exactly that. He read out this definition. It's like, oh yeah, no, that's still us. Crazy coincidence that that's still us.
I think that accurately describes what we do. I do think
The white RBN, they were like this for a cool minute. They were like that, but these grifters, these opportunists, they always fight because they're unprincipled. They're always fight.
To the bourgeoisie. So I actually do think that accurately describes what we do. I do think that we draw larger sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics and serve as manifest
towards revolutionary politics. Voting for Kamala Harris, revolutionary politics, y'all.
That we draw larger sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics and serve as manifestations of proletarian political power opposed to the bourgeoisie. So I do think that accurately describes the vanguard, but we're not tankies. We're not fucking Marxist-Leninists Marxist-Leninists. And we don't really associate necessarily with a lot of the people that do consider themselves MLs. I think a lot of them are just over the top, like, apologetic towards authoritarian governments or like the, Putin government of Russia or whatever.
Yeah, bro. Marxist-Leninists. Known for defending Putin. Do you see why I don't really cover them on stream? What fucking Marxist-Leninist? What tanky is out here being like, oh, Putin? Yeah. The guy that helped to aid in sending Russia into this fucking oligarch dystopian society? Yeah, MLs do that all the fucking time, right? Yeah, Linsack. Yep. Tanky is basically MLs. Anyone to their left are usually a tanky. Anyone who dared fucking read anything Lenin or Marx wrote, tanky. Yeah. But please name me a fucking Marxist-Leninist that is a fucking Putin fanboy. Every fucking ML, like a legit ML that I've met, and it doesn't even have to be legit. Like anyone that self-identifies as a Marxist-Leninist hates fucking Putin. They hate him. Because he is literally like the force stopping the Russian left. Jesus fucking Christ.
Whatever. But I still think it's a kind of a cool pun.
Okay. I mean, I hate to put you on the spot again, but you did associate with one of them the other day.
Which one?
Benny.
Oh, is Benny tanky?
Yes.
Really? I had no idea. I
didn't realize either. It's funny. Someone brought up in a super chat, and I looked it up. There's like a bunch of like weird tweets of Benny simping for Lenin and Mao, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I've never listened to any of Benny's actual content for TYT. I mean, maybe a few times. Like
you and everyone else.
For context, Benny was the trans individual that quit TYT because of transphobia. Did Francesca Ferrantini quit in solidarity? Nah, she stuck around. She didn't quit in solidarity with trans people. Why? Why do that when you can still cash some checks? But they want you to glorify them when they get fired. Cool fucking story. So there you have it. These fucking idiots. Let's keep going.
Wars, fucking Green New Deal, right fucking now. Raise the minimum wage. That's what we stand for, right? And so if a politician runs and they say, I don't fucking support that, then we say, hey, man, that's a fucking problem. And when they do say, hey, man, I'm sorry, ICE isn't a state terror organization, Mr. Ben Shapiro. Let me kiss your ass. Oh, hey, Mr. Ben Shapiro, it's not a genocide in Gaza. Let me kiss your ass. I say that.
Kamala Harris didn't call it a genocide ever. You kissed her ass.
That's not presidential, and you don't represent me. And I don't care that you're the de facto presumed nominee because your values aren't compatible with mine. And so
that's not presidential. That's not presidential, y'all. Wow.
People might get their feathers ruffled and be like, he's on my team. Why did you say that? Because I care about values. I'm in the ethics business, okay? I don't care about whether or not people throw mud at me or tell me I'm a shit lib or tell me I have blood on my hands. I've already heard it before.
I appreciate that answer. And to be honest, like, it's not just you guys who have been critical of Gavin Newsom at the start. I don't know if you recall, he did his podcast circuit with Charlie Kirk, with Steve Bannon, Michael Savage, some of these people. And
Steve, yeah.
And was talking to Charlie Kirk, indeed, at the, like whatever the tour that they were doing was, America Fest or something. And he said, congratulations. As long as they're I would see people who I can do think that that's the one place where all the resistance lives hate me, because
Hold on, don't give a shit about what Isco has to say. I have the timestamps over here. 2841.
think that you guys do that. Josiah doesn't think is when people, they perceive them as doing the false equivalence. Now, I don't think that you guys do that. Josiah doesn't think that you guys do that. However, there are some people on the left who do that. And there's this feeling of anger.
Are they bald and do they have a lip ring?
Wait, who are you referencing that?
Are there a bunch of bald guys with lip rings? I thought it was just Hutch.
Oh shit! Oh no, I'm not talking about my bad. I totally missed that. No, I think that Hutch is right when there are people like this. I mean, there are people who will die defending not voting for Hillary Clinton in 2016. You can't deny that, Zach. Those people exist, and they don't care the fact that it got us where we are now.
Even though
it's funny, you'll like this, Dr. Ball. Zach and Hutch. I don't like doing this kind of homoerotic, like joking stuff. I don't think it's that. I think that they see themselves in each other. Watch. Right? Because a lot of liberals would be like, Trump and Putin are like lovers. It's fucking, you're just homophobic. Let me see here. Here we go. This is a perfect one. If you look at this, then you look at this. They're fucking identical. Except he decided to already shave his head. And he's going to have to. He used to have long hair. He's going to have to. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's done, though. It's fine. It happens. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I have no reference. I have no reference. Oh. So, Dr. Ball, it's, yes, it's Malcolm X, but it's, why am I thinking the Roots? Yeah, the Roots, right? The Roots album cover here. I misspelled Malcolm. I don't know why it's lagging so hard. Come on. Yeah, it's this album cover. But I think it's just like the poster of it, the album. And I'm not doing ball jokes. I'm saying I think they see each other in each other. Because to me, they look basically the same, just different facial hair and top hair included. But yeah, this is a Roots thing. This guy swears he's a hip hop aficionado, right? Also swears that he's never used the N-word in his life. A white boy from the Midwest with a Republican veteran father, a Republican racist veteran grandfather who claims to be a big hip hop head, also swears he's never used the N-word. It's just shit like that, bro. It's hipster shit like that that just, why lie, bro? I'll tell you straight up, I'm fucking a brown kid from fucking, I was a brown kid. Still am brown, no longer a kid. Right? You don't have to infantilize me. From Southern California. Hell yeah, I use the fucking N-word. I'm embarrassed of it, but I can acknowledge it. Yeah, I was a dumbass kid that, like a lot of fucking brown beans, were like, well, I'm not white, so it's fine. Guess what? I don't do it anymore. I call out people around me that do it in my community, and I think we should do better. Because I'm not trying to front. I'm not trying to be fucking something I'm not. A white boy from the Midwest with a veteran Republican father, a racist Republican grandfather, swears that he's a hip hop fan that has never said the N-word. Why lie? I don't understand. Who believes you? Who believes? Look, I'm serious about not doing bald jokes. I don't know if I'm going to go bald. Like, I don't have any fucking point of reference. What I'm saying is that these people are one and the same. And that's why they hate each other. He's like a decade older than this guy, but they see, you know, he can see his future. Both fucking shallow analysis. Both ride or die for the Democratic Party. Oh, I do want to know why Dr. Boss said, you know what? Look, I'm not a big fan of what's his name, Vance? But when he did the over-under N-word thing bro, I was fucking dying. And I think he does it for like a Latino person too, or a brown person. A Latino person. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. What is it, higher learning? Oh, there's a movie called Higher Learning. Lathan. Let's see. What did he do? What do you call it? Let's try that, I guess. Maybe it's this one.
Niggas from South Central LA. From
Ooh, don't
Compton.
say that word.
Yeah, right. Like,
No, we don't.
The niggas from South Central LA.
No, it's not this one. My bad. It's not that one. He does over under. What was it called? Let's see. Actually, no. But there's some. I think there's like a Latina or Latino that he talks about, and his math ratio had me fucking dying. Like Okay, it might be this one then. Where's the fucking...
Look at a white person, and I can guess how many times in their life that they've said the N-word. Donnie's going to throw some celebrities out at me, and then I'm going to guess their number.
Quite the names on this list.
Yeah, Donnie?
Yeah.
Go for it.
First one, Sydney Sweeney.
Okay, so Sydney Sweeney, she is nearly 30 years old. So the age in this situation lowers the amount of time that she's actually been able to say the N-word.
Okay.
Right? She has that much time on the planet to get her N-word count all the way up. However, there is something else to consider with Sydney Sweeney, and this is a right-leaning, MAGA-adjacent personality. So I would normally give somebody with Sydney Sweeney's profile 1,300 N-words.
Jesus.
But because of that stuff, I gotta go up to 1,500. I gotta give her an extra 400. Okay, Donnie, next one.
Timothée Chalamet.
I'm excited about this one.
Okay, the fact that you grew up in New York, in the city of New York as a white person, establishes a baseline of 500 N-words. Then the fact that he loves hip hop, I'm gonna give him another 1,000 N-words on top of that. Timothy's N-word count is 2,718 N-words. That's how many times he said it.
So matter
It
of
is.
fact. Okay.
What?
Who's next?
Let's see. Julia Roberts.
Oh man, this is a good one. Okay, so she's from Georgia.
Right.
She's in her mid to late 50s. I'm gonna go 750. The Martin Luther King Jr. shit. She loves to tell that story. That story is her N-word.
Apparently her parents ran a children's acting school when they were pregnant with Julia, and the children of Coretta and Martin Luther King Jr. attended the school.
See, that's meaningful.
And in gratitude for his service running the only racially integrated theater troupe, you got to lower her number, in the region, and due to the Roberts' financial difficulties, Coretta Scott King
I didn't know that
paid
connection.
Julia Roberts' hospital bill when she paid the hospital bill when she was born.
500. All right, Donnie next.
All right. What about Eminem?
Detroit? Come on.
If Eminem didn't have that one song, I would say that Eminem, a guy who's, in this, I would give his number different because maybe he's trying to keep it real. But that one song when he got mad is nuts. That one song is worth 5,000 N-words by itself.
Last one. Mark Wahlberg.
Infinite.
Where's Mark Wahlberg from in the world?
Boston.
And he was born in the 70s. That alone set his floor. His floor is set at 10,000 N-words. And I don't even know if y'all know this, but this nigga was a fucking terror at some point. He was a rapper. This is the 85,000 N-words from Mark Wahlberg. 85,000.
I just want to note that all of this is an opinion.
This is all jokes and factual opinions.
Yeah, it's a great bit. Like it's a genius fucking bit. It's a genius. Imagine the count over here, and this was a fuck out of here, bro. So I don't know what I can't determine what his baseline is, but claiming to be a hip hop head from the Midwest and saying, okay, my thing is by simply saying that you never use the N-word, it is the most outrageous fucking lie. 85K is crazy. Yeah, Marky Mark was doing hate crimes. Like it's yeah, man. Yeah. David, that's fucking hilarious. You're welcome. Yeah, Dr. Ball, I think you're right. Coretta paying the bill, the medical bill, right, would create an increase. Van don't know whites. This is insider trading over here, Dr. Ball, that you're providing us. We got a man on the inside. Oh, Maggie, it's perfectly fine. I don't know. I just like to me, it reminded me of the meme of like when Zach Galifianakis is doing the math.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
For CK? Oh, Charlie Kirk. Bro, I don't know why I immediately thought Luis. Luis. I'm doing it now. God damn it. Louis CK. I said Luis is fucking hilarious. I don't know why I was like, Louis CK. I'm like, why would Vance feel bad about Louis CK being exposed as a fucking predator? Like, that's okay. Oh, man. That's what I'm here for, Dr. Bond. Man. I will say this, Dr. Ball. I do think you got the short end of the stick because, you know, like I said, I don't make ball jokes because I don't want to curse myself. But I felt like the odds were in your favor to have, you know, luscious hair throughout your life. Okay, we don't know. That's why I don't test. That's why I don't tempt the gods, the hair gods. I don't know. I am nothing but merciful and a humble servant to them. Yeah, right. Okay, I wasn't Judy Macho. Yeah, I wasn't the only one. I was like, yo, wait, CK. I've never heard it. Oh shit. I'm not covering this tomorrow, so we got to speed run this.
Always find examples of cringy people on the fringe of the left that are like, I'm a Green Party supporter till the day I die, or whatever. Like, obviously that's going to be the case no matter what era we're in, no matter how bad things get. Like, yeah, there's obviously going to be people like that on the fringes of the left that you can make fun of that are just like autistically like pro third party.
Yeah,
like, yeah, of course you can.
The ableism, you gotta fucking love it. Yeah, they're fucking autistic. I don't understand. Like, I think autistic became the new R word. I think that's what it was. I think that's what it literally would. And I've shared this story before, but like when I was younger, one of my, you know, complicated but relatives had Down syndrome. And I grew up around them for a certain period of time. And, you know, I quickly got checked by their sister not to use the R word, right? But the way that I was taught and educated on it was so effective. And I do think that like working class people do have a unique way of like, of just being honest and direct. I was asked, hey, if somebody called him the N word because he had Down syndrome, how would you react? And immediately I was like, oh, I'd fight them then and there. Okay, then why are you saying that? You don't know who's going to hear you. You don't know who's going to be offended by that. And I was like, yeah, you're right. They didn't use this. And I was very young. I was fortunate to have been taught that lesson by somebody who cared and somebody who was voicing concern for their younger brother. And I, you know, didn't do it. So, and that's not to say that I haven't slipped up or whatever. I'm never going to be claiming to be something I'm not. But yeah, I think that autism is like the new code word for it. I think Hassan Piker uses like, he doesn't even use that. He uses a better dog whistle of like, I think mentally impaired, or he uses some weird shit like that where I'm like, bro, just say the R word. Like you've said it before. When you get upset, that's who you are. Man. Taka doing more, like how many times a day does he say, yeah, the N word? That's hilarious, Cinnabon. Hassan doesn't need to read. He is theory. He's some type of theory. Fuck you guys. It's hilarious. David put, Dr. Gerald Horn wrote 3 books during the course of this stream. That man's a legend, living legend. All right.
You can
No,
you can
yes,
make all the content you want,
I agree.
where
And
you, like shame them
yes,
for not
let me give you what you
voting
want.
for fucking Hillary Clinton.
So yeah, so this is somebody who used to brag about voting for the Green Party. That got out of style. That doesn't make you money. So guess what? Ableism plus mirroring of the Green Party, Democratic dream right here.
Don't care the fact that it got us to where we are now.
You can always find examples of cringy people on the fringe of the left that are like, I'm a great.
What is more cringe? Claiming that you oppose genocide while still voting for the Democratic Party and supporting them while they're carrying out a genocide? Or voting Green Party, who I've never voted for, don't care for. Mainly because it's made up of people like Gavin. No disrespect to the non-white sections of the Green Party, but hey, I'm just talking about what I know.
Green Party supporter till the day I die or whatever. Like, obviously that's going to be the case no matter what era we're in, no matter how bad things get. Like, yeah, there's obviously going to be people like that on the fringes of the left that you can make fun of that are just like autistically like pro third party.
Yeah,
like, yeah, of course you can.
No,
you can
yes,
make all the content you want.
I agree.
And
And
like shame them
yes,
for not.
Straight up admitting and saying that like you can make fun of autistic people. Nice. Love it.
Give you what you
Vote
want.
for fucking Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, let me give you what you want. I don't think that the leftists cost Kamala the election. I think if you look at the empirics here, I don't think that the case is strong that the left, far left, abandoned Kamala to degrees that would affect the outcome of the election. I'm just not convinced by that empirical case, and I don't think that the left, by and large, are scuttling the chances of Democrats in this way. But we do want, and I think that a lot of people want like this feeling. It really is like a virtue signal a lot of the times, but I think it's worth it, at least for some people, to establish that.
Oh yeah, we've dunked on that mentality endlessly. You know, the black pilled people who just want to performatively, like Brianna Joy Gray comes to mind.
Yeah.
You know, acting like.
Does Brianna Joy Gray come to mind when you talk about black pilled? Does Brianna Joy Gray come to mind when you're talking about black pilled? That's interesting. I'm sure it's just coincidence. I'm sure it's just coincidence that Brianna Joy Gray comes to mind when you're talking about black pilled. That's funny because I don't think anybody would describe her as black pilled. So I wonder why she came to mind, because nobody would describe Brianna Joy Gray as black pilled. That's strange. Huh. I wonder why. I wonder why she came to mind. Yeah, I can't think of it. Yeah, I cannot think of it. That's weird.
A lot of the times, but I think it's worth it,
For sure.
at least for some people, to establish
we've
that.
dunked on. Oh yeah, we've dunked on that mentality endlessly. You know, the black pilled people who just want to performatively, like Brianna Joy Gray comes to mind.
Yeah.
You know, acting like she's so morally superior over anyone who voted for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or whatever. It's
Bro, they hate black women. It's so fucking pathetic. They hate black women, acting like she's so morally superior because she didn't vote for Kamala Harris, who promised to continue arming the Zionist entity while they carried out a genocide. I think objectively that makes her morally superior than you. Okay.
It's completely ridiculous. It was one thing to do it in like 2016 before Trump had actually been elected. Cards on the table. I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. As soon as Donald Trump became president, and specifically after January 6th, and I realized like, oh shit, this is like 100% a fascist motherfucker. He will.
So after he failed in January 6th, then you realize he was a fascist. And then you're like, you know what? Let me vote for the party that is not going to hold them accountable. That'll stop fascism. The rationale.
Take over and take down this country if given the chance. After that, I was like, yeah, no, it's not worth, you know, throwing my vote away again. It's actually worth supporting the Democrats. Obviously, Trump can't get reelected, yada, yada, yada. So, you know, we've had.
I love this, how even he recognizes throwing my vote away is a bullshit fucking line, because that's not how voting works.
These conversations at length on our show many times. It's a, you know, something that I think, as Zach mentioned, we've kind of evolved on a little bit.
I think that's fair. I think that Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball.
Yeah, you evolved to the right, you dumb fuck. You evolved to the right. You became white people getting money. You became more conservative.
As well, they've made those kinds of statements where I really think that they're acknowledging that we can't live in this sort of false equivalence anymore.
Yeah, I do not care about TYT or your opinions on them. Yeah, I'm not playing that. Let's see here. Oh, I think there's like a minute left.
And I appreciate you saying that. Really, really do. And I think it's like, it's positive for everyone, because it's like, give a gift, get a gift. I was pissed at all the Mamdani holdouts when it came to the election here in New York for mayor. I endorsed him before the primary, but after the primary, when we're talking about, you know, comparing to Cuomo and the kind of attacks that Cuomo was levying, the servility to Trump, really, that seemed obvious on the horizon.
By the way, I had no issue people endorsing and supporting Mamdani. I was just kind of like, can we stop pretending that the DSA is a political organization? Can we stop pretending that he's going to do the things he's saying? And I'll show you an example right now.
I thought that was weakness and bullshit. But I will say, Mamdani didn't endorse Kamala in the run-up to the election. Now, I didn't hold that against him because I wanted to stick by that principle. But I do think that that's a kind of a sense of camaraderie, that we're going towards at least a similar goal in the short term. And that similar goal, I think, is the end of fascism in this country, or at least stopping it from taking hold. And I do actually think...
they can't decide whether we are in fascism. They can't decide whether we're trying to stop it. But they for sure know that we've never had it here before.
Zach and Gavin, that you're with me on that goal because I watch your content.
Oh, yeah.
I see when you criticize Cenk and Anna for this.
Yeah, don't care about that. They talk about Mamdani further down, I think. Let me see. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll get back to that then, because that shit's funny. But I really don't care what Pisco has to say, to be honest with you. Vendidos donde quiera, güey. 50. All right, cool.
To admit, I think Cenk is an egotist and he's a narcissist, and it's really hard for either of them to apologize. So I wouldn't be shocked if neither of them ever truly give a legitimate, full-throated apology. Right. I wouldn't be shocked.
He talks about Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur being narcissists and unable to give an apology. And I tell you right now, these fools will never apologize for this shit right here. They will never apologize for this shit right here. So they know that the founding of the U.S. is racism, settler colonialism, right? They understand that. Gavin does. Zach is like, my founding fathers believed in melting pots.
Unequally in these states. So I think it was very uncontroversial for her to say that. And I'm glad to hear that, you would welcome her endorsement. Quite frankly, that means a lot. So
as I would welcome the endorsement of any progressive who claims to be for the agenda that I put forth. By the way, while I agree with everything that you just said about where Israel is today, I don't think that it's a comparison to the founding because the people who founded Israel did not foresee what is happening there today and intended for this not to be. So, but in terms of where we are now, we are where we are now. And it is absolutely reasonable to protest it. And like you said, 100,000 people in Tel Aviv are protesting it. And that's an important thing. I think one of the problems, to be honest, that has occurred over the last few decades is how the American left separated from the Israeli left, the Israeli Labor Party. That was, there are many leftists in Israel who've, felt like it was helpful.
I feel like a lot of people, Marianne, don't actually know that you're a Jewish candidate. And I was wondering, as a Jewish candidate, what your
no pushback whatsoever to her fucking Zionist propaganda. No pushback whatsoever. They won't apologize to that. In fact, they'll double down. They'll double down to this shit.
What I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt was, though, is that the idea originally behind the founding of Israel was like more of the idea of like a kibbutz in Jerusalem, right? And for people who don't know what kibbutz are, it was like voluntary, like almost like anarchism, right? That's one of the reasons that Noam Chomsky describes himself as, or not one of the reasons, right? But that's the tradition that he's like borrowing from when he espouses his anarcho-syndicalist principles, because it's like a Hebrew cultural custom where people live it basically like a co-op, like a
it's a Hebrew cultural custom. Kibbutz are Hebrew cultural customs. God damn, bro.
It was founded in the beginning of the 20th century as by young Zionists who wanted to live in Jerusalem, and that was going to be an effort for them to live it harmoniously in their holy land, and not an effort to subjugate or remove anyone else, because with all Abrahamic religions view Jerusalem as their holy land, right? So I don't think that you could fault that concept, that idea. What became a problem was when it became an actual vassal state. After World War II.
After World War II became a problem.
When the United States started giving it massive amounts of funding, when all of that happened, because the act of the Zionist movement predates that entire moment in history, which is why I was just trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. As a Jewish woman, she was I could see her trying to like make the case for that and say like, no, it actually had a pure spiritual beginning that was then co-opted by the actual political and governmental state.
Yeah, kibbutz and Zionism had original spiritual beginnings, and I let them know the kibbutz were the first steps to ethnic cleansing.
One of the beginning first practiced, groups of anarchism, right? It's the early kibbutz. We're talking like 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, all the way up until, right? So obviously the Holocaust didn't begin until later, but the Zionist idea had, started to begin because anti-Semitism was still like fucking throughout all of Europe at the time. So while those groups that did come, they became, the groups that settled and founded Israel, and that did lead to the ethnic cleansing. I think it's just a little bit too black and white there. Like, was trying to play
a little too black and white, and you realize why this fool loves the founding fathers.
Little bit of devil's advocate at the beginning to provide some more historical context that people don't get all the time. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair.
I gave him $4, David, and I'm owed, and I will collect. Yeah, spiritual colonialism is acceptable. And look what this other idiot says. After a long-ass defense, this is edited down because this guy just rambled to defend Zionism. They won't apologize for this. They won't own up to this because they know what they're saying, and they support it the same way they support the settler colonization of the so-called Americas here.
black and white there. Like, was trying to play a little bit of devil's advocate at the beginning to provide some more historical
Don't white people love playing devil's advocate?
context that people don't get all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that some of the people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions, for sure. I think that's like definitely something that's fair to say. Now, whether or not the execution of the idea was in line with those values.
Oh, it absolutely was not. Yeah.
Or some of the people that supported
devil's advocate at the beginning to provide some more.
You hear this? No, the values didn't align. There were some good founders. You see the trend? They love European settler colonialism because they benefit from it. Because it's white supremacy.
Historical context that people don't get all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that some of the people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions, for sure. I think that's like definitely something that's fair to say.
It's fair to say that some of the founders of the Zionist project, some of the original settler colonizers, had good intentions. How?
Now, whether or not the execution of the idea was in line with those values.
Oh, it absolutely was not. Yeah.
Right.
Nope, it was aligned. Perfectly aligned, some might say. They won't ever apologize. They won't ever own up to this. They just won't. And they know what's up. They know what time it is, bro. Look at us just smiling, having a good time. Can you believe we made it here? 6.5 hours? Fuck off. If you haven't already, subscribe. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. To be honest, we usually do not go for this long. I'm ashamed and embarrassed of myself, but here we are. I blame the cold brew. All right. If you want to help support the channel, super chats and super stickers are turned on. Anything is appreciated. If you really want to help out, join the Patreon. As little as $2 gets you access to a Discord. That's usually where we hang out, talk shit about liberals, rad libs, and reactionaries, as well as get together after the book clubs on Fridays to discuss the texts. All support is appreciated, and I get it. Sally DC, do me a favor, get busy in the chat. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, homies. Even if you disagree, we treat you nice. We proved that today. Let's keep going. I appreciate y'all. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. I'm trying to get that to 1K and then see what we do with that channel. I appreciate it. Let's get going.
But I do think that they're starting to be a lot more critical on Trump's. They're not pandering to.
Oh yeah, don't care about shit about that. We're skipping to 3713. Here we go.
Also think we take our job really seriously, right? So for people who don't.
We take our job really serious. I'm here to spread Zionist propaganda. Love it.
We're in Kansas City. Gavin and I are boys, and we just like spit, and that's how we do this thing. But I also think we take our job
just like spitting.
Really seriously, right? So for people who don't know anything about our show, we don't take $1 from anybody corporate. We are 100% sponsored by the people who do our Patreon, and that's so that we can feel comfortable calling balls and strikes, right? We don't want to have it.
They love harping on this. And shout out to Dr. Ball. I makes what I like. Literally blanked out on his name right now. The dude that got locked up for his involvement with Anonymous. What was his name? But he mentioned something while criticizing Breonna Jorgrave for being honest about the call-in app that's owned by David the Sachs, I believe is his name. Medium, me calling the first social podcasting platform. So this is not doing that. Today is the public launch of Callin, the first app to offer a new experience we call social podcasting. We're also announcing our $12 million series, a co-led by Sequoia Capital and Goldcrest Capital, along with my firm, Craft Ventures, which incubated the company. This is David Sachs. Disgusting individual. All right, why am I bringing this up? Well, let's see. Let's see if it's still up. No. Podcast. I'm gonna have to pull up a picture then. Not today, but I have it. I remember taking a screenshot of. Let's see if they have it here. Oh, wow. Breaking. Glenn Greenwald, Brianna Joy Gray, and Matt Taibbi join new podcast platform Callin. We're discussing it live now. Thanks for diving deep on Callin. Glad you're excited about our new creators and their shows. Definitely download the app and join some live rooms so you can chime in when Brianna or Matt host their next episode. See you in the app. Let's see if it's still up. It's unavailable. What are the odds, huh? That's strange, isn't it? Well, Zach and Gavin actually were part of the fucking Callin crew. That's why they're doing this. Reads like a fucking promotion, doesn't it? Raking, Glenn Greenwald, Brianna Joy Gray, and Matt Taibbi join new podcast platform Callin. So they have taken corporate money from David Sachs. Not only that, there's this idiot. That doesn't matter. Yeah, Brianna.
Have anybody have the impression that we're like in the corner for anybody? And so obviously we've gone after the young turks, I think rightly, right? But when we
Bro, David Sachs paid you, homie. 47.43. Eesh. Or was that 42, 43? I think it's 42. All right, yeah, I appreciate you. I mean, hanging out. It is wild. This is the longest stream. To be honest, I don't even know if I'm going to stream tomorrow because how long the stream has gone.
4 years of the show, I worked as a bartender. So it's not just like, you know, hey, we lucked into this. Like, I just, for everybody to know, like, we do not come from money. We are dudes from Kansas City, like, just for all the posterity.
No.
They love LARPing. These fucking hipsters love LARPing like they're part of the working class, like they struggled. You know why this one's fucking quiet? Because his mom was a fucking professor, bro. White Ivory Tower. They weren't struggling, bro. They weren't struggling. These guys, again, when they admitted that they went to one of the, best schools, one of the best public schools in the country, I was like, oh, their neighborhoods were fucking nice. Nice. Exactly. Thank you. Yes. They expect us not to, coast elitists, not to know. Dudes from KC can mean so much. It's literally meaningless. Okay, and they think it gives them fucking cred. Bro, Grant Plattner was a bartender. And his parents were fucking wealthy. His grandfather was rich. Be honest and admit that when your grandpa, you're gonna get a nice home. Maybe you'll have to split it with your siblings, but you're gonna get something real nice. Just be honest about that shit. It's so fucking pathetic how they pretend to be fucking like if they ever fucking struggled. Let's go 45, 48, and then we'll keep pushing it. Let's see, yeah.
It's fascism or not. I mean, I respect the fact that
Israel is fascist. Supporting fascism and
we got to put on
we
got to put on our fight against fascism or not. I mean, I respect the fact that
Israel is fascist. Supporting fascism.
Israel's fascist. Do I still have it? I should have kept it up, huh? That's fucking hilarious. Israel's fascist. I forgot that they were gonna double down on this shit, or else I would have kept this up. That was gonna lag. So
what I was if the doubt was though is that the idea of trying to play a little bit of the people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions for sure. I think people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions for sure. I think people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions for sure. That founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions.
The original idea of Israel. But settler colonialism is not fascism until it affects white people. You didn't let them finish. It's out of context.
For sure. I think that's like definitely something that's fair to say. Now, whether or not the execution of the idea was in line with those values.
Oh, it absolutely was not. Yeah.
Right.
I'm saying the execution was not in line with the values. The execution was fascist, but the settler colonial values were not. That's interesting. That's fucking interesting. Wow. How the fuck does that work?
And we got to fight against fascism or not? Is it a fight against fascism or not? I mean, I respect
Israel is fascist. Supporting fascism and
we got to put on
we
got to put on our own mask before we help other people. I mean, we will do nothing.
We give them money all the fucking time. What are you talking about? Do you know how much money we give to Israel?
No, that's not.
No, help the Palestinians by electing Democrats.
What I'm saying is, in order to help the Palestinian people, in order to be able to, stop doing the kind of shit.
Oh my god, we seriously disagree about
what?
this, Pisco. We're gonna have to take, one. Let's talk about that course thing because it's really easy to be like, shouldn't we all fight?
Wait, what did I just say that you disagree with?
Permission before they can interview. Wait, Pisco. How come they have to get permission before they can be interviewed by people, right? How come they have to get permission?
And then I don't give a fuck about DNC fucking sponsored shows. And again, he dodges the question over here. They're not good at debating. It's actually kind of sad that they kind of beat their chest that much, and then when they debate, it has to be 2v1 usually.
The slush fund to people who there's no oversight over. There's no democratic process to select who gets this money. So it ends up going to Zionists like David fucking Pacman, who smears the left, who defends a genocide, who lies to his audience by pretending.
Are you willing to work with liberal Zionists? Are you willing to work with liberal Zionists and fascism in America?
Sure. Obviously, I'm willing to work with all sorts of people. I support Ro Khanna doing a bill with Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massie or whatever. I support working with people when it's actually effective. What I have said multiple times is that I don't think it's effective to insulate yourself in this world of democratic influencers who just jerk off and make propaganda for a genocidal fucking administration, which then directly led to the fucking election of Donald Trump. Defending all of the worst aspects of Joe Biden is what led to Donald Trump, because guess what? Constructive criticism, it's called constructive because it actually makes the thing you're criticizing better. It's not needless, it's not hateful. What we do is not just criticizing the Democrats because it makes us feel morally superior. No, we're giving them pointers on how to fucking win. If Joe Biden / Kamala Harris had a different opinion on Gaza, if they had not taken David Pacman's advice, we might be in a very different fucking country right now. But a lot of people elected Donald Trump because they were disgusted by what Joe Biden did. My mom voted for Democrats her entire life and sat out the last election because she was so fucking disgusted by the fact that her party was funding a genocide, the party that she swore loyalty to her entire fucking life. She said, I can't do it. I can't stomach it. And I don't blame her, even though I voted for the goddamn Democrat and I sat here and supported Kamala Harris. It does fucking disturb me that I had to do that fucking effort on behalf of a candidate committing a goddamn genocide who wouldn't even let a Palestinian speak at the DNC. So yeah, I do think these are real issues to raise. And no, I don't approve of someone getting $5K in dark money a month to celebrate.
It's fucking hilarious because it's like, bro, like, were you in the voting booth? Like, why do I have to do this? They're forcing me to do this. It's hilarious. This is why I hate rad libs. They'll lay everything out. Yeah, they even refuse to give space to Pompadour Palestinians begging for representation, literally begging on the sidewalk, begging for representation. Pick the speaker, edit our fucking speech, just put us up there, please. Begging. Pompadour's begging their executioners for representation, for lip service. These fools fucking know that. Still voted for them. So you did not vote to end the genocide, let's be clear. You voted in hopes of preventing shit coming back to you. Hoping that shit wouldn't come to you, and that's why you're so fucking scared right now. Because you look at Alex, I know I kept wanting to say Petri or some shit like that. I want to be respectful. Yeah, Preddy. You know how I am with Italians, my bad. You look at Alex Preddy, and you're like, fuck, that could be me. It won't be, because, let's be honest, you're at home, and that's fine. That's fine if you don't glorify mobilization. That's fine if you don't believe in nonviolent tactics. That's fine. Maybe I'm just excusing myself, right? But that's fine. But you don't believe in either one of those things. You glorify mobilization, despite it being meaningless, and you want to keep the status quo, and you're not violent like Tanky. So what the fuck is your excuse? You don't have real jobs anymore. This is what you do. This is how you make money. You control your own schedule. So what's the issue here?
Genocide and to lie to their fucking audience, and so much so that Donald Trump gets elected. I just think it's crazy to defend that.
That's okay. The idea the Democratic Party would ever oppose the genocide of Palestinians goes to show how fucking fried you are. There's no way. There is no fucking way that the Democratic Party will ever stop aiding and abetting the genocide of Palestinians through their Zionist proxy. And to think so is delusional and highlights that you know nothing about what actually matters besides what's on your fucking screen. They need to eradicate, ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from that land. That is what is required of them to control that region, to gain those resources, to maintain power and influence in the area. Democrat or Republican. It's proven time and time again. It's the same fucking result. Usually it's most clear and evident when it comes to like international issues. But even then, it's not clear and sufficient for you. I'm glad that your mother understood that, because your other mother, not quite, Coraline, not quite.
So I think that I was, I think I'll say that the disclosure aspect of it, I totally agree.
Don't care about that. 57. Yeah, 57 should be good. Right here.
From a purely like political
from a pragmatic,
perspective, not me.
Okay.
It's
this part.
in to be in favor of peace. The best example of this ever. He essential politics communicating because she's such.
Here we go.
They were a more talented politician than Kamala. Guys, I'm not saying that's the only.
But the in Michigan determining factor
I also
in the election.
think it's worth pointing out that regardless of Kamala's message on guys, I'm not saying that's the only reason why Donald Trump won.
Okay.
I think that there's a chance that if a better, more charismatic Democrat than Kamala fucking Harris had been the nominee, they could have had the exact same position on everything, but still beat Trump just because they were a more talented politician than Kamala Harris. So just to be clear,
I don't think that's wrong, by the way. I do not think that that's wrong.
Totally boiling this down to Gaza. I think
you think it's a significant,
say
substantial
Andy
thing.
Bashir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a significant, substantial thing, partially because Kamala Harris is so bad at communicating, because she's such a terrible politician that she can't even, work her way out of the situation. Like a more talented politician would be able to speak outside of both sides of their mouth and kind of, promise people what they want. But they could have had the same essential politics as Joe Biden / Kamala Harris and just been a better orator. I mean, look at Obama. Obama's the best example of this ever. He promised people that he was going to end the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he was this pro-peace guy. Like, I'm not saying Kamala Harris actually had to mean any of it. I'm not saying the Democrats actually had to mean any of it. But yeah, Obama is proof that if you even just pretend to be in favor of peace and against these fucking stupid bullshit.
That's all they want. That's all liberals want. They can call themselves whatever the fuck they want. Rad lib, liberal, centrist, progressive, whatever the fuck they want. That's all they want, is to be lied to. They want the fucking illusion. They want the status quo. That's all they care about. That's literally what he's saying. A better politician, and by better, he means not policy. Better at lying. Better at speaking at both sides out of their mouth. He said himself. They would have won. That's what he wants. He wants a better fucking liar up there, despite everything remaining the same politically.
Wars.
That would have persuaded you. That would have persuaded you if you thought they were being insincere, because they were kind of
saying that from a purely. I just said from a purely like political
from a
perspective, not
me.
Okay. It's regardless of what I think about it. I can see through politicians. I think a lot better than your average person, right? I think if Obama was.
I can see through politicians better than your average person, and he's calling other people narcissists. Bro. The confidence of mediocre, sub-mediocre white men. Forever amazed. Forever amazed. It is astonishing to just pat yourself in the back like that. It's ridiculous. So here's the thing. So live, I used to excuse their fucking shallow analysis. I used to excuse their lack of intellect to the fact that, hey, they're just a slop channel. But then they want it both ways, right? They interviewed Marianne Williamson, a presidential candidate, on a book tour, and they defended her Zionist position. And then they double, triple down, defending kibbutz, defending spiritual colonialism, and claiming that some of the founders of the Zionist project had good intentions. That's not slob. That's a political fucking position. That is a, political perspective that reflects your ideology. And you hear it again with the glorification of the founding fathers and the promise of what America truly means and saving America from fascism. Yeah. So in that sense, I would ignore them. And I usually do, because I don't think they're intelligent individuals, despite having every opportunity and some of the best education that public education can afford, having educated parents. These individuals should be fucking castrated, to be honest, to prevent whatever they have from spreading.
Was running right now, and if I was,
are you calling for eugenics on white people? Never that. Never that. Just to even shit out.
If I was 27 years old, which I currently am, in 2008, I think I would have been smart enough to say, hey, look, Obama's taking all of his money from fucking Wall Street. I can see that this guy's going to be a phony. Obviously, I'm going to vote for him over John McCain, but he's not going to do all this.
How do you brag? How do you brag about, I would have seen past him and still voted for him? How do you fucking do that? How do you brag, I would have seen past Obama? No, you fucking wouldn't. No, you fucking wouldn't. I'm telling you right now, no, you fucking wouldn't. You would have been out there cheering on Obama. Do you know why I know that you would have supported Obama? Fuck it, we're going to skip a whole lot. This is why. I'll show you, and we'll go back. Maybe we'll go back. I'll show you why I know you would have supported Obama. 57? 1357, all right. This I know these guys would have supported Obama.
But for coming out and basically telling him to stand down and like commanding the whole DSA to like stand down against Hakeem Jeffries, I did think that was a mistake, but I can forgive it because of the fact that he's so brilliantly maneuvered the relationship with Kathy Hochul, and probably some of that did have to do with throwing Hakeem a bone. So
he's talking about Mamdani. He's talking about Mamdani putting his finger on the scale of democracy for the DSA, and he's like, yeah, that wasn't good, but I can forgive him because he's a good politician. You would have done the same fucking thing for Obama. You would have fell for that shit.
Work within it. He's practical, pragmatic, and that's what I want.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
And oh no, you're 100% fine, man. And I think that, you know, I gave Zoran some shit for not endorsing Chi Osei, or not endorsing him, but for coming out and basically telling him to stand down and like commanding the whole DSA to like stand down against Hakeem Jeffries. I did think that was a mistake, but I can forgive it because of the fact that he's so.
He did it twice, by the way.
Brilliantly maneuvered the relationship with Kathy Hochul, and probably some of that did have to do with throwing Hakeem a bone. So, you know, it is what it is.
He just can't. It can't be from him, right? Like, it can't be from him. And
right. Well, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying that, like, it would have been okay with me if he didn't straight up endorse Chi Osei, but I just thought it was a mistake for him to get involved at all and come out there and basically command the entire NYC DSA to not support a challenger to Hakeem Jeffries. That I thought was overkill. But yeah, I think he's maneuvered brilliantly. I think he's a true political.
I mean, that's part of moving brilliantly. That's part of moving brilliantly. I mean, what you're glorifying for, that's part of it. That's what you fucking want. That's what's going to happen when that's what you glorify.
Genius, not just in his communicative abilities, like we've compared him to Obama for that reason, but I think unlike
literally, you would have fallen for him. Unlike Obama, what you don't fall.
Political genius, not just in his communicative abilities, like we've compared him to Obama for that reason, but I think unlike Obama, what he understands is that, you know, he started delivering on the promises he made day one.
All right, he started delivering, right? Jessica Tish, Zionist. We're gonna downplay and ignore that. Let me show you this right here. Fuck it. And then we'll be wrapping up soon, y'all. Appreciate y'all sticking around. Where are we at? Ah, yes. Here we go. Well, my replies has a little bit better. A little bragging over here. I'm not gonna lie. Just brag a little bit. So, Mike from PA says, Mayor-elect Mamdani announced today that he is disbanding the NYPD's Strategic Response Group, a major goal of the police reform movement in NYC. I said, Asman from PA, Dorham Mamdani was asked twice if the Strategic Response Group was going away. Tell me where he confirms disbanding it, because he weaseled out of the direct question. Offering a direct answer both times. Let's hear it.
For a moment, the Strategic Response Group, is it going away, or was that a negotiation that she wanted to keep it?
No, I've made clear my concerns. I don't think that the NYPD Strategic Response Group should be how we respond to protests, and that's.
I don't think the Strategic Response fucking group is how we should respond to protests. But he was asked if it's going away.
Response group should be how we respond to protests, and that's something that we'll be following through.
So it's going away.
And that's something we're going to be following through on. Okay, so it's going away.
We're going to have a different response, we're going
to have a different response. Not that it's going away, we're going to have a different response.
Fulfills the objectives that we're talking about.
A lot can be said about how Eric Adams.
Right? What does this discussing white individual say? I think you need to get some meds, man. The ableism, whether it's the Vanguard or whether it's Mike from PA, white people, eugenics through and through every single fucking time. This is who's telling me to take some meds for providing evidence of Mamdani refusing to directly say that he's going to disband the Strategic Response Group. This is a man telling me.
Yeah. It just feels good.
What did you just do?
Nothing.
Why is this couch now moved? Did you just hit the couch?
Let me just move the couch back. I just nudged it. There we go. Yeah.
He did that. He punched the couch because his woman wasn't giving him the attention that he wanted, the affection that he wanted. She was making fun of him because he's a fucking weirdo.
There we go. Yeah.
You're gonna tell me he's never put hands on a woman before? This is how he's acting live on stream? with witnesses, another man in the background. This guy's hit women for sure.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Fucking disgusting. Ableist, misogynist, probably a woman beater. So, look what we have in here. I put Mike from PA. I thought Zoran Mamdani was going to disband the strategic response group. Seems like getting rid of them now so they can't protect ICE would be crucial. Keep pushing democratic opportunists, though. The next one will be different. And here we have it. Under Mamdani. Under Mamdani. What is this? Chad, I can't read. I believe this is NYPD Police Strategic Response Group. I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Who is mayor of New York City? Mamdani. Mamdani. He hit a couch because the woman he was with was not giving him the physical affection that he wanted and desperately needed. Pretty wild, huh? Oh, and then of course, Sam Cedar saying, my son was pissed he had remote school, but I don't know if I've seen a better response to a snowstorm in New York City in 35 years. And showing Mamdani out there. Mamdani was on it. So I asked him, plain and simple, what does your son think about this? Yep. It's an honest question. No response, of course. He knows who I am. He knows who I am. He knows what's up. He followed me. It was weird, but it is what it is. That is Mamdani for y'all.
He didn't renege. He didn't backtrack. No, literally, since he's become mayor, he has already just been delivering win after win. And I think that he'll be rewarded for it because I think the voter responds to nothing more than feeling like, okay, the guy.
Never mind aligning with Zionists through and through, from Jessica Tisch to denouncing individuals protesting against the sale of Palestinian land. Never mind that.
I sent to do the job is doing the fucking job. He's actually working on my behalf. You know, I can forgive him when he messes up. He doesn't have to deliver everything he promised, but it at least feels like he's actually doing his fucking job. And that's something that the American public is so, you know, we're just not used to getting that from our elected officials. We're just programmed now to think that, oh, you know, even if the guy you want to win wins, they're still not going to do anything. They're still going to have made a bunch of false promises. They're going to make up all these excuses like a Senate parliamentarian or whatever the fuck. And Zoran's just like, nope, no excuses. I'm a genius. I'm getting this done. And it's all getting done for you and for the improvement of your life and community.
Zach, thoughts on Mamdani, and then we'll get to our last topic.
Literally going from ISIS Gestapo to now Mamdani. Yep, defending ICE. Yep, because that protest was protesting against the ICE agents that were at the hotel. And the NYPD deployed their goons to stop the anti-ICE protesters.
Yeah.
Wait, before they close out, I do want to highlight this is 1:15:47. Just one thing that made me laugh. Here we go. 101. And then we'll start wrapping up.
Them and even that I think can crush someone like JD Vance, and you see he tweets like he talks.
JD Vance?
Correct. Absolutely mog them. And even like the Groypers, I don't know if you saw this. They were like, they were all standing Gavin because he's got this like beautiful family and all this shit
that I would have hated.
Guy, like he was super nice, but in that phony way. That's in the last election.
Not that. No, it has to be something around here.
I won't vote for.
Oh, here we go.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and there's formulations of that question that I asked.
There's only one guy I won't vote for. There's only one guy I won't vote for.
Only one.
If they give the guy, if they give it to this one guy, I'm back into the war.
Not a VP that literally helped carry out a genocide. Not a VP that literally helped carry out a genocide of Palestinians. They'll vote for him, but who won't you vote for?
Hutch. Don't say Hutch.
No. If they nominate, there's one guy, and I think it would just be a disaster for the Democratic Party. And maybe I would be like, fuck, if we find ourselves in this reality.
Can I try to guess?
Everybody be like,
give me two guesses.
Give
me two guesses. All right. Shit. All right.
I think I know.
He's the only guy that I would just be like throwing up if I had to go to the fucking voting booth and be like, this fucking guy, like I'm gonna be wearing fucking
Is it Buttigieg?
a white t-shirt up if I
I think I know.
Zionist?
Oh, he asked. Pisco asked, is he a Zionist? Pisco. Like, that fucking matters. They love Bernie Sanders. They don't give a fuck if you're a Zionist. They love Bernie Sanders. They don't give a fuck if you're a Zionist. Just like Hassan Piker.
Shit. All right. Is he a Zionist?
Oh, big time.
I think I know who one of them. I think I know.
Lifelong Zionist
He's the
Bernie
only
Sanders,
real.
like it
He's the
matters.
only guy that I would just be like throwing up if I had to go to the fucking voting booth and be like, this fucking guy.
Is he
Like
from
I'm gonna be wearing
Pennsylvania?
fucking.
Not throwing up for Kamala Harris. Not throwing up for Hillary Clinton. Cool.
Is it
spaghetti all over
Buttigieg?
a white T-shirt. No, I'd vote for.
Is it Josh Shapiro?
Josh Shapiro is the
Why?
one fucking guy.
That's
Because,
why?
because of the murder cover up. Because of the murder cover up. The insane murder cover up. Read about Josh Shapiro's murder cover up. That's insane.
Because of a murder cover up. Guys, what was Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris covering up for the end of their administration? Weren't they threatening the ICC? Were they threatening countries that they're to combat the Zionist entity's genocide in any regard with sanctions in any way? What's worse, covering up one murder or covering up a genocide? Do you see why these motherfuckers are a joke? And because of individuals like Hutch, we're like, yeah, they're the left. They're the left. No, they're not. They're just like you. They're liberals just like you, soulless, fucking, moralless, spineless creatures that all you desire is the status quo, to be comfortable, to be safe again.
Murder cover up. Because of the murder cover up. The insane murder cover up. Read about Josh Shapiro's murder cover up. That's insane.
Yeah, genocide's normal. A murder cover up, yeah, that's a little different. Let's go 10905. Let's see here.
I think that obviously this is America and there's a little bit of hopium in this because of the way that we've always conducted ourselves, right? But I think that it's clear to most people, and I'm imagining your audience as well, that we've reached a new level of criminality from the executive branch. Sure. Do you think there is a candidate, and if you think there's more than one, who do you think is the most likely to follow through with putting Trump in jail? And even if you think that
he's asking who is going to hold Donald Trump accountable after his presidency is over. Did Obama hold George W. Bush accountable? Just the memory of a fucking goldfish.
that Donald Trump is too old and that the trial would take too long, who do you think is the most likely to actually follow through that? I don't have to explain to you as a lawyer why it would be important to follow through with everything, even if he himself will never spend a day behind bars, he gets house arrested and then dies, whatever. The other people following all of those trails saying, hey, if you ever try this shit again, it is considered now settled law that it's illegal, and we have this protocol in place to make sure that you will no longer stay in power. You're not going to weaponize these.
What the fuck has Donald Trump done that the capitalist class, at the elites, including the Democrats, haven't benefited from or has threatened them in any real way? What has he done? Because apparently January 6th wasn't enough. If January 6th, when politicians' lives were at risk, wasn't enough, you think now, after they committed genocide, they want to hold Donald Trump accountable for what? The murder of white people by ICE? Because they don't give a shit about the black and brown people kidnapped by ICE. Like, what world do these fucking people live in?
These things that are meant to keep our country safe and, you know, inverted and use it to terrorize, you know, the domestic population, etc. Because I will tell you, all right, not to expose my inner shit lib to any radicals watch.
Inner, bro.
But I will tell you that would excite me as a voter. The candidate that comes out and says this guy is going to fucking jail, and I don't care. Like there was a
it's my number one issue.
Eric Swalwell, who I dunked on. Eric Swalwell was like, ICE is out of California if I get elected.
It's a little fucking fruit fly. I don't know how the fuck it got in here. No, it's just chilling on the light. It's a quick little motherfucker. Monkey see, monkey do. All right. 7 hours, fuck. But this was literally things that after Obama said, yeah, we're moving forward with the country. We're not going backwards. Because if I decide to do some illegal shit, I don't want the Republican Party to hold me accountable. You think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to be held accountable for a genocide? You think they're going to hold Donald Trump accountable for anything he's done? Did they hold him accountable for January 6th? Of course not. So how fucking delusional, how desperately do you want to be lied to, Zach? That you're saying, oh, the politician would promise, if they pinky promise to hold Donald Trump accountable for trying to ruin my great country. You want to be lied to. You're a liberal through and through. I don't need to call you a shit lip. I don't need to call you any of that shit. You're just a liberal. You got a little bit of money. Since you missed out on all the opportunities that your parents in this white supremacist country gave you. There's enough fucking idiots out there that listen to you like, oh, yeah, huh. And look, I was one of them when you were just talking dumb shit. I like listening to dumb people say dumb shit. I do. It's entertaining to me. But the moment you started excusing Zionists, the moment that you started excusing genocide by Democrats, because what you did is you advocated for the continued support for a genocide. That's what voting for the Democratic Party's presidency was. Kamala Harris said it herself. You said it yourself, that she said it. Nothing was going to change. So what were you voting for? More genocide of Palestinians. For your safety, for your comfort. Because fascism is just scary because it's at home, homie. For you. It's been here for the rest of us.
Elected governor. So, like, who do you think does that?
I actually don't think it's Gavin, even though Gavin is the most like kind of talking that way in some respects. I think that he might. I actually think it's AOC. I know that he's probably not going to run and he probably doesn't have the risk for it, or Chris Murphy. And the reason I think that is because they just seem
Chris Murphy's
I hope that he.
It's fucking stupid, bro. For them, this is like a fucking. When you made that comparison, that's not the word I was looking for. About sports team, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. We went over this 113.57, yeah, right? I'm pretty sure we did. Did we not?
In Chi Ose, or not for not even.
Yeah, we went over that. And then, oh, this part. Fuck, I have to 120. I have to go to this.
Country who have any sort of drastically the guys' take on the political issues surrounding ICE, your opinions on the substantive.
It's genuinely horrific. That's my sole contribution to the conversation. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely horrific. It's genuinely horrific. I think it makes even your most moderate or centrist Democrat uncomfortable to see these lawless fucking thugs wearing bandanas like they're bank robbers. I still can't get over that shit. I still just can't get over that shit. Just from an
What'd I tell you? It's all about the mask. The moment that the Democratic Party, the Democrats secure a reform about, hey, no more masks, these guys are going to be out in the streets celebrating. Okay, cool. So then they just become like regular fucking pigs. Because you don't want your law enforcement officers to be scary. You want them to show up at your schools with dogs. You want to normalize them, right? The same way that you normalize your own father who's a fucking war criminal. The same way that you normalize a machine gunner in Iraq and Afghanistan and Grant Plattner. Neo-Nazi tattoo be damned. You just want to feel safe, comfortable in your little status quo. You want things to go back to normal.
optical perspective, like how the fuck aren't they just going to dress them up like normal cops? Like I feel like that would greatly reduce the fear.
Literally saying it, literally fucking saying it out loud, bro. First, Destiny the creep about rebranding. I've been saying about rebranding. They're gonna rebrand, and now he's saying it. Oh, just get rid of the mask. Make them look like regular cops. They look like bad guys. They look like robbers like that. They scare me.
They're bank robbers. I still can't get over that shit. I still just can't get over that shit. Just from an optical perspective, like how the fuck aren't they just going to dress them up like normal cops? Like I feel like that would greatly reduce the fear from your average American voter if they just looked like normal fucking law enforcement. Like, because we're already such an overly militarized, overly policed community. We're used to our police murdering Americans in the street in cold blood. The fact that they're wearing masks though, like they're the fucking criminals, like they're the ones that the cops
they fucking are
should be chasing after robbing a bank or something. It's just so jarring. It feels literally like something out of Mussolini's fucking Italy or Hitler's Germany, you know, the brown shirts, the black shirts. It's in that same tradition.
Hey, have U.S. authority figures ever worn anything to cover their faces? Have they ever worn anything to cover their faces? Some of those that work forces. Yeah, huh? I wonder. I fucking wonder.
It's genuinely outrageous. I mean, how else do you say it? It's fascism here in the streets of America, and it's not even.
It's not fascism when they don't have a mask though, and they're killing black and brown people.
It doesn't even seem like they're pretending otherwise.
Zach, your thoughts?
It doesn't seem like they're pretending otherwise. That's all he's been asking for, hasn't he? He wanted a politician that would lie better despite having the same policies. He wants these fucking, apparently they're not Gestapos anymore. Once they remove their masks, they're not the Gestapo. He wants ICE agents to look like regular cops. He just wants the aesthetics. Exactly. Taking their mask off makes them better magically. Some fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe logic over here.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is not a new conversation. Anybody who is familiar with the Vanguard show knows that it's been fuck ICE since, you know, we've been a show, right? In 2018, one of the things that I really admired about AOC was her willingness to talk about abolishing ICE, the need to let people.
Well, what's going on now? What happened in that time in between? What happened during the Biden administration? Was she saying abolish ICE? Was she fighting towards it?
Know that these criminal thugs without accountability are terrorizing communities under Donald Trump's first administration, and it needs to be stopped. The child separation, right? People had this weird amnesia, and obviously I'm not talking about the folks in your audience. I'm talking about the collective body of America. We had this real lapse.
Yeah, because we forgot that Obama did that shit too, right?
In memory, where we forgot how terrible it was. And most human beings, most individuals, you show them that shit, their body recoils. Like, I'm getting like goosebumps thinking about the images that are just popping up into my brain. You know, the horrible stuff. 2-year-old girl, 5-year-old getting on the bus coming home from school.
No,
I mean, it'll make you gag, right? You physically hurt thinking about this. And that's our country, man. That's our country.
That's our country, man. Hey, if seeing a genocide in real time didn't stop you from supporting the same genocidal party, the same fucking VP to become the president, you expect me to believe this? If you're supporting Grant Plattner, a machine gunner, a war criminal in Iraq and Afghanistan, you expect me to believe that you're not going to support an ICE agent in 10 years from now? Oh, he needed the money, he needed the bonus, he didn't know what he was doing. You know, the economy was really bad back then. We know what you're about.
Country. And, you know, I grew up in the Midwest, right? I grew up with a dad that was in the military. So my dad loves the Constitution, right? He's a big 2A guy in a way that we disagree, but he loves the fucking Constitution, loves the First Amendment. You know, hey, if you have a problem with the government, raise your fucking voice about it. I kind of listened. I do that for a living now. You know what I mean? That stuff matters to me. I think about.
And for the first time, I thought, they can come from our white asses too. Son, Zach, I don't feel safe anymore.
The fact that my great, however many greats, Andrew Polson came here in 1748. My ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War. There was this idea that we could do better as a society because we're not going to let these redcoats from fucking England tell us how we're going to live. We're not going to let the Boston Massacre happen. That was 8 people that got killed, 6 people that got killed, however many it was in the Boston Massacre. All right, and it led to a revolution. Okay, that we all celebrate, that we're all taught in the first fucking grade. Hey, they did this for liberty. They did this for you. They stood up against totalitarianism, this amorphous threat that was killing their neighbors. They said, enough is enough. We're not fucking having this. It all takes you right back to here where you're like, I'm looking at my history book. And that's common sense.
I'm looking at my history book. What? One of the Kansas City fucking textbook is this? I don't think they're from KC. They're from somewhere else. My grandpappy fought the goddamn disgusting European British for our freedoms to stop the king. So they could do what? Keep slavery, expand, achieve manifest destiny, massacre more indigenous people. But that's not totalitarianism because it's not happening to white people. It's not happening to Europeans. And you see this nativist approach to the British, the Europeans over there. They view themselves as natives here, as indigenous. It's white supremacy through and through. It's not the only time this is what I'm trying to get at. He's done this time and time again, glorifying the founding fathers, glorifying this country and the illusion, the mythos. He's a white nationalist. Doesn't fucking see himself as one. That's fine. It's American nationalist through and through. Goofy ass fucking weirdo, bro, through and through. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, it makes perfect sense that his lady is from the Philippines. Perfect fucking sense. Nothing different between him and Jonathan Ross. Nothing different. Ideologically, they both want to maintain the settler colonial empire through and through. Through and fucking through. And just one's had the guts to carry out his fucking fantasies while the other one just sleeps with them.
People think it's sensationalist, but it's not. I mean, it is not. I mean, in Kansas City, they're looking at an Amazon warehouse, an old Amazon warehouse where they're going to start holding our neighbors like a concentration camp. What are we going to have, a fucking Seacot 2 miles away from my house? There have been people demonstrating. Gavin and I were demonstrating the other day, but at what point are they just going to shoot us all and say, fuck you, we're bringing in the buses? You know what I mean? It's nuts.
Yeah, no, and I think the point
And they only think this way when they're potentially at risk. That's the only time they think that. Only fucking time. How can you know and understand all this and pretend to be against it and still support the Democratic Party that's been aiding and abetting the Republicans? The same way that the Vanguard has moved further and further to the right in defending the Democratic Party and smearing third parties and somehow holding third parties like, individuals like Joe Stein as worse than Kamala Harris during an active genocide. I don't know how you rationalize that, but hey, I'm not a Green Party member. I never voted Green, and I don't give a shit about Joe Stein. But I know objectively she's not as bad as Kamala Harris. That's just reality, right? So they move further and further to the right, and it's a reflection of how the Democratic Party chases the Republican Party further and further to the right. We had Kamala Harris saying there's going to be no arms embargo, nothing will change with the relationship with the U.S. and the Zionist entity. You had her saying, hey, we're going to be tougher on the border. Trump just talks about it. We're going to walk the talk. You had her saying we're going to have the deadliest military in U.S. history. Every single time, making it worse and worse, having her brother-in-law, corporate fucking guy from, was it Uber? Whispering in her ear. And I've said it time and time again, like Hillary Clinton had to prove that she was down with the boys and destroyed Libya. Harris was going to have to do worse because she's a woman and she's black.
Point about the Boston Massacre is so well put because it relates not just to the ICE situation, but the use of military force domestically as well, where there is a presumption in this country, enshrined in our law and in our constitutional history, against the deployment of military assets within, to enforce civilian law. For example, posse comitatus is the criminal law that makes it a crime to use the military that way, except for certain exceptions. For example, the Insurrection Act. Now, I agree, like Kyle Kalinske, that Trump is committed and he's going to try to use the Insurrection Act. And I have my hopium, notwithstanding the fact that I think that that's true. And unfortunately, I think that the Insurrection Act sometimes is vague enough that he might even have an okay chance at winning before the Supreme Court, who's just itching to give some procedural bullshit or some deferential bullshit win to Trump on some of the actions that is being taken. And that, I think, for me, stresses the importance of the need for structural reform. They improperly stacked the Supreme Court with Mitch McConnell's bullshit back in Obama.
My new conspiracy theory is that Obama was complicit in Mitch McConnell's fucking little games not to approve a Supreme Court justice. I mean, it was for RBG. Yeah, right? RBG. Because she didn't want a black man to fucking appoint her replacement. So she was waiting for her fellow white supremacist woman in Hillary Clinton.
Obama's first term, and we need to be conscious of that fact and not shy away from some of these positions that are necessary to get our country to where we need to go, including adding members to the Supreme Court. I do think that that's a position, and Josiah agrees with me as well, that we...
I love this whole expanding the court thing. The court is there to make sure we don't move forward at all. I don't know why people glorify them when they're racist, sexist as shit, right? They're to make sure we don't progress. And so, with that in mind, if you stack the court, hey, the Republican parties and these reactionaries took over the court. Why wouldn't they do it again as you expand? As the Democratic Party becomes complicit. God damn, bro. All right, let's move forward here. We're going to skip that. I do want to laugh at Pisco for saying this over here at 137.25. And then I think we've had enough of him.
The Venezuela intervention war. It really is an exercise of war, even if it only lasted a day. And I was one of the things that I was disappointed, and I totally agree that we need to take a stronger tone on some of these issues, including the interventions by Trump in Iran and Venezuela, is this like total hypocrisy by MAGA Republicans on praying to like the benefit of the Venezuelan people when it was deaf ears. Why did we have so many millions of people come during the Biden administration? Well, they were fleeing the regime. And where was the sympathy for the Venezuelan people fleeing Maduro when
they were fleeing the regime and they were fleeing Maduro? Not the fucking conditions that the U.S. sanctions created. That CIA has mentioned it. We want this shit. You see why I say he's a pinche vendido, a comprador? Quiere ser güero el cabrón. Fleeing the regime, fleeing Maduro. Not fleeing the fucking U.S. sanctions, trying to break the Venezuelan people. How the fuck did they respond when Maduro got kidnapped? How did they respond when Chavez got couped? One generation, these motherfuckers sell out. One generation, these motherfuckers sell out. That's why I'm kind of iffy. He mentioned that his family fled the Shining Path. All right, bro. I don't even give a fuck about the Shining Path. Like, it's not like I'm supporting them. I don't know enough about them. Although I do know that they were beefing it with indigenous people in the region, so that's why I can't really support them. But I can't say that I
I'm
don't
afraid of like
appreciate
talking
it.
to people who are
It is
outside of
scary.
my
It is
race.
scary, isn't it? Final thoughts, 140.15. Do I want to give final thoughts or are we done? Yeah, we'll go 140.15. It's funny. And then we'll wrap up.
My only final thought on what you just said is that I totally agree with that. I've kind of been saying a similar thing, which is like the only silver lining of Trump 2.0, the only silver lining of this fascism, if we survive it as a country, is the fact that it'll radicalize people away from the bullshit old school neoliberal approach that has failed us time and time again, that has basically defined the Democratic Party of my entire life. Finally, people will wake up and say, all right, we got to move beyond that. We have to actually elect a more populist, progressive, socialist leader. So that's one silver lining. And then, just
populist, progressive, socialist leader. Hassan Piker does the same shit. They all do the same shit. Populist, progressive, socialist leader. What the fuck does that mean? What does it mean to be a progressive populist socialist leader? Just fucking words. Nonsense.
Just, people waking up in general to the reality of our country and learning how to genuinely fight back. I think it is important. And hopefully the next Democratic president understands that and does go after Trump to prevent this from happening again. Because that's my other worry. It's like, yeah, we might have another 4 to 8 years of calm, but then fucking Nick Fuentes is going to become president or something. Like, no, we have to stop this now. We have to realize that this
liberals, the Democratic Party cannot stop fascism. Why would they? It doesn't suit them.
Republican Party, quote unquote, is actually just a fascist movement that with every single election cycle gets a little bit more radicalized, gets a little bit more fascist, gets a little bit less interested in preserving democracy or basically anything that makes this country, right? So
the Democratic Party chases them.
We have to realize that, and we actually have to defeat this party, not in the sense that we make it fucking illegal to be a Republican or something, but to make it so that this party can't keep spiraling out of control, to set some precedent by locking up these traitors and these treasonous fucking bad actors who tried to
for their crimes, though. I mean, and you did say that. I just want to make sure it's clear for the audience. You guys don't identify as like Marxist Leninists who want to get rid of rights and not let people have free speech or do.
Yeah. You're not Marxist Leninists that actually want to defeat fascism. You just want to keep it subdued.
Process or any of that stuff, do you?
No.
What are you talking
You just
about?
want to keep it lingering in the corner until they find an opportunity to jump and pounce on you. You just want to, push it to the side until a catastrophe hits and they can just gain power. You don't actually want to defeat them like those disgusting Marxist Leninists.
I'm a fully automated luxury communist. I support the 426.9 work week. No, look,
I think
man,
that, in fact, I think that
again, they can laugh about it. They know about it. They know about this shit, or they think they know about this shit. They still don't fuck with it. That's why.
Need to the only sense in which we need to be authoritarian is by making it illegal to be authoritarian. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to be fascist against fascists. But as far
he literally wants to be a fascist. He literally said we need to be fascist to the fascists. Brain rot. No different than, well, it's not the public option. Well, technically it is. We need to be fascist to the fascists. Not even what's it, Hannah Arendt or whatever her name is. Let's see. Ardent. Not even this fucking fascist was this stupid.
As far as any to be authoritarian, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to be fascist against fascists. But
you know what the fascists do to people? You know what fascists do to people, right? They remove them. And you just said no, they're allowed to be Republicans. So what are you asking for? What are you calling for? People listen to these fuckers don't work anymore. They just live off YouTube, pushing people to the Democratic Party.
As far as anyone else, no, I'm 100% in favor of liberal values, democracy, free speech, and I don't
voting
think
and stuff.
Socialists become. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's the shit that fucks me up, man. Because that's why we're politically homeless, Pisco. That's why we're politically homeless. Because
this is why we're politically homeless. You know who they make fun of all the time? Why does Anna Kasparian feel so politically homeless?
What does independent and unaligned mean?
Why does everyone feel so politically homeless? Anna Kasparian. They're one and the fucking same, bro. These are the same fucking white people. Same fucking white people.
Yeah, that's the shit that fucks me up, man, because that's why we're politically homeless, Pisco. That's why we're politically homeless, because we'll have the arguments that we just had with you, right? But then other people will be like, did you know North Korea is a paradise and it's all United States? And I'm like, no, it's not. And that doesn't mean I can't say that I want a bullet train like China, but we can be adults and talk about the fucking, they can't use the internet like we can. That's the CIA like, no, it's not. Go to fucking China. Like, it literally, right? So that shit sends me over the edge too, because like I said, we're politically homeless. I would
They're like, yo, no, we're xenophobic. 100%. The Asians? Yeah. No, the Asians? No.
say that Gavin and I firmly, proudly, and passionately identify as the left flank of the Democratic Party.
The left flank of the Democratic Party. The left flank of the Democratic Party. Look at that face, bro. Look at this face. Let's see. Spot the fucking difference. Spot the fucking difference, chat. Spot the fucking difference.
Gavin and I firmly, proudly, and passionately identify as the left flank of the Democratic Party. And if I could leave your audience one fucking minute, identify as the left flank of the Democratic Party.
You can't. It's the same soulless fucking eyes. Same brainwashed shit. It's just a matter of time, homie. It's just a matter. Look, it's just a matter of time. I don't give a fuck. I said it. I get a fucking placazo. It's all good. I don't care. These Hassan types, they fucking care.
And if I could leave your audience one fucking message, it is that Gavin and I are the loudest, angriest, proudest members of the Democratic left flank party. Like I want to see AOC.
Democratic left flank party. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. You're just Democrats. You're liberals. That's fine.
Be president of the United States. I want to see Rashida Tlaib elevated. I want to see Ilhan Omar elevated in American politics. I want to see people like John Ossoff and Andy Bashir, you know, take on more progressive roles in the Democratic Party.
Still believing in the squad. We love it.
And I've talked about JB Pritzker. Like, I'm not a Democrat hater. I want somebody like Sherrod Brown to get a seat back in Ohio and rebalance the state. I like that kind of politics. I think that kind of politics wins in America. Our name, the Vanguard. That's a good segue.
So he just wants to return to the status quo. He wants the Democratic Party back in power. That's all it is. I think 52-20 and we're done.
Because
because I do think that, like, as much shit as we give the third party movement, like, they are right about the duopoly being totally fucked and it really strangling the voter in this country. And
the issue is that they know they're just opportunists.
Literally almost mathematically forcing the pendulum to swing back and forth between neoliberals and fucking fascists. And
you're helping that swing, bro. You're aiding and abetting this. You're part of the fucking problem now. Why? Because you made a little bit of money. Because Marianne Williamson, the Zionist you defended, officiates Kyle, KKK, Kalinske, and Crystal Ball's wedding, and suddenly shit switches up. Right, bro. Right. David Sachs, somehow that's still you're independent. All right, cool.
It accelerates the fascism, I think, inherent to the Republican Party because of that structure. So, like, they are right about the critique of duopoly. And I think that it would be great for us as a country to embrace something like ranked choice voting to help us break free from the two-party system. But unfortunately, as I always say, there's just not a viable third party.
Yeah, there needs to be a structure for that, like ranked choice or some kind of...
Right.
And you think the capitalist class is going to allow that to happen? When this is working perfectly, when fuckers like you make a little bit of bread and suddenly you push the same fucking bullshit that traps us in what you perfectly described. And this is why I hate these fucking people, because they know better. As a slow creep into fascism. I can't stand these fucking people. We need to view them as our fucking enemies. This is where I get petty. You get a hand tattoo and you don't fucking get the sleeve. You're just a fucking douchebag that wants attention. Sheesh. All right, y'all. We did 7.5 hours. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow just because I literally pushed everything that I was supposed to do today off. I want to thank y'all for sticking around. That was crazy. I'm hungry, but I've been chugging this fucking cold brew, homemade. Nothing but oat milk and cold brew. I'm not as fancy as Diallo, but you know, I try. So I think that's why I'm not as hungry as I should be. I want to thank y'all for sticking around. Please do me a favor and check out. I know all of you already know Black Liberation Media, Makes What I Like, Dr. Bell out there. Diallo is fucking hilarious. Do yourself a favor, check out Wise the Dome TV. That's somebody whose work and interview style I just admire so damn much. And I feel like a clown, like I just goof off, I talk shit about essentially white people like this. But I do want to say thank you so much for the
I
super
voted for
chat.
Kamala Harris. You got problem?
When I see, you know, people like Wise the Dome, like that's who I hope to be as good as. You know, I don't really do interviews because I get nervous. I overthink it, and I want to do more and more research. Wise the Dome is somebody I admire, so check out their channel. Oh, and well, you already know we're cool with Millennials Are Killing Capitalism, as always. What is one of my favorite just intellectuals just launched a new what is this? Psychic Militancy. If you haven't, check it out. If you haven't, check it out, please. It is so good. I mean, the goal here is to make this a place where we talk shit, we have a good time, but push you out to people who actually offer substance in a way that I admire and hope to achieve someday. Ace, thank you for the super chat. So many grifters out there. Most of them I've only learned about on these streams. It's crazy how this is an industry and that these people really make so much money to mislead. Gotta support the real. I appreciate that so much. Ace, gracias, sincerely. And you know, Ace is somebody that holds me accountable, and that's what I look for as well. Ace is like, bro, you need to step it up with your coverage on Sudan. And I answer the call to the best of my abilities. To the best of my abilities, I'm going to continue doing that. If I got blind spots, call me out on it. I feel like it's funny. I always kind of assumed that my chat was going to be predominantly brown. You know, it's been predominantly black, which I appreciate. Well, sorry, I need to say like Hassan, black. And the one thing that I hope is that y'all hold me accountable. I've said this before: gatekeep. But I don't take this shit lightly, and the opportunity and the support. It means the world to me, and I sincerely never want to disappoint. That shit fucking keeps me and pushes me forward. So thank you so much for the super chats and the super stickers. Thank you for all the support on Patreon. Again, you know, that helps so much. It's as little as $2 and you get the Discord, and you know, we talk more shit there. We discuss after the book club, and we just have some fun there. I appreciate it. I do got to set up. It's gonna be last minute, but the watch along party also as well. We got to figure that out. So, but you know, the car issue threw a wrench to this month. I'm not gonna lie. So I appreciate the support. I sincerely do. All right, I got 2 minutes. Go ahead and subscribe.
Like,
thank you so much. Subscribe to Deculturation Live as well. We want to make sure we hit. I want to hit a K. Let me see here. Where are we at? We are at 788. I appreciate that so much. We are at 788. You know, I definitely want to hit 1K by at least the middle of the year. That'd be dope. Everybody on the Deculturation Live chat, the Twitch chat, I appreciate y'all. The main chat, you know, we always have a good time. I appreciate it. All right, let's get to it with this over here. You already know. The Beast by John Trudell. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunate Lee, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Their mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Strange are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Thought's his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Thank you so much, Zero, for the super chat. And remember what Glenn Ford said. organized with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.